Whoa, forgot the button
yeah,
again.
you fucked that one
Oh,
up.
you fucked it up. Hello, welcome to Chubby Boy Magic.
So that's how you're doing the intro today? Really? That's how we're doing it?
Yes, AJ.
And he's living his best life with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We
I-
love the buttons.
Yes.
Sorry. He loves the
I
buttons.
love the buttons. Squirrel is all about the buttons. Yeah, this if the echoes sound a little different, we're not in studio today.
You know, fuck him.
Fuck them. You know what I have to say?
You know what, Nate? Fuck
Fuck 'em.
you. Fuck you, Nate.
Fuck you in particular, Nate.
Man, you guys just gotta get yourselves like a Patreon or something. If someone doesn't like the acoustics in here, well, motherfucker, give some money and you can have a soundproof
Yeah,
studio.
yeah.
Then. Until then, shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
We have been for the last like 2 months redoing my whole studio at the house and like acoustic foam, and we redid the fucking room, and there's shit in there now, and like it's not just a weird spot. Yeah, you good?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm
the
good
amount of
now.
money that was dumped into that.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, yeah.
My wife, when I said I was going to start doing YouTube videos, I was like, okay, cool. So then I get my MacBook, my MacBook Pro, and then I start setting up the room because I have a podcaster duo for my house.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, I got the mic. Well, shit, the fucking acoustics in this room suck.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, cool. Let me buy all these fucking foam pads, and now that it's all set up, my wife's like,
What the fuck?
what are you doing? This is
Yeah.
our spare bedroom. Like, not anymore, bitch.
Yeah,
Not
studio.
Yeah. We
anymore.
moved the bed out because guests are not allowed to stay at
Yeah,
the
my wife's-
sheriff's house.
Yeah.
Unless, it's her guest, and then they can stay. But
That poor motherfucker was on the couch for like 3 days. All right, hold on. Before we get too deep into the episode, this week's guest we have been talking about for a long time.
for a while.
At least 3 to 5 hours today. We were very happy to have him on. We've been trying to figure this one out between the two of us, between Spanky and myself. But we are very elated to have the wonderful, the awesome Loudmouth Devin. There we go.
I am absolutely not all of those things. I'm just a fucking retard that does stupid shit. on a
you
regular
are in
basis.
good company then.
Yes. Okay, so who the fuck are you? And where can fucking people find you?
Okay. Well, one, I'm in Dallas.
Yeah.
I'm a Cancer. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm a Libra.
Right.
I'm a
You
Leo.
can find me on Instagram at Loud Mouf, LOUDMOUF _ Devin, DEVIN. Or you can find me on YouTube at the same. I'm just a poor motherfucker that rides motorcycles on a pretty frequent basis.
Yeah.
I've been fortunate enough to hang out with some really cool people over my time, and I also help with the Fast Life podcast with Jace. And I get to meet some really, really interesting people. And for some reason, they think I'm cool enough to hang out with. So I'm just going to go with it. If I've got them all catfished, I am fucking about it, though.
Hey, let me tell you, as the choking metric guy at most Harley shit, I feel you. Yeah.
Right?
And you also take some cool photos.
Yeah, that's the cool part.
Occasionally, I pull out more than just my cell phone and take photos.
Yeah.
Okay, so to appease Burrito, who's also a fellow photographer, so we don't forget, what do you shoot on? What's your favorite camera?
Okay, so I actually just made a YouTube video about this. So it's
So he could go to your YouTube
YouTube.
channel.
He could.
and
Yeah.
find this all out.
he could. So
Yeah.
forever,
but he's a piece of shit.
Right.
So he
forever I
Love you,
shot on
Burrito.
Nikons.
Hell yeah, my Icon man right there.
Dude, I was an Nikon guy forever. For over 20 years, I shot Nikon. Shot for mini truck and sport truck.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Tailgate.
Yeah,
Started in photojournalism first. I will say this year, I made the switch and I went to Sony.
Do you like your Sony?
So I do, which funny
has
is,
it been fun being gay your entire life?
well, so hold on. Here's the part of here's the part about the Sony thing that was really interesting is I got the Sony because of the video. Because I
Yeah.
told my wife
Yeah,
I was doing a lot of GoPro stuff.
Right.
yeah.
Using my Insta360, and I really wanted to get some better quality video.
Right.
And my wife saw like that I was taking an interest in Sonys and Canons. Jace wanted to fucking kill me that I got a Sony because he is like the diehard Canon guy.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, dude, get a Canon, get an R7, get an
like,
R5
no.
or get an R7.
No, because then you could borrow my lenses, and then all of a sudden, where the fuck is my shit?
Right?
Yeah.
He was like, oh, dude, I got plenty of lenses you can use. And I was like, no, you just want to consummate this marriage is what it is.
Right,
You
right,
wanna know that I
right.
will never, ever leave you. That's what it is.
You're like, oh no, man, I don't know about this.
So I started looking at Sony because of the auto tracking and stabilization was really
That's cool.
good. As I was looking at cameras, my wife kind of like creeped and kind of saw what I was looking at. Well, she asked one of my friends and they were like, oh yeah, get this. It's a great content creator camera. So she got me a ZV-E10 Mark II.
Okay.
Right.
Which is great for video, for like entry-level video stuff.
Yeah.
For a photographer, it's not as great because it doesn't have an electronic viewfinder.
Right.
Oh,
right.
God.
Right.
So I was like, all right. But I love my wife and she spent money buying it. I was like, okay, cool.
Might as well.
Dude, I didn't think I was going to take as many photos with that camera as I do.
Right.
Yeah.
But I've been using the LCD screen. Amazing. I'm still getting great shots. I just invested in glass right away. It was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's how
she
you
bought
do
me
it.
the camera and I was like, oh, okay, I spent twice as much on glass already. Let's just go ahead
See,
and go with that.
What are
See,
you talking about?
that's what I did. I used to shoot Canon, and of course, I was doing photojournalism stuff.
I
So
was like,
I
did
was
you have a stroke there?
I was all like 1 series bodies and L lenses, and I had everything.
Yeah.
And then I had a Fuji that I got, an X100S, and I started using that when I would go down and do like events or clubs or the night stuff, in which because it was quick, it was easy as light, I could pocket hold it. And I went to Europe, took my backpack, took my rig, I had my 5D, had all 3 different lenses, never took it out. I shot everything with that Fuji, and I was like, huh.
Fuji
And
for the
so
win.
I ended up got rid of all my Canon stuff, and now I'm switched over to Fuji. So only thing is their video. Haven't figured that out, but
Yeah.
I've got the XT3 and then X Pro.
Dude,
3.
Fuji makes really nice cameras too.
Yeah.
Jace actually talked me out of it because when I originally was looking at cameras, I was going to buy a Panasonic. I was going to buy a Lumix S.
Oh, really?
Dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
I looked at those, but then I was like, nobody. Like you never see them.
So,
Yeah.
so here's the thing. If it's for video, it's great. Except the limitation is they're all L mount lenses. So now you're hanging out with the big swinging dick Leica guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know about this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, like so
You're
I-
like, I need $40,000 for one lens.
Yeah.
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 So essentially, one of the reasons why I was happy with the Sony platform is because they are like the OGs when it comes to mirrorless shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
There is a gazillion lenses.
No shit.
Man, as much as I would love to buy a bunch of G Master lenses, my wallet isn't G Master friendly.
Yeah.
So like, man, I've been all over YouTube, like down the rabbit hole of, oh, okay, wait a second, I can buy this Sirui lens, or I can buy this Viltrox lens, or
Yeah.
oh, I'll buy this Sigma.
Dude,
or
I've
this
got 2 of the
Tamron.
Viltrox lenses. I love them.
Fire.
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 I've got the 35-1.4 and the 23 1.4, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, $200. Thank you.
Yeah. I get asked the question about what's the best cheap lens to get. I'm like, there's no cheap lens. I mean, if you get a cheap lens, it's not going to be a good one for you. But some of the stuff I've used, like bot used, has been really nice. I've enjoyed that. Like, but the Altura, what is it? The one that's from Amazon?
Torx or something.
No.
It's
Dude, what trips me out is like these companies that I've never heard of. Like Viltrox is I've heard of
Right.
a little bit, but and they've gotten really good. But like
Yeah.
Young No, Sam Yang,
Yeah,
these
yeah,
are the
yeah,
ones
yeah,
that
I've never heard of.
yeah.
And like
These are the ones I speak of.
even Mikey, I'm like,
You're like Wu-Tang 36 chambers. Woo!
So I had a buddy that bought his wife a new mirrorless Nikon, and he was like, he's a doctor, he's a brain surgeon. I don't know why the fuck he was cheaping out on this shit, but he like found some insane lens from probably Temu for like $10. He's like, is this gonna be good? No. Go find a used glass that's gonna be really like, just go find a Nikon or Nikkor, however they pronounce it. Go find one of those, get it used, it'll be way better. And then, but I was like, I bought this goofy fisheye for like $10. And this is where I was like, it's not a computer lens. You have to change the aperture out by hand. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Some of that
I love that goddamn
Some
thing.
of that. Now, what I've been doing a lot is because, so I've been in photography for 40 years. Like since I had an AE1, and so a lot of stuff I would do is like, for a long time, 20 years ago, I was doing tintype stuff before it got really popular and
In the
bougie to
1890s.
do it. And so I
I'm
was
telling you, they found that Billy the Kid tintype.
Yeah.
yeah.
And then since then, everybody's
everybody's
thinks
doing
the
it.
coolest shit ever.
So I was doing like tintypes, amber types, daguerreotypes. I interned at the Photography Hall of Fame for a while. So it was like I had
shit.
access to all this stuff and was like learning how to do it and teaching it.
You really are showing your
and
age right now.
I do.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
How was it using flash bulbs back in the day?
It
was
was
bright.
It was
Right.
the gunpowder. Love the
He's up there,
smell of
he's like,
gunpowder in the morning.
Don't move. Don't
Yeah.
move.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, don't move. Yeah. They're just like, ah.
But so all these people, like family members, would be like, "Oh, I was cleaning out my attic and I found all these old cameras." So I ended up with, I had a box up in my attic. It was a storage box, and I probably had 300 old, like a lot of them were stupid little 70s, you know, little box brownies and stuff.
Yeah.
But so I started taking them apart and would like Frankenstein up an actual camera. So I built a 8x10 camera that took 8x10 film holder, and it was a fixed focus lens. Would do a round image on a negative because you get the fall off, you know, and like was taking pictures with it, and I would do weird stuff. And even now, like I'll buy an old lens and then like get on Amazon and buy the yin yang adapter for it, and you know, and so it's like it's all moldy and fungusy, and it's like, but pictures come out looking.
So you know what's funny is that nowadays, like now you've got all these young kids that are into this, you know, trying to get this nostalgic retro look.
Yeah.
So they're fucking putting, you know, deodorant and shit on lenses.
Yeah.
Vaseline to fucking soften it.
They're like, I'm gonna make it look like an old camera.
We
Why
have
don't you
it.
just buy an old fucking camera.
There you
go.
because a roll of film is $800, and to have it processed somewhere, you've got to mail it off, and that's
Yeah,
another,
that's
you know, $1,700 for.
You're right, but instead I'll just buy this fucking UV filter and I'll throw it on my $7,000 camera.
Yeah.
So there's a guy in Oklahoma City. We have a couple really cool like resale shops, not thrift shops. They don't want to be called that. They're a resale shop, but they buy thrift store stuff. And have you seen him? It's the VHS-C guy in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
So he has been systematically buying all these old VHS recorders and then going out and shooting all this shit. And then I don't know how he's digitizing them, but he is uploading them to Instagram.
So,
it trips me out every fucking time.
There
I
was
see
a
it.
guy I was watching the other day. It was on YouTube. He had a Super 8.
Yes, reel to
One of
reel.
the well, it was one of the old 70s handheld
Yes.
ones. But it didn't have film in it. He had 3D printed a rig to hold his iPhone up to it. He had put
That's
batteries in it, and so he was getting the shutter
Fuck yeah.
and
I
was
love
going
it.
around shooting. So it looks like an 8mm, but he's shooting it on his iPhone. And I'm like,
Fuck yeah.
now I need a 3D printer.
Yeah.
Like,
Right?
Bishop's got one. He will hook you up.
So here in Dallas, we have one of the guys that goes to bike night, cool as fuck, Trenton. He on Instagram goes by Peg Leg Polaroid.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah,
guy.
well, I've
Bro,
seen him.
yeah.
We
Dude.
saw him at Camp Out. He was
Yes, dude.
walking
Like,
around.
he
Yeah.
pulled that motherfucker out at Born Free, and he was like showing photos and like of the Fast Life tent with the van and everything.
Right,
And
right.
there were some shots that you're like, man, if I didn't know that this happened this year, you would think it happened like 25 years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah,
30 years
yeah.
ago. Like it's so cool.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah, I follow him. His
His
stuff's
stuff
cool.
is really
Yeah,
interesting.
dude.
And I think that's the neat thing I've been seeing a lot is so because I'm 34, so like my first real camera besides an AE1 because I was poor. So you're either when you're poor, everything's like cool because you're getting it 13 years after everybody thought it was cool, or like you're like, oh, it's retro. But I had a Sony that used the floppy drive, the 3.5-inch drive.
I had one of those.
Yeah, and
The
like
disc, Mavic.
yes,
Sony Mavic.
I still have it. I still have floppies. I have thought about using it. But I really enjoy seeing all these people that are going back to retro stuff. Like the tintype thing is super fucking neat. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
That's
right.
I barely edit my
I
shit
like
in Photoshop.
doing it feels more like art, but you know, the one thing I learned from doing large format stuff was to become, as a photographer, was it makes you so much more deliberate.
Yeah.
Where when I was
100%.
shooting concerts, when I worked for a newspaper, so I was shooting, concerts was my big thing. And
And butthole pictures. Don't let him lie to you. He was shooting butthole.
You know,
Oh,
that
dude,
didn't-
if he's doing
that
concerts, he
didn't-
was definitely
Definitely.
doing butthole.
that
He was
didn't
like-
really
I
come
was about to say-
popular till now.
As soon as he said concerts, I was like, okay, he's done a lot of
No.
drugs in his life.
you
He's
know,
done a
I-
lot of groupie buttholes.
Hey, I was in a school bus van with Buck Cherry.
I forgot about
Some
this.
shit went down. Those motherfuckers like to party.
Hey, she's a crazy bitch.
She's on top of it.
I don't want to get pulled because we sing enough. We can sing the other song, my
Fair
brother.
use, motherfuckers.
for
Fair
use.
use.
But with digital, it's just like you throw enough shit at a wall, something's gonna stick.
Yeah.
But you still have to learn, like the Ansel Adams, like the actual framing of the picture and being able to see. That's maybe my biggest hang up. I want to get into video, but like with still photography, I can see a picture in my head. I know how I want it to look. I know what I want to do. And like we did some shots and I was like setting off smoke bombs and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, just shut up and let me do it, you know,
and that's so we complement each other where he has a lot more years of experience in photography. And while I am giftedly like I can get the image I want most of the time, I know how to frame what I want. He has gotten the lighting down. So I looked to him on like when we were down at Terralingua.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck. When we were down there, he was doing a bunch of crazy lighting stuff. And I was like, that's what I want to learn. But so my wife and I have traveled extensively. I do a lot of like street photography. That's my favorite thing.
Yeah.
And if if you want me to shoot your headshot, we're not doing it in the studio. But he's over here like, oh yeah, just fucking look at the smoke bomb thing go. I'm like, fuck, I should have done that. Why haven't I done that?
I feel like I'm looking at a mirror of me and Jace.
No,
Jace is like I'm gonna set up lighting and all this, and I've always been the run and gun guy because I came from photojournalism.
Right.
Like
Oh,
and
yeah, yeah.
and I didn't have like a lot of money for like expensive cameras when I was young.
Yeah.
So like, man, I was shooting on whatever I had. I remember
my first photo editor, if I came into work, he'd be like literally driving into work. I'm not on the clock. And he's like, what'd you shoot? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like,
Your mom.
you should have a camera with you at all times and you should have pictures.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you're fired. And you're like, what? And he's like, yeah, you should be shooting B-roll or anything. And like, what'd you shoot? And there was one time I was out, I found a dead body.
A BB, if you will.
Yeah. Suicide, actually. But I happened to see it and to look over and, so when I got into work, because I was, and found it, called it in, and they're like, oh, yeah, that maybe it's a Halloween decoration. And they're like, nope. Yeah. So I get in and I was telling my editor, and he's like, did you get pictures? And I was like, yeah. And my mom was with me. And so when I pulled out my camera and my, 70 to 200 to get pictures, my mom's looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing?
Flash your press badge at her? Just remind her what you did for
No,
her?
no. Yeah. But I'm like, click, click, click. And so when I got into work, my editor was like, did you get pictures? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, let me see. And I showed him. He's like, good job.
So it's funny. When I was in high school, that's actually how I ended up getting into photojournalism. I was, doing the high school newspaper stuff like that. And what happened was I did a couple competitions and it was on the spot photography.
Yes.
And the photos that I did, they presented, I got approached by the paper and they were like, you don't shoot like a high schooler.
Right.
And it was like,
who touched you where?
Right. Right. They were like,
Grandpa.
Hey, we don't know that. We don't know that.
So
Alleged.
they actually picked me up and then I ended up being on the paper's editorial board, like, oversight. It was really interesting. Being like in high school, and I was like, I got to go do cool shit, like go check out the crime lab and stuff. And it's so funny that you said the thing about carrying a camera because I just naturally did that. Like literally on the way over here, I don't know why, instinctively when I left the house, I knew I was just going to go see my wife who's in the hospital right now. I have my camera in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because, like, you never know. I don't know if it's also just like in Dallas, man, the most famous video ever is the Zapruder film.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
no shit.
nobody thought, I'm gonna record that just
suspected film.
because. Hey man,
Allegedly.
we are like fucking 2 miles from
Yeah.
grassy knoll.
I was like, I'm going to probably get hammered and walk down and be like, R.I.P. JFK. Yeah.
Right? Do they have X's on the ground? It's
Yes.
pretty.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
He was in
fucking
that storm drain.
right?
Years and years ago, my wife and I did a haunted ghost tour down here.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and then he was like, "Oh, obviously we were going to start there," and then so he was like, "It's probably 11 o'clock at night because it's haunted," and he was like, "If you walk out to that X and don't get hit by a car, you'll be right in that same spot." And I was like, "Did you have to tell me about the not getting hit by a car thing?" He's like, last week 2 people got hit. Not my tour. I watched it happen as we come around the corner.
I mean, that is kind of a sketchy spot, especially at 11 o'clock at night. Dude, the
Rough.
The only thing I think is funny is, like, I'm a big nerd, and I've watched a lot of documentaries on that shit, and they made it out like, this is an impossible shot till you're standing there, you're like, that ain't shit, bro.
Right.
Lee Harvey was trained by the Cubans and the mafia to get some shit
Like,
done.
I'm like, bro, that's not even it's a almost straight down. Like,
Yeah.
it's not even far. What
He
the
could have dropped the fucking bullet and it would have done the job. And then we can get into the conspiracy theories, like with the third and all that stuff. But anyway, yeah, you're right. So when I was in AP art in high school, I'm not good at any other media for art. I'm bad. I tried to learn how to pinstripe. I'm bad at that. I was always really good at camera work, and like, cause I got an AE1 when I was a little kid, and my mom was a photographer. She's really bad at it, and so she was a very painter. But she would shoot the what she wanted, and she would go back and make it look good with paint. So when I was little, she was like, the best camera is the one that you have on you. And so I used to always have, for the longest time, 35 millimeter, like disposable cameras.
Yeah.
And so much to my wife's delight, whenever I was going through stuff when I was moving out, because we've been together since I was in high school. When I was moving from my dad's house to our house, she's like, "Oh, there's all these cool photos." I was like, "Oh yeah, totally."
You say you've been with your wife since you were in high school?
I met her 17.
Talk about plateauing early,
Dude,
Jesus
I know.
Christ.
Yeah, dude.
I know.
I got taken out of the game early.
Yeah.
She was in college. I was also in college. You fucking know I was in college too, lady. There's a
No,
big
you
debate.
weren't.
I was concurrently enrolled. I was in OCCC. You know,
You're asking me who touched me. You're talking about your college life that's like touching your high school pee-pee. I see how it is.
I was.
He got married so he could touch a boob.
Yeah. I had
See,
girlfriends before.
that's the guilty laugh right there.
Anyway, no, keep going. So she was 20 and she was doing broadcast journalism at OU, and then, but like, so we're moving out, and we're moving my shit, and
You're moving on up.
yeah, moving on up
Out from the east side.
Finally got a piece of that pie. And so we're going through a box, and it's like a shoe box, and she's like, "There's a fucking 100 Polaroid."
You're like, don't look at those.
Well, and it was like, because I've been a car guy my whole life, and like I had just every car show, because we have the national street rod, whatever it shows up at the fairgrounds every year. I can't remember the name of it right now. So
The Daryl Strawberry?
no, that's Daryl Starbird,
Starbird's.
not Strawberry, whatever.
Oh, yeah, he did a lot of cocaine.
Yeah. So it happens at the fairgrounds, which is a mile from where I grew up at, and the big drag for it's off of Reno, a mile from my house. So I used to go down there all the time. So I had an ex-girlfriend that was really into cars, and I was trying to, and she was into photography but bad at it, and I was really trying to show her how to work it. So there's like not anything risque, but it was like the girlfriend I had right before my wife, where she was like, oh. I was like, just fucking put it away. But I had a lot of really killer shots on that, where I was like, man, I did really good for having a fucking disposable camera for this shit. And then I didn't touch a camera for like a decade, and she made me fucking do it. And then
So that's kind of similar. So I was doing photojournalism in high school, and then I moved out when I was 17, finished high school on my own. Literally didn't even have a car.
Oh, nice.
I was riding a bus to school. I was still doing the paper when I started at Bakersfield College. And then talk about, I didn't have a car, and then I went right to like got a car and wanted to be in a car club.
Right.
I thought it was the coolest thing ever.
because you're right.
Right?
Yeah.
So I started messing with my car. I had a little truck. I had a little Nissan pickup.
Hard body.
Yes, sir.
Fuck
yeah.
91.
Fuck yeah. I had a 91 Sentra.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
So I had a buddy that had a 200 SX that was like the
Fuck
raddest
yeah.
thing
Oh,
ever,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Those things are fucking neat.
So anyways, so we started our little car club, and guys are trying to get sponsorship.
Yeah, always.
And the thing is,
Yeah.
I had a camera, but like even then, like I didn't really have like an expensive camera back
Yeah.
then. It was,
Right.
when you're just doing like high school and college papers, you don't need something super extravagant.
No.
And I was fucking poor. I remember at one point like riding the bus to college and then literally not having any money. My job was at like Hollywood Video. I remember like for 79 cents you get 3 tortillas and some red sauce. That would be my
right,
fucking
right.
dinner. Like,
Yeah,
I
you're
was
like-
broke.
yeah.
Bro.
2 packages
Yeah.
of ramen. You're
Right,
like, I'm
exactly.
living large.
Yeah, exactly. So I remember they wanted help like for sponsorship proposals, and I was like, okay. They're like, well, we need some pictures, and you're the only guy we know that has a camera. Like, all right.
There's like you and then my 90-year-old grandpa that's been shooting every state park and national park.
Exactly. So like, I was like, okay. They're like, well, you do photography, so you know this. People didn't understand. There's different styles of photography.
Yeah.
Dude, I shoot like sports and news. I don't do like
Babies.
portraits and
And weddings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get into that later. I still refuse to do a wedding.
I've done 2, and that was too
I
many.
will not do
So-
a wedding to save my life.
I've done 3, and I've been second shooter at hundreds. So a friend of mine actually was
Nice.
good at weddings. So I was the second shooter. So it worked out because he had Canon also. So like you said, you double your camera bag, and it was nice because I would shoot, and I was doing like party pics type stuff.
candid
Yeah.
party pics.
Like
I
I
did that in high school, and I fucking loved that.
I'll
man.
fuck
Right.
Yeah.
And so like during the ceremony, I'm at the back, and so when they kiss, I've got like the long shot, and
When they're doing this,
Yeah,
they're
and,
touching tips.
then at the reception, I'm like boom, 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 getting everybody, and then I hand him my cards, and he's like, "Here's a couple $100." And I'm like, yeah, I don't edit. I don't do.
Dude.
But when I've shot weddings, it's like, it's going to be worth my while. You know, where I'm like, I'm going to throw you a price that you're going to say no at. And then there was one time when I did, and they were like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, fuck. But okay.
Dude, like, I just don't even want to, I don't give a fuck
Yeah.
how much money you offer
Yeah.
me, because
Yeah.
the problem is, as a photographer, look, man, if you come to me for any type of photography, whether it was when I was doing automotive, and that's from doing those proposals,
Right,
how I got
right.
picked up doing stuff for Sport Truck and doing automotive publications. And then later on, I did portrait style stuff for like animals and dogs. And I can tell you about that.
right.
Like,
Right.
Yeah, your dog stuff's actually,
Yeah.
it's
Thank
pretty
you.
legit.
Yeah, thank you. Like, I did that for a long time. And the thing about that was, look, man, don't come to me and tell me what you want me to do. You're coming to me because you like my art form.
Yep.
Just,
Exactly.
if you want good, if you like what I do, just let me work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't ask about how it's getting done. Let me
Yeah.
deliver the product.
Just tell me what sauce you want. Don't ask me what I put in the sauce, or tell me what you want me to put
Right,
in the sauce. Just
right,
like,
right.
Let me make the sauce.
I need you to get the vinaigrette just right. I need it to be washed out so it looks like it's going to be good in a girlfriend's house. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, dude.
No.
There's nothing that fucking bugs. And that's the problem with weddings, is because
Oh my God. Yeah.
brides have this idea in their head what they want their photos to
No.
look like.
No, it's
And
not the bride. It's who's paying.
Or the mother.
It is
Yeah.
whoever is writing the check
Yes.
is your problem, because
Oh, yeah,
they are everyone I've done. It's whoever is writing the check. They have it in their head what they want for their
I was
money,
gonna say the mother of the bride.
and
That's-
usually
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
either one of
Yeah,
it's either the bride or the mother of the bride.
We had a friend that was, getting married, and she was a good friend of mine from work, and she was like, we don't have a lot of money in this, and could you shoot it? Because my mom was going to do it on her phone, who had a flip phone, and I was like, yeah,
that's
for sure.
terrible.
And I was like, I'll do it for free as a wedding gift, but just 2 stipulations. Once I'm done shooting, just save me beer, because I won't shoot and drink at the same time.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, you could, but the pictures probably won't be
yeah. Well, and at the end of the night, when it's like the drunk groomsmen, you're like, here, do all this. That's fine. But like that ceremony, I was like, I don't want to be fucked up for this.
Yeah.
I was like, and second request, you don't ask me exactly what you like. You asked me to do this because either you cannot afford or you like my style, which in that case was both. And I was like, so as long as we don't have any misconceptions.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
let me do what I do.
Yeah.
And I promise, if you like the style of things I do, you will be pleased with the outcome.
Yeah. And so I did it, and then I printed off stuff for wedding gifts after the fact. And then she moved, and she was like, it's in my house. It's still one of my favorite photos. Like, she has, and I was like, where's the cockles of my heart? Because I've shot some fucked up shit in third world countries where I'm like, God damn, that can't be anywhere. But then I'm like, oh, look, it's in your house. But so you were doing these proposals, and you're telling everybody, hey, this is the style. This is how I shoot.
Yeah. So they needed help, and it was just close friends at first, and they were like, hey man, I don't have money for this. I'm like, no, it's fine. I didn't mind doing it, and I looked at it as a challenge. So basically, what I did was I just geeked out, and I found all the magazines I could.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, that's a 3/4. Okay, I see the height that they're at, and I just started like analyzing photos and saying, I'm
Yeah.
gonna mimic this. I'm gonna
People
You're going to do
Don't-
your research.
understand. So I had one of my photography teachers back in the 1800s.
When they had to take the school bus, which was 2
This
horses.
this motherfucker was like old, and like
Are we talking like Oregon Trail old?
yes, yeah, like
Donner
he
Party.
was really old.
Yeah.
So he used to shoot for newspaper, but this was when they were shooting like
News
super
Voice.
super graphics and like running in and like he was telling me when they would shoot like boxing matches, they would have somebody underneath the ring developing. He would be shooting, throwing his film under.
Dude, this is
because
when he was
because
telling me this the first time, I was like, "This is no fucking way."
because he was like, you have it's like
Yeah.
journalism. So working in journalism, you have deadline, and the world that is like you don't miss a deadline, or that is everything. And so he's like, yeah, we'd have somebody developing underneath while we're shooting, and then you run it. You have somebody else would run it to the paper so they could get it out.
I was gonna say, remember, Grandpa, this is before television. So
No.
This is how things came. Like, this is how people found shit out. This in the Telegram.
Yeah. So this motherfucker, like, would walk in somewhere and he'd look around and he'd be like, 5'6", 125th, and you'd be like, what?
what?
And he was like a fucking human light meter. And he would be like, yeah, I got to the point when a lot of places when you go as a news reporter, you might not have a flash. You might not be able to use a flash. And
It's
he's
improper
like,
to use a flash at the funeral, sir.
and he's like, or if you're in Capitol, if you're doing, news, like there's a lot of places you can't use a flash. And he's like, you have to know, like if it's bad lighting, how do you get your photo? Because your editor, your newspaper, they don't give a shit that the lighting was bad and that your pussy hurts. They're just like, get the shot.
Run it.
And so I got to where for a couple years I would always have like a little light meter around, and so I'd walk in and I'd be like, yeah, F4, 5, 6, and you're like, I was off a little bit. Well, you finally learned where you're like, okay, it's 5.6, 800 at 1/60th. And then when I was working in lighting, so I was working for a photographer who was pretty decent, one of the bigger ones in Oklahoma City, for like 3 years I was just a human mule. I set up his light stands, and you'd set everything up. He'd come in, click, and turn around and go off. Well, I actually was lucky enough to learn enough about lighting. But I would look at magazines, and I'd get all these fashion magazines. And so you start looking at it and reverse engineering. Yeah. Okay, so your key light is over here. You've got a halo on this one. Looking at the reflection in the eyes, because I can see there was a flash over here and a flash over here. And like doing the same thing. Like how do I get my shot to look like that? And people, when I was taking pictures like for full time, I was doing like realtors, and this is back mid 90s, and I'm shooting houses, and I'm like 350 house, and it'd give them photos and web photos, and so I'd done this one realtor. She's using me.
I love how you said web photos.
Yeah.
That's every photo now. Now that's back in the AOL days.
No. It was.
Get off the phone.
Yeah.
God damn it! Gotta look at the porn.
You had low res and high res. And but she went and like she was paying me about $350 a house. We had an agreement. We were doing all.
It's not too shabby.
It's not too shabby. I was like, dude, that's paying my mortgage. You're
like shit.
I'm like, I go out for a couple hours once a week, and like that mortgage paid.
I was gonna say you do 4 houses a week. You're over.
Right.
$1,200. You're winning.
Right. Well, and so she, like, we'd been doing it for a while. Well, then she stops calling me, and I was like, oh, okay, and she went out and bought a Rebel. It's like one of those Walmart $600 cameras. Oh yeah.
Soccer mom camera.
That's why we don't talk to them anymore.
This bitch had the stones to call me up and be like, why do my photos not look like yours? And I was like, what the fuck do you think you were paying me for?
Bitch, because you don't respect my gangster.
Right. It's like, because
no shit.
In my camera bag, I have 5 to 6 flashes that I'll carry and link them up and throw them up. Yeah. Well, it's like I can make the lights look like the lights are on, where if you put it on and it's just a flat picture, and I was like, yeah, have fun with that. That's why I went to school. I have a degree in photojournalism. I was a photojournalist. Right. It's like, yeah. And but people don't understand, like, it's like anything.
I hope I don't get kicked off this podcast, because I'm gonna tell you right now.
No.
I'm the most anti-flash guy.
Same. I try really hard to not use it.
Literally, even like every Nikon I've ever used, I'm like, can I just get this bitch without a flash? It's going off. So I'm setting the setting to off, because
same.
Fuck that.
So I am not.
The wizard over here is all about
my.
No.
But
him and Jace, they're
so
flash gods.
My flashes though are not on my camera.
Yeah.
No.
So it's like I will throw one behind you to ring light, to highlight, and just like I know how to.
That's Jace. Jace will fucking take his ass to Monument Valley and pull out all this fucking lighting gear. I'm like, what?
Oh yeah.
He's like, you just don't get it. And then he shoots the shot, and you're like, oh, bro, that shit just hits. And he's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, and so like I don't know about you personally, but like
I have some of those shots.
So we went to a friend's wedding out in Kauai years ago, and I walked out to the beach in the fucking like 2 o'clock in the morning and waited to get the light right. So when the sun, because I didn't want to be late. So I waited for the sunrise to come up over this cove where they got married, and I shot it, and Seriously, from 2 a.m. till about 8 a.m. Like my wife was like, "Where the fuck did you go? I thought you drowned." I'm like, "I saw the crabs come up out of the sand, and then I took photos and like like Cuba."
It's like, bro, really? Yeah, I saw that one.
Here,
I
let's
was
see it.
like, bro.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's stuff where it's when you get it figured out and you can do it magically like that. That's really nice.
I just think I'm fucking too dumb.
Well, and like, so my wife, she's got a full fucking degree in like broadcast electronic media. She knows how to light. She knows how to do everything. And I'll ask her something. She's like, I don't know. Like, I'm like, how would you replicate this? And then she'll be like, oh, maybe this, and this.
She doesn't know how to be happy.
The sheriff of fun, the thief of joy.
Well, I mean, she fucking married it. She married the dude that
I took her V
that
card.
she took
now.
from fucking
Yeah.
He took her V card and he was in
No,
high
she
school.
took his.
She had the bar set real fucking low.
Yeah, she was just like, oh, you for the rest of my life. I was like, you made that decision twice. But yeah, like so with Flash and stuff, like I've seen some guys do some really killer shit, and I'm like, that's cool. But then I'll go out and like we went through the Andes, and I have some really good shots I'm really proud of, and like award-winning photos. And they're like, oh, how did you light it? I'm like, the sun. Like I waited for the sun to come help me.
So part of me feels like, and I'm not
talking shit on the guys that know
in all
it.
jokingly, like like I'm super envious that Jace can shoot amazing flash photography,
Right.
And I just have never fucked with it. To me, there's a challenge in being able to capture a great moment, or make a good photo without the use of that.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, and when I first started shooting on my AU1 that was gifted to me, it had a flash that did not work. I couldn't get the batteries to work because, like, Radio Shack was still a thing at the time. So I went and got, like, I think the C batteries and shit for it. Like, I couldn't get it to work. And my dad, who is not a photographer, who is not artistic, he is autistic, like, he was just like, you just don't use it. Like, just figure it out. And I was like, and like the Holy Trinity. And, like, I had a book about, like, this is how you set your ISO and all that stuff. And I broke all the rules, and like all my shit was kind of neat. So I was like, I guess fuck it, I'll do it that way. Yeah, this motherfucker over here.
So that's it.
Yeah, dude, that's a fucking fire.
That's in Terralingua.
It's really cool that you're showing photos on a audio podcast.
Hey, I'm just showing it to him.
This fucker with his RGB lights.
I know.
Those are pimp though. Like,
Yeah, no, he gets some killer shit where like his.
So I did this one. Is I got in an argument with a photographer, and this is back like Canon 20D days. The first digital. And he's like, my long exposure is you push the button and you walk away. And we got into an argument. He was like, well, digital, you can't do long exposure. You have to stack it. And I'm like, bullshit. That's not a long exposure. That's stacked.
Yeah.
And so I was in Vegas, and I went out a couple hours north of Vegas, and this was a 45-minute shot.
dude, that's rad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I really do want to do. I've never really gotten into long exposure photography.
Yeah.
And like living in Dallas, I've told my wife, I'm like, man, I really want to geek out and do like. Growing up in California and then being in Dallas with all the lights downtown.
Right.
I'm like, I've got to do the cliche fucking light trail fucking highway photo just because there's so many bridges. I'm like, I just need to do it. Like,
well, and like that's something that
I want to incorporate a motorcycle with it. I really do.
Well, and that's something like I've got a couple buddies that have shot. They do videography stuff, but they dabble a little bit and still, and they're like, oh yeah, I did this, and I edited it that way.
That's my sporty.
Yeah, he was lighting that one all up. So when we were in Tokyo, we were over on it's called the Rainbow Bridge, and
I love how he does this like low key flex. He's like, oh, when I was in the Andes, and
Yeah,
you
get
to know the
oh
debt.
when I was in
Tokyo.
Cuba. Nobody cares, dickhead.
Yeah. So we're on the Rainbow Bridge in this subway.
Let's be real. You were in Guantanamo,
But I
and
do-
you
I
were
do-
having cock meat sandwiches.
Look, man, I do have a weird question. I got to cut you off on that.
Okay.
So you're talking about all these worldly experiences you went on, but you decided to live in fucking Oklahoma.
Yeah.
It's cheap as fuck to live there. That's how I'm able to go do the
Don't
stuff.
lie. Don't lie. It's his wife.
Legal weed.
His wife.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
legal weed.
Don't look at my bag, officer.
His wife was like, I can't leave my family.
I was not super particularly close with mine, but she is with hers, and then she had a really good job that she could not. It would not be easy for her to move, and I was like, "You got the degree, so it's fine for you to stay."
Look,
And-
man, I already get it. The sugar mama, the one that touches your wiener, said, "We're not leaving Oklahoma."
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
said,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So like,
I was living in Alaska, and my ex was like, I want to go home. And I was like, okay.
right? That's
Yeah.
how it happens.
so, but Oklahoma's home, so it's fine. I mean, like I've been to other places. Like I
don't
drove
know.
through your fucking traffic today, and I was like, every day I'd
I-
shit my brains or shoot 'em
I
out.
will say, I don't know how the fuck you guys ride. No.
Yeah,
I don't.
that-
Dude, and I ride like 30 minutes because I live on the south side of town,
Right.
where it's a little bit more chill. But
You live in the Star Wars
come
area,
into bike night,
Midlothian.
Yeah.
Midlothian.
I'm like, Waxahachie. I'm like, what?
Waxahachie.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will say coming to bike night, it's like the Thunderdome because bike night's at 7 o'clock on a Tuesday. So like everybody is by that point they've already made it through Monday on their second day, and they're already like, "Fuck."
Yeah.
Fuck.
I every time I come down here, I'm like, I don't know how people.
Because
do it.
we've almost come down a couple of times, and it's like,
I'm gonna be a bitch,
Fuck,
and I will
I have
ride
to
all
go
the
to-
way to Denton and be like, meet me here.
it's like I've got to go to work I've got to be at work at 6. So it's like,
Yeah, like
I'm just gonna go home, or I'm gonna go from here to work, and
Right.
it's like that fucking traffic sucks. Because we had a couple guys come down. They were gonna come down September, October.
yeah, whatever.
And then one of the
That was
guys,
in Blake.
it
That's
was Blake when his
SXR
fucking
blew up.
valve
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like,
Just
I'm gonna yeet the chat right here.
yeah, when,
remember that.
Yeah, when Bell fucking just yeeted this motor, he yard sold that motherfucker. And the first thing I thought was like, is he okay? Did he go down? They're like, nope. And I was like, do I need to get the trailer out? They're like, nope.
They're like, look in the spark plug hole, and it's
Yeah.
like,
Oh.
why is there a valve sticking out of that?
You just said yeeted, and I just already had flashbacks to Lone Star. I couldn't fucking believe that.
Well, so like I grew up building race car engines with my dad, so I've seen some demolition on another level, like nitro motors where they split the block at idle, where you're like, oh fuck. So like it's funny because like the Harley guys are like, oh yeah, man, it just ate itself up. I'm like, yeah, probably because your tune's way fucked off. Like, put some more fuel in there, pull some timing out, it'll be fine. You just don't need to run it that way. But
Lean is mean, dog.
hey man, I'm don't do as I say, not as I do. Because in my drag wagon, I pulled all the timing I could, and it was like, okay, let's safe pass. And I just, all right, we're gonna advance this motherfucker to the moon. I'm gonna pull all the fuel out of it I can, and we're gonna see how much boost we can run on this motherfucker. 38 psi later, I had a fucking head gasket. I was like, I have not been so much better today. I just don't want to drive home now.
I'm tired, boss. I'm tired.
Real tired. I blew the car up, didn't have a truck or a trailer, left it at the drag strip an hour south of my house. The next day it was like, can you give me a tow? Please, anybody give me a tow? I need to get back home, and I need to pull the motor out and then fix it so I can go to work on Monday.
Good times.
Yeah.
So, what do you ride? What do you got? What do you got in your stable?
So I have a 2016 Dyna. It started as a street bob. There's probably nothing really
got-
street bob about it
It's
anymore.
got a hot as fuck paint job.
Thank you.
Who painted that thing?
So there's actually two people.
You're like,
that-
I rattle canned it.
There's two people that painted it.
Yeah.
VDC Custom Paint in California, and then Targino Customs, which is actually he's really originally from Brazil, but he lives in California. I think
That's
he
cool.
actually just moved to Florida. But yeah,
But
Targino.
he's like, I want the good weather.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
he's like,
Yeah.
I'm from good weather, not great place, but I'm.
So it's kind of funny that the story behind that paint. I'm actually not the person that had that painted.
Oh, really?
Right.
Yeah. So Little Ricky actually originally had it painted. It was done for Born Free in I believe 2017.
Born Free Texas or Born Free California?
Born Free California. They
Okay.
weren't even doing a Born Free Texas.
Right,
at that
yes,
point.
right.
And he pulled it. He debuted it, and I just loved it from day one. Like amazed by
Right.
it. And I told Little Ricky like. So if you know him, he used to do a lot of selling of the mags for Dynas back when like before everybody went performance
Right,
bagger.
right.
When Dynas were the thing, he was selling that, and then he sold titanium bolts for all of the rotors and
Okay.
whatnot.
Yeah.
And
So he was a Dyna bro.
100%. And I hit him up because he had that, and he had a regular like paneled paint job, and
That's
he would go back and forth.
Right.
And I told him, I was like, hey man, like if you ever want to sell that paint job, let me know. He's like, okay, cool. I had a buddy that had bought some wheels from him, so I kind of knew him on not just like Instagram.
Yeah, you kind of knew him a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
More
I
personal.
had a
Right.
little bit more of a connection where it wasn't just some random guy saying, hey, I love your paint. Can I buy your paint?
Yeah, can I get all your shit?
Right? So what happened was he got out of motorcycles for a long time. And then one day he came online and he went to sell them.
Okay. Is it just the 10 set?
He just sold the 10 set.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, when he posted them, I was at work and I came home and I was like, dude, you were supposed to let me know. Yeah, I'll take them. Whatever you want for them, just let me know.
He's like, I want $1 million. You're like, oh, well, dial back a little bit.
Well, the crazy part was he was like, man, I already sold them. And I was like, what the fuck?
Thanks, dog.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Well, I was like, well, if you don't mind me asking, who did you sell them to?
Okay.
Here's the wild part. Small world. He sells it to a photographer.
Okay.
He sells
Right.
it to Alex Chapman, Native photo.
Yeah.
He at the time he's working for Speed Kings.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, hey man, I heard you bought Little Ricky's tin set. If you ever want to sell him, let me know. He's like, okay, cool, man, I appreciate it. He goes, yeah, I'll keep you in the loop if I ever want to sell him. So when I told my buddy who lives in Amarillo, who I'm really good friends with, and I was like, yeah, man, I was gonna buy the Little Ricky set, but apparently Alex bought him. And he's like, oh, Alex Chapman? I said, yeah. He goes, no, man, I know that guy. I'll let him know that you're a good dude and you like legitimate.
right.
Yeah.
Because what happened was Alex was from Georgia.
Okay.
Right.
And when he was moving to California to go work at Speed Kings, he had an issue with his saddlebags, and he needed some bags. Well, my buddy got him hooked up with someone to get some leather pros in Amarillo.
Right.
Because my buddy at the time was the parts manager for Trips.
Okay.
So he's like, oh yeah, I'll get you these bags. He got him like a killer deal from a friend that just wanted to offload him.
Right.
So Alex was like, man, I really appreciate that. Thank you for taking care of me.
Good guy. Yeah.
Yeah, built that connection.
Right,
so
right.
he hit up Alex and was like, hey, if you ever do want to sell, if you ever want to sell that tin set, like he legitimately wants to buy it. Literally within a month, Alex hits me up and he's like, hey man, like, I think I'm gonna sell this tin set. It's just a little too wild for me.
And you're like, yeah,
okay.
yes.
Here's the crazy part. He's like, man, I'll just give me what I got in him.
Oh,
He didn't-
even better.
He knew I wanted him. He knew whatever he asked me for, I was gonna buy him.
Right.
And he said, I'll just get him to you for what I paid for him.
That's a stand-up motherfucker.
Dude,
Yeah.
And he shipped them from Sweet Kings. He took care of the shipping on it. Like, he took care of the shipping and got it. It was everything came in legit. He did tell me. So the only challenge of that when they came in was that fairing, because Little Ricky was really good friends with Conley's.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a Conley's fairing. And he's
Right.
like, hey, the only problem is I don't have the clamps.
Oh.
So Alex never ran the fairing. He only ran the tank and the fenders.
Yeah. Right.
He never ran the fairing. He's like, man, I don't know where to get these fairing. I don't know where to get these clamps. It took me close to a year to.
Oh fuck.
Because on top of just the clamps missing, there was like one of the brackets that was missing.
Right.
So I ended up linking up with the dude from Dynadick Deals. Got a bunch of brackets from him because when he bought all the closeout Conley stuff.
Oh,
Right.
okay, yeah.
Right. Only thing he didn't have was 49 millimeter clamps.
And you're like,
Damn it.
damn it.
So there I was on eBay for fucking almost a year, just like trying to find.
Right,
Like,
right.
I'd find one clamp. So I'd buy a clamp and I'd pay way too much money for it.
Right, right.
I'm going to get this motherfucker because
Them getting this goddamn
Because at
thing.
first I was like, oh, I'll just use my, I have a JD Fabs fairing that I had on my Dyna beforehand. I'm
Right.
like, oh, I'll just swap the brackets over.
Nope.
None of it will fucking fit. So
Of course, yeah.
Because they do just where the brackets mount to the fairing is different.
Right,
It's-
right.
So I was like, fuck. I was even talking about getting fabbed brackets to make it work. I just kept looking and I finally found all of the clamps and stuff. So I'm pretty proud of that. The fact that every bolt
Right,
on that
right.
fairing came out of a brand new Conley's package that
Yeah.
I fucking paid for.
Yeah.
Way too much money.
You're like, I'm proud of it for a lot of reasons. My wallet hurts. on the
But-
other hand.
yeah.
But
it's-
it works.
Yeah, dude, I love it. And what's crazy about it is people that aren't even into motorcycles dig that. It gives people such like a weird emotion.
Yeah.
You know, if you were a guy that grew up, a high schooler or a teenager in the 80s, you maybe have like people come and say, man, that reminds me of my Toyota pickup I had in the 80s.
Yeah.
If you're a little older generation, people that were in the 70s, remember the C10, the Desert Foxes that
Yes.
came out, which is what it's actually themed after.
That was what I
Right,
originally was
right.
when I first time I saw it, I was like, is that a Desert Fox
Yes.
color scheme? And I was like, yeah, it
It
is.
even has the Desert Fox
Yeah.
logo on the tank.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what it's modeled after. But it reminds them of the Toyota pickups that came out in the 80s.
Yeah.
And I didn't see it at first, and then literally my wife's cousin has one, and she sent me a picture. She's like, your bike matches Louis' truck.
Yeah, it looks like a TRD.
You're like, God damn it. Now I need the truck.
Yeah. Marty McFly better fucking get out of the way with his black.
Then like I want to say 2 years ago, Troll Clothing came out with a hoodie that matches it.
Right.
And, like I've got that too.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah.
I'm just waiting to like wear it with the bike. Just so
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
when it's parked out. I wonder who owns that fucking bike.
That dickhead over there.
Yes. Yeah, I do fucking match my bike.
Yeah.
It is my +1, motherfucker.
So, so when I first started riding in 2020, my wife was like, yeah, I don't want you to get a big CC bike. And I was like, all right, fine. So I got a little Honda CB 300R.
Okay.
COVID, no one's out. I'm fat. I get it. I was on the 300. I also love the fuck out of that bike.
Look,
yeah,
man,
on a little
First off,
bike.
Fuck you for that. Because I learned to ride on a fucking an EX 250 Ninja.
Oh
So,
yeah. So I put 8,000 miles on that bike. It was a beautiful matte blue. It's cafe style. I'm a designer by trade. So like I was like, if I quit riding it, it's going in the fucking living room.
Okay, now I'm gonna tell you, he is queer now.
Oh, yeah.
Fat guy on a cafe bike.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And then
Too much ass cheeks hanging out.
You act like I don't know he's queer.
yeah. So it was
When
funny.
when we go to dinner, I'll tell you about his saddlebags.
So I roll up to a meet one time and somebody goes, "That's like a bear fucking on a unicycle," and I was like, "Who? You?" I was like, "All right." Well, I got a Shoei that matched the same blue, and then my FJ09 that I ride on is a beautiful Yamaha blue, and now my Simpson matches that goddamn bike. So when I will be walking to my bike, other than the KZP, I don't have anything that matches it yet. When I walk out to my bike, they're like, "Is that yours over there? What fucking told you? The helmet, the same color." The stickers,
Yep.
Gay Bikers for Jesus, Gays for Biker Jesus.
So I've got that, and then I got my 2020 Electric Glide Standard. So originally, when I wanted to buy a bike,
I have questions about your bike.
I
bet you're gonna get there.
yeah, we can go over that stuff. So essentially, what got me into motorcycle, I rode a motorcycle when I was a lot younger, when I was 20 years old.
Yeah.
I learned on an EX 250. I was riding that. Then I bought a Ninja.
What Ninja did you have?
I had a ZX7.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
And then my dad ended up having a stroke.
Oh,
And things I learned when I was younger riding a motorcycle: don't ever get on your motorcycle if you've been drinking or if you're emotional.
yeah,
They're
Yeah.
just
That's
Yeah.
not a good mix.
They're just not good decisions. And my dad had a stroke, and my dad is one of those guys that's very stoic, like no emotion. He's the guy that really drove me to get good at photography, because he always told me, anything I ever did, if you're gonna do it, be the best. Try to be the best at it, or don't waste anybody's time.
Yeah, don't half-ass it.
Exactly. Like I have no like half-ass in anything. I absolutely obsess about trying to be good at something. So that's why, like, even with photography, I couldn't just I dabble in it. It's just never gonna happen. Like, I'm gonna be balls deep in it or not at all.
There's no point in not doing it.
Yeah,
right away.
exactly.
Yeah.
So when he had a stroke, he was like freaking out and crying, and my dad like never shows any emotion.
You're like, are you okay?
Yeah, like he had lost vision in one of his eyes. Like he was really bad.
Oh,
Right.
He was a drinker and a smoker for a long time, so that it hit him really bad. So I got on my motorcycle and I went riding, and I remember, because my girlfriend at the time, she was like, "I want to go with you," and I was like, "I really don't want to be around anyone. Like,
No,
I just want to."
I need the moment.
They're
Yeah.
just like, no, please. Well, she was on the back, and I was riding a place that I knew, but it, when you're on a sport bike, the headlights are fucking almost not, like,
They're not there.
Useless.
Yeah.
And what happened was I was in Bakersfield, where I'm from, is all like farmland, and the road I was on made a 90-degree turn. I knew it was coming,
Right.
but it teased into a dirt road. Well, there was a guy watching the farm, not really farm, but the agriculture, and he had his brights on, so I couldn't see the turn. I knew it was coming. But
Yeah, you just
I
can't see
I
it.
teed into this dirt road, and I ended up high siding, and literally, like, you can see it.
Oh wow.
Oh damn.
Yeah. So I almost lost my leg. Like it threw me, and I remember like getting up, and I'm like, okay, cool, I'm alive.
Oh okay.
Right.
I'm like, all right, I'm alive. I'm like, okay, my leg hurts a little bit, but I'm walking. I'm like, okay, I'm good. And, I BMX rode when I was younger for a long time. So I'm like, a little bit of blood doesn't worry me. I've shattered my shin over 20 times. Like,
You're like,
I
it's
wasn't
fine.
worried about it. I could feel the blood, but I was like, I'm fine. I'm walking, so I know nothing's broken. Dude, and then I pulled my short leg up, and I saw the whole kneecap and everything, and I was like, God damn it, that's gonna take more than an ace bandage.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I can't walk,
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't walk this motherfucker off.
God damn it.
So then I was like, all right, I gotta sit down. And at that point, like, I think I was 20 when that happened. I said, I'm gonna kill myself. Like, I need to chill for a little bit. And then I didn't get another motorcycle until I was in then back up. My leg heals. I was in a knee immobilizer for like over a month. I had a drain put in my knee, like that. Yeah,
damn.
Yeah, it was pretty gross. The road grime was like down, because it shaved down to the kneecap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's embedded.
Yeah, so that, man, I still remember, like, years later, like, little pieces of rock come out. It's wild what your body will reject from you.
Right.
But anyway, so I got healed up, and I remember right away my buddy was like, he had a TL1000. He's like, man, you take the bike for a ride. And I was like, I'm good. He's like, no, if you don't get on it now, you're never going to get back on a motorcycle. You'll talk yourself out of it.
Yeah.
Right.
You're gonna think about it. Oh, I fucked my knee up.
Right?
Or what if I hurt myself?
Right.
Or,
So I got on it, and I remember like I hopped on it and I go for a little ride, and I cracked the throttle one time, and I felt the wheels start to come up, and I was like, you know what? I'm good.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good on this.
I got back on it, but I'm good for now. Like,
Yeah.
This.
I'm
could
curious,
be-
but I'm not that curious.
yeah. I'm bi, but I'm not straight gay at this point.
Yeah. Not 14 guys.
Bi
going
curious
next
and not gay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just didn't ride for a long time, and then as I got older, I wanted a Harley, and I think I was like, I don't know, 35, 36 at that point, and I was like, man, I got the money, like I want a bagger, and I really wanted a bagger.
Okay.
And I was living in New Mexico. Me and my wife were together. We weren't. I don't think we were married yet.
We're at New Mexico.
So we were in Santa Rosa.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right there in eastern New Mexico.
Yeah.
The absolute worst place to ride as a motorcycle rider because
Yeah.
you just deal with like
Wind.
consistent 30 and 40 mile an hour wind gusts
Oh, yeah.
all the
It
time.
fucking sucks.
But
Oh,
you
yeah.
know what you do have? The blue hole.
Yes.
See, you do know Santa
Oh,
Rosa.
I do.
Oh,
I
yeah, we
swam
just-
in that fucker.
Yeah.
Dude. So
That's amazing.
So I used to, my house was actually right there at Park Lake on the other side of Blue Hole.
Right.
I could walk to Blue Hole.
Did you
And
ever
we
shit
would-
in Blue Hole?
No, you don't shit
No,
in Blue
you
Hole.
don't shit in it.
Just curious. Just
Have
curious.
you ever been in Blue Hole?
I have not been in it. We went past
He doesn't
it.
know how to swim.
I don't. First, yes, I don't know how to swim. Second of all, when we went past it, like both times was like 3 o'clock in the fucking morning.
You're really actually making me very interested. So you don't know how to swim?
No.
Yeah. that
Okay,
was-
so you are absolutely. That is another step in the.
Oh, I know.
In the game eater, like
It is.
I have
Like-
a hot tub. I
like-
get in every morning.
I'm like, are you a fucking black dude and I don't know it?
I did go to a actually all black middle school. and
It
high
was
school.
not all black. There was a Chinese kid
so I only have-
and you.
Yeah. it
So I only have to ask that because it's funny because anyone that's seen him knows this dude is a straight ginger.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
He
like,
is. He gets sunburnt at night.
So,
Yeah.
so it just reminds me. I don't know if you've seen it, like a video on social media where it's a chick saying, "Have you ever realized that I don't really like gingers?" And it's like, whoa, that was a
Whoa.
pretty hard R.
Yeah. Pretty hard. There's a
I don't
word.
know if you can be using that hard R.
It's
Only
ginger.
we can use that.
There's Tim Mission. He's from Scotland or Ireland. He's a comedian. And he does a lot of like musical stuff on it. So it's really funny. But I went down to see him in Austin and at the Paramount Theater, I think, down there.
Yeah.
And I'm like 5-6 rows deep and like no lights are on me. And he has a song about only a ginger can call another ginger ginger. And so when we get there, my buddy is laughing about how I'm the only other ginger besides Tim up on stage. And the spotlight comes on to me as he's going to sing the song. And I was like, so it's just a room full of people in this theater, and then me with the spotlight, and then Tim Mission with the spotlight on him. I was like,
This motherfucker was serenading.
I was like, my people. His wife is hot as fuck. I don't know if he's still married, but she was hot as fuck. So
Yeah,
but
I've spent a lot of time in New Mexico. My best friend for
His other best
35
friend?
years lives in Alamogordo, so I go
Okay.
down there quite
Yeah,
a bit.
yeah,
And
yeah.
we'll ride Rito, Vaughn, kind of all,
Yeah.
do the loop. And
Dude.
but every time I've gone through, a lot of times when I go out there, his right when I'll leave here, when you're going through Santa Rosa,
This
because that's
motherfucker
where I
would-
turn south.
Yeah.
It's dark. But I happened to be through one time when it wasn't, and I was like, I'm checking out this blue
First
hole.
off, you can go in Blue Hole at any time. Like
Right.
now, the cops really aren't that happy about it when tourists do it. But like, yeah, we
Local.
sued,
Right,
We used to do
right.
it all the time. So the editor of the newspaper for a long time, it was a good friend of mine, and we would do that. We'd go over and do the plunge.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In the middle of winter. So
Oh shit.
what's crazy about Blue Hole is the temperature never changes.
Yeah, it's like 56 degrees year round.
Yes, so it can be 15 degrees outside. The water temperature is not going to change
okay.
because it's constant. It's a constant flow. It's fed from an underground river.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So it never changes. It is absolutely it is a religious experience because it is the most clear,
Yeah.
wonderful water. Like when you get in and out, it is like
Oh,
you
yeah,
can-
yeah,
like,
no,
it
no,
is a-
no.
It is a vibe, like
Yeah.
all the way.
And it's like they have the different levels where you can jump off into it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And there's like bullshit you can swim to down there. And then they have like where you can walk out of it. And it looks like a swimming pool. Like when you're up
Yeah.
there, you're like, oh, it's only 10 feet deep. Now it's like 86.
But it's
Yeah.
clear, so it's super.
You can see all the way to the bottom.
all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, so that's when we were in Kauai. That was one of the. There was like a, I don't know what they called it. It was like a porthole or something like that, where it would gush
Yeah.
out.
So
Yeah.
that's essentially what it is. It's
Yeah.
a big opening in the ground, and it's fed from an underground river. And what ends up happening is that they actually do scuba diving certification there.
That's
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's because of the clarity they can do all that, and it's deep enough.
That you can go down.
They
and
actually have a grate down there.
That's what it was.
It goes.
That's
much
what it was.
further.
It was all the different things down for the scuba divers. Were at different levels.
Yeah, so you can actually go down, and when you're on the like area to jump in there, you can actually see that they have like a yellow grating on the bottom, and it's stopped because what's happened is people before they put that grating in would go down there scuba diving and they'd get lost in the tunnels under there, and there's people that have been actually suffocated. I've been there during the bike rally that they do. They do like a little bike rally there. They pulled somebody out that ran out of air, and they did CPR on him, and I think he ended up dying.
That's rough.
Yeah, that's why there's nothing weirder than a mood killer.
Right,
like kids trying to swim on the surface, and then all of a sudden they're pulling this guy out, and they're like trying to pump air into him. You're like,
they're like,
awkward.
Yeah.
And I've gotten some cool photos there because of the neon on the old the old 66. It's
so when we rolled through the first time, I was like, man, it's fucking cool shit out here, and I enjoyed it. I want to go back through it.
Eating at that Dairy Queen on the east side of town several times.
So like we rolled through the first, because he was like, we're gonna go surprise Larry for his 50th birthday. No one's gonna know about this, so like it was top secret. Like my wife had no idea what the fuck we were actually doing. I was like, I'm gonna be gone this day to this day, and she's like, where? And I'm like, you don't need to know. And she was like,
mind your business, girl.
Yeah, I was like,
business.
All you gotta know is that he's going with me. And she's like, that's even more concerning. What the fuck are you guys doing? And,
hookers. Hookers and blow.
Hookers, blow, and wieners touching is what's gonna happen.
We're gonna dock, and we're gonna dock super hard. So like we roll through, and I was like, man, it's fucking. And then when we're on the way down, so I usually drive, and we were in my truck, and this motherfucker, like, we turn south, and we're going. I get to a gas station. He's like, I got it. I'll drive through the rest of this till we get to Alamogordo. I was like, all right. I love speed in my truck. But this motherfucker was like, it's pouring rain. And I'm like, hey, dude, like, you want to, because it kept hitting the speed limiter on it where it was like, hey, you can't do 99 miles an hour. I was like, will you dial it the fuck back right now? He's like,
you can see for like 12 miles.
Yeah.
No, when we were going through the pouring rain, we could not see fucking past the hood.
I mean, you could see 12 miles. It's straight. It doesn't, until it tees it.
Yeah, you don't
I
make
don't know,
that
the little
insurance payment.
town with the, I forget what it was, the little diner, train car diner.
Oh, yeah, the train car
that's
diner.
Vaughn.
Vaughn,
that's
yeah, the little
Yeah.
train. And you turn there, and then it kind of does a little.
He was just like fucking 99 miles an hour, pouring rain. I'm like, can you please slow
99.
down?
Yeah, you make the right at Vaughn.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
you can end up hitting the little left to go down to Alamogordo.
Exactly.
Dude,
It literally, he was like, it is just boring as shit. I was like, I got to piss. He's like, we're going to piss on the side of the road today, buddy.
So have you been in the No Scum bar though?
Where's that at?
In White Oak?
No.
You guys haven't lived yet then.
So, no.
So I'll tell you, this is how the motorcycle thing happened. So I really wanted a bagger.
Okay.
And I'm in Santa Rosa. I was there for in total almost 12 years.
Oh, wow.
And
Damn.
I don't remember how many years in I'm at this point, probably 7 or 8. You know,
Yeah, because there ain't shit in that town.
no, other than
The prison.
I worked at the prison.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's what I did. And
How long did you work at the prison for?
you clearly didn't just listen when I said I was.
Yeah,
at the
12
prison.
12 years.
12 years?
For
Okay.
almost 12 years.
Okay, that's what you did. I thought you worked for.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
So that's
He's
the
a
only-
special kind of retard.
That's the only reason why I lived in New Mexico is because I took a job at the prison.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
I didn't know if you were doing paper and then because you were in Bakersfield doing the paper.
So
and
yeah,
then,
I did that when I was younger. Man, you gotta keep up. This is when I was in my like 20s.
Okay.
Then
I wasn't there. This is like the second time I've ever met you.
I get it. That's fair.
I'm just trying my best.
So I was doing
Take
that.
notes better.
So
I knew.
I'll give you the cliff notes. I did that when I'm in my 20s. I worked for the paper, and then I got into automotive. I threw a car show, which I could get into later. I will tell you the only band I don't ever fucking like was Cottonmouth Kings. Those guys can eat a dick.
Yeah, they suck. Agreed.
No. Loved them when in my 20s. But when the car show I threw, when they took a dump and ruined a couch that I had to pay for, like,
yeah.
fuck you guys, like,
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
right,
You're welcome.
I'm going to go to your house and shit
yeah,
on your wife.
right.
Not his house. We're gonna go to Cotton.
No, yeah.
I just remember being like 21 years old and being on stage, and these guys are playing, and I'm watching. This is back before they got like huge, like Twitch and Scummy. They're hitting a back flip at Famosa Raceway, like at a car show that I'm throwing at 21. I'm like, I fucking climaxing now. Like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'm on stage. There's like 12,000 people watching this. Like, where do I go from here? So I ended up taking a job. I worked
to the prison.
Right. Then I worked in the automotive industry for a lot of years. And then I kind of realized that I loved that job. I loved working around things that I loved as my passion and my hobby. But the problem is it kind of ruined it because when it's your job,
it is not fun anymore.
no,
Yeah.
it became awful. Like I'm at dinner with my girlfriend, and then my friends are calling me like, "Hey man, if I bag my Silverado, like what size wheel and offset do I need?" I'm like, "Bitch, call me at work. Like I'm trying to have dinner, Like,
Motherfucker, I'm trying to get laid.
yeah, like,
But I'm
or
trying
my-
to get bags.
And remember, I'm in a car club. Like I've got my girlfriend, and she's just like, "Oh, is it one of your stupid friends again?" And I'm like, "What do you
Probably.
need? Yeah, what do you need?" And
Yeah.
it's like, "Hey man, I just want to know what's the price on some KMC? Fuck off, bro. Fuck all the way off.
You're like, it's at the corner of fuck off and get a fucking magazine.
Call me tomorrow."
Yeah, I'm at work tomorrow.
Right?
Call me tomorrow.
I mean, I will say I have a lot of great memories, and I did a lot of cool things over the years through automotive stuff that I'm still like a lot of those people I'm still friends with. And
Right.
Like literally, if I would actually go to my storage and pull out all these magazines of these vehicles that I helped build, it would be nice. Like someday when I have a big enough house, I'll have a man cave and I'll just have all those on the fucking wall.
Right.
Quick question as a side note, since you worked for the mini trucking community for a while, do you know Mike Finnegan?
Of course I do.
Okay, cool. That's neat. 6 degrees of separation. I have a signed hat by him. I really like him. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, Mike Finnegan's a really cool dude.
Yeah, I feel really bad about Motor Trend fucking taking a huge dump on all those guys right now.
Dude.
Yeah, and then fucking Dave Chappelle, because every time I see his name, I'm always like,
I was like, bro, there's no way I could be involved with mini trucking and not know who fucking Mike
and
Finnegan
Dave.
is.
Yeah, I was like, I would assume, but like, I was like, I don't know. Anyway, we'll get into that later. But
Dude, so like Mike, and so you have Mike. You have Mike Finnegan, and then you had Lance Martz, who was the editor, and then Mike Alexander, who's still someone I'm pretty good friends with. John O'Neill,
Right.
All them dudes. Like
Yeah.
and then how long ago did Alex Who pass away? Do you remember that?
That I'm not sure.
Yeah, because he was doing mini trucks like forever ago, and like he had that hard body Toyota that Finnegan has now, that he had the fucking Lexani wheels and all that shit on it. Like that truck fucks, and he repainted. I'm like, oh god.
So you know what's funny? There's so many guys in the motorcycle industry that are actually originally from the mini truck community. So
it's weird how that fucking they started at Genesis in mini trucks, and it just kept going.
So if you want to hear some wild shit, so I don't know if you're familiar with him. My buddy Aaron, who we were roommates at one point, he had a juiced Honda Civic that he built in our garage. Now he's like a huge like California motorcycle dude. On Instagram, Pork Dizzle.
Oh, never heard of him. I have to look him up.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Pork Dizzle.
Pork Dizzle.
All right, write him down as a future guest.
Literally, he's been Porky forever. That's been his nick. Like, dude, I was there at his wedding. Like, I've known this dude forever. He's got a rad road glide that's won just about fucking everything that you can win.
I'm a big road guide. So I don't own any Harleys because like I don't really have any desire to.
We get it. You're a tranny. We got it.
So I big metric guy. Big
See,
old guy.
everybody else sees it.
Dude,
and
so you know Kyle at Forever Rad?
Oh, he is a chubby boy. We could get him on.
Oh, dude, yeah, he is most definitely.
Yeah.
Dude, most definitely.
Ooh, that thing sucks.
Dude, right? That
Yeah.
sucks, dude.
I'm trying to think. It's Forever Rad. Kyle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mini trucking dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, dude, he literally had a Toyota that was on the cover of Mini Trucking.
Yeah. That was because when I was little, my dad had a 94 OBS Chevy, and I was like, it was a stinted cab, and that was what I was gonna get for my first vehicle. And I was fucking super jazzed back because I was like, look at this, like I can do this, I can bag it, C-notch it, do all this stuff to it. It's got 350 in it. And then he was like, nope, selling it. And I was like, okay, cool. What's my first car gonna be? He's like, Volvo 240. And I was like,
he's like, get fucked.
Yeah. So then I got super into Volvos, and like, so there was the mini trucking guys I knew, and then I was doing import stuff. So like, I remember they're like, man, I'm trying to get a Nissan 240. I'm like, dude, you can buy a Volvo 240 for $300.
So it's funny that you say that because I originally was an import guy that went to mini truck stuff. I was a Mitsubishi dude forever.
Oh, I was still
Diamond Star stuff was the coolest shit ever. And then I went out when I joined my car club. So when I said I was like, oh yeah, we started a little car club.
Right.
It's not really a little car club. If I tell you the club I was in, we were actually the third chapter of this club, and now they're fucking everywhere.
Okay.
Freaks of Nature.
I've never heard of them.
Yeah.
Huge car club.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huge. Back then there was literally Vegas where they were started.
Okay.
Right.
They had a small chapter in Reno.
Oh,
And
okay.
that was it. We were the first chapter in California.
Oh.
At one point, I was actually the California
Because it
rep.
was it L.A. or Bakersfield? Where
Bakersfield.
Bakersfield, yeah.
Pay attention, dickhead.
Right?
No, I mean where the chapter got, and California got. I couldn't remember if it was L.A. or if it was
Yeah, so,
Bakersfield.
so we started in Bakersfield, and then shortly afterwards, we started another chapter in Oxnard.
Okay. Right.
And then Fresno, and we brought in a bunch of
Yeah, and started
brought in a
moving.
bunch of- Yeah,
Do you know Steve Dolchich from Bakersfield?
I would have to see him.
I'll bring him up later. Everybody knows Dolchich at some point because he's a Mopar guy. He's like,
Probably.
yeah, he's on the grape farm. That's not his grape farm, but like the California raisins and all that shit. Anyway, so you were in the car club. So you were into the imports. So Mr. Colin McGay over here, as a proud defender of all my goofy fucking hobbies, especially the Mitsubishis. So in
Hey,
Oklahoma-
I was into Volkswagen.
Man, if it makes
so,
you feel
I
any better,
mean,
my best friend back in the day had a Hyundai Tiburon that was like completely done in Cali green.
Yeah.
yeah.
Dude, we went to Fast and the Furious when it debuted, like, dude, in the Cali green with the aluminum APR
Yeah.
wing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
Pant,
yeah.
dude,
Yeah.
like, he thought he was big pimping when he put the suede interior in, like, because everybody else,
Right,
Yeah.
tweed and all the cheap shit and the vinyl. Remember
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
The
the boat
vinyl.
vinyl people were
the,
buying?
Yeah.
what is it? It was
And it would get hot and get sticky.
Yes,
and like
dude.
not, and it would just stay that way. You're
So-
like, what the fuck?
But so when I was growing up, when I was 16, like I had been around, high horsepower cars my whole life. Like we were poor enough we couldn't afford them, but like Big Chief from Street Outlaws, the first time he ran a 10-second pass is because we built the motor for him to run it. And then we got him into the 9s that same day and got him kicked out of the track that same day. Like he made 2 passes and it was the first one at a 10 off the trailer and a 9. He was like, they were kicking us out of the track because they don't have a roll cage in the car. We're like, oh, good, you're welcome. He was going out in the street and eating street. It was just crazy. And then my dad got me my Volvo, and then all my buddies were import guys because we were all we're in the fucking 2000s. No one had a fucking
Dude.
No one
Yeah.
had a 70 Challenger you just go buy for $200.
In 2000, 01, 02, even into 03, like in California, it was the same way. Like we had BakersfieldStreetRacing.com. I remember us putting out a DVD. My buddy Charlie,
Yellow Bullet and all that shit.
dude,
Yeah.
the big yellow banana Corvette that ran,
Yeah.
dude. Like literally, if you can, I think you can still get them on Amazon. We used to record for the website and had a message board and everything. Dude, they put out a DVD. It was Imports and Outlaws. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I
that's an
remember
actual DVD. Like,
Yeah.
if you watch
Yes.
that video at the end, like in all the bonus credits, you'll see me fighting, like out in the middle of the street. Like I'm on that video. 'Cause, dude, back when I was still working the Hollywood Video, we're like fighting on the in the highway, just like being idiots. Like,
Yeah.
it was a buddy of mine. We weren't, but it made for good drama.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Well, and like I remember they were doing I think it was 1320. He come down, is it Nathan or whatever his fuck his name is? The dude that's giving away the CTSV. I met him once at a street race, but like he had come down from Nebraska because he'd heard about all of us dumbasses in Oklahoma, and I was like, "Who the fuck is that guy? Why does he have a camera?"
Dude, so like
we kicked multiple people out of shit because we're like, nope, because we knew where the internet was gonna go.
dude, and that's essentially what happened. Like we were doing that stuff, and I remember some of the fastest cars that came out like on the street was, I remember an S4 Audi Avant.
Yeah.
Right,
Wagon.
right.
Like all,
And just fucking
bi-turbo
all-wheel-
V6,
Yeah,
like all-wheel drive, like
it doesn't
Yeah.
move; it moves the earth.
yeah, dude, like that. I remember when the WRXs first came out.
fuck.
Dude, they
Dude,
fucked.
those
They
are
fucked.
they still fuck.
Yeah. So we had a guy that had started building a Mark IV Supra, and it was a twin turbo factory, and he had just gone to a single turbo, and like everyone was talking about it on the message boards, but no one knew who he was. We just knew that he was buying parts from people locally, and he was like, "Oh, I'm building this thing," and like we couldn't figure it out for a little bit. And then like this is probably really, really early YouTube, and it was like a 15-second clip where we're all like, "Do you guys like Mexico?" And we're like, "Okay." And he just makes a hit on the street. We're like, "Oh, the game has changed." Because he drops
Dude.
the shootout at the end where he's like, "I don't have enough fucking brake to stop this car."
Dude, the best street race I ever saw in person was between, and this is a full tube chassis.
Yeah. Pro my car.
Dude,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoebox Nova. And
Oh,
he's,
nice.
And he's on the road, and he called out the fastest import dude in Bakersfield, and he was in single turbo,
Yeah.
Supra. And I remember that they line up, and I'm like on the start line, I'm watching this, and when we did this, like I said, we're out in country roads.
Yeah, you're
because
way
Right,
the fuck out.
right.
It's like we would go 20 minutes outside of town, but what it is it's all farmland out there. So you just get lost in those back roads.
Yep,
It's
yep.
basically
Shit.
invite only. Like
Yeah.
you're not just
You got to
having-
meet that guy to meet that guy to meet
Right,
that guy
right,
to
right.
finally get to the point where they say,
Yeah.
here, go here.
And it funny enough, that's how, because I had started doing like the little sponsorship stuff, that's how I ended up starting doing photography for Bakersfield Street Racing.
Okay.
So I'm doing photos at the races.
Yeah.
Charlie's filming stuff. And, we would post them weeks later and people
Right,
could watch
right.
the race. But, dude, I remember watching that race and that Nova, he hits it and you just watch the chassis start to twist a little and he takes off. And all of a sudden, it was like that Supra came out of a fucking slingshot, dude. When that you heard that turbo spool, and I remember that Nova, like he literally launches and probably puts 5 car lengths on this car, and then all of a sudden you just heard, and that fucker took off. And I don't remember the dude's name, but he comes back in the Nova and he's like, "I launched," and I remember thinking, what the fuck are they talking about? And then I looked over and he said, "Holy foul, the fuck did he just get in front of me?" He was like, "What the fuck?"
So
He said, "I swear to God, that car teleported."
he's like, he tried to fucking chain to the fucking tree stump back there, and all of a sudden I just got caught. So the first time I ever heard Gafflebees, there was a guy that had a 383 70 Monte Carlo that was out. So where I live at is right next to Route 66 or our cruise street, which is 39th Street. So they cruise 39th, they kind of call out everybody. And then they get,
Yeah, it's like a 3-mile section.
yeah,
where
it's from like, it's 3
straight.
miles. And then they either go up north because the roll racing got really popular about the time I started really driving, which was really weird.
That's a Texas thing.
Yeah, and like I was like, man, I'm not a huge fan of it. And like, you gotta beep your horn. I don't like that. And like,
Bitch, you're already drawing too much attention.
I was like, fucking stop. So they would go out like north of Yukon, and then they had to start going out like El Reno, past El Reno.
Yeah.
And Daddy Dave had a back half SN95 Mustang, and he was out cruising one night, and like I was like, the big guys are out right now. This is gonna be real fun. So we kind of followed them out to the spot, and it's over by Overholser, and like they were getting down on it, and I was like, this is the shit. It was a good time, and then it kind of all died out for a little bit, and the TV show came back, and I was like, God damn it, Cash Days down here in Dallas, woo, phenomenal.
Dude, so what made me stop doing that shit was, I knew everybody because you're a photographer. Everybody seems to know you.
Yeah.
Right, right.
I was starting races. I didn't have the money at that point because, like I said, I moved out when I was 17. I didn't have a race car or.
Okay, what Mitsubishi did you have at the time?
So first I had the hard body, and then I had a first gen Eclipse.
Yes.
Ooh.
When I met
Fuck
my wife,
yeah.
Fast as fuck.
Fuck yeah.
When I met my wife, I had my Volvo 142 that was an autocross car that I had prepped, and she had a first gen Eagle Talon, and I was like, I want to.
Yeah.
No, she had a second gen. Sorry, she had a second gen Eagle Talon, and I was like, I want to date that chick because I want to drive that car.
So second gens look a lot cooler, but first gens are way fucking faster.
Dude, I loved the first gen because they were just so fast, and in hers, I found out later because I was like, I baited her into dating me because I would give her an oil change for free. I found out it was a non-turbo car, and I was real upset. It was front wheel drive, like 1.4. It was the slowest dog shit car ever. She called it Chalupa, and I'm like, yeah. And it has 4 holes in the fucking floorboards where somebody jacked it up the wrong way. I was like, this thing won't float, and it won't fucking fly either. But okay, so you were,
dude. I had HIDs back in the day, and everything.
Oh yeah,
dude. This is an 03. Like,
oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
my buddy,
I'm aroused right now.
my buddy had bought an RSX Type S, and like,
Oh, yeah.
he wanted to do like the Recaro. He was like doing
Yes.
the whole JDM thing,
Yeah.
and my fucking poor ass. I'm like, what are you doing with them leather seats, dog?
You're
Dude,
like,
we mounted brackets. Like,
Yeah.
dude, I had those. I had
Bro.
the Crow harnesses, dude. That car was pimping back in the day.
So I remember my 72. I pulled it out of like it was in a parking lot. The guy was a big American car guy, and then he bought this Volvo in the 80s. It's a crazy story, but I was like, I gotta get seat covers for this thing. I got AR Racing seat covers from AutoZone, and they were the worst thing ever. I found some Type R brand racing seats. I use air quotes for racing seats because they weigh like 800 pounds a piece, but they were cool, and I put them in.
They looked cool, and they were two-tone.
Yeah, and so they're still in the car. So I dailied that car from 16 till 18.
They're a fucking nightmare to get in and out of.
And we did a rally.
They're not Chubby Boy certified.
They're
No,
not
no, when
Chubby
I was-
Boy certified.
When I was younger and doing drugs and running around from the cops and all that shit, and I was much thinner, man, it was not bad. But like older us now, I'm like, God damn.
Yeah.
We did a rally. I've got buddies down here that it's called Italy to Paris. So they start in Italy, Texas. We go to Athens for lunch, and we stop and party for the night in Paris, Texas.
That's absolutely
At-
terrible.
at
the-
the,
That is
no,
an
no,
absolutely
no.
terrible area.
It is
too.
No, 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 no.
the best
We
party.
stop and party at the Motel 6 in
Yeah.
Paris, Texas. So you know, only a handful of murders
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
I thought I was going to
only
get
a
murdered
handful.
the first time we were
no,
there.
Yeah.
Look, man, if you're gonna do some sketchy shit, you got to go balls deep with sketchy.
Oh yeah,
shit.
no, this one.
My dad said
this
it best.
one was-
If you're gonna do it all the way. Like,
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
if
full-
we're gonna be in a true crime novel,
this
we're
was-
gonna stay at the crime scene.
This was a gangbang of balls deep.
Yeah.
Everything about it.
Every bit of it was just and so I hadn't had the car out of storage in 14 years. I was like, we're gonna take it down for the event. We're gonna prep it. We're gonna get it ready, and then we're gonna trailer it down here, and then we're gonna drive it and do all that stuff.
And this is all like state highways. This is like some Cannonball Run shit.
Yeah.
And-
It's a blast, dude.
And it's all state highways, back roads.
When we do it, you'll be with us. I'll put different seats in the car. But so when he was prepping,
No. I want the full experience. I want the side of my fucking big fat thigh to hurt.
yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
we're doing it. We're doing it
And,
all the
and
fucking way.
we had these track suits on, so we look like Russian gangsters.
yeah,
Because they're like with tigers on them and
Oh, yeah.
a gold stripe down
oh
the
dude,
side.
it was perfect.
And at one point, because you know,
That car has no interior. The heat is stuck on. It has
yeah.
it has a 4-1 header. It has a minimal exhaust on it. It is. I don't know how I daily drove that thing in the summer in Oklahoma.
I'm not gonna lie. Now I'm already starting to get aroused. Now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wear the jumpsuit and I'm wearing the fucking fire gloves.
Yeah,
and
dude.
I'm gonna wear
Dude.
I'm gonna wear a fucking helmet.
Yeah.
I'm doing it for Dale.
Oh, dude.
We're doing it.
The pants, they're like basketball pants, so they would come off. So like at one point because I was gonna wear gloves. I was gonna do it all. And I was like, I'm not wearing gloves. I'm not wearing my helmet. And I had to take the pants off
oh yeah,
at like 99 miles an hour on some Texas highway where I'm like ripping them off because I'm about the heat stroke in that car.
I'm following behind in the truck with AC with a trailer hooked on,
yeah.
doing 99 because it's limited to 99, and I'm at the back, and so I'm coming over these fucking hills, trailers flying up. I'm like, yeah, we're send it, and
I was too out of it to care at that
We
point.
stop at one point, and I come up, and he sticks his head out of the window, and he is redder than he is now.
Yeah.
Profusely sweating in a tank top and boxer shorts, and he looks at me and he goes, "You want to drive?" And I was like, "Absolutely not." Like
We talk about taking turns.
my problem is I'm too cold. I had to turn the AC up.
I fucking hate you so much, Spanky.
Bro.
So you I'm trying to remember how we got onto this. Okay, so you had the Mitsubishi. Okay, so let's get back to the bagger. Hold on, let's finish that story.
So I really wanted a bagger.
So you were working in the prison system, and you were like,
working in the prisons.
and you're like, I gotta be tough.
Well, the thing is, I just wanted something that was a little bit of a relief, like a stress reliever. Because the thing is, like, not that work is terrible every day, but the problem is when you're around people that are negative all the time.
A lot of people in prison, might be a little negative.
Not just prison, but like even the people that work there. Because most of the people that work there, they're all from.
Yeah,
That's out of control.
yeah, dude. Yeah,
So the problem is they strategically put these prisons in small towns, and so then they can control the employment population. And none of these motherfuckers want to move. So they all hate their job. They hate working there, but they can't go get a job anywhere else. So they come to work fucking miserable every day.
Like they work at Walmart, they work at the prison, or
Yeah.
they work at whatever refinery is there.
They don't even have, they don't have a refinery and they don't have a fucking Walmart.
Yeah,
So literally it's either
Prison.
right?
Dairy Queen dispensary, gas station.
You gotta remember back then they didn't even have a dispensary. So
Yeah,
it was
yeah, that's
it's
true.
like you work at the TA or the Loves.
TA.
Yeah.
It's like, do you want to be
The
on
Dairy Queen or the Denny's?
Yeah, they did have the Denny's then. The
Well,
Denny's,
Denny's and the Sonic was on the west side of town.
yeah. Dude.
Well, and it's the question of which side of the bars do you want to be on?
Right?
Honestly, when
Yeah.
you're thinking about
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
do you want to be on the right side or the wrong side of the
So
bars?
they didn't have anything. So like it was and man, I have a love-hate relationship with New Mexico. I love New Mexico. I love the fact that I met my wife in New Mexico. I hate that people are so miserable. People in Santa Rosa generally don't like outsiders, and they don't. It's predominantly Hispanic and Native American, mostly Hispanic, which goes back to Native American culture. They don't fucking like white people. So I'm not from there. I don't have family that's from there. So they just look at me as like,
It's
you're
not
the
just Santa
outsider
Rosa.
and we hate you.
That whole southern New Mexico is that way too. Because
Dude,
down in Alamogordo, Las Cruces,
Yeah,
they
I got a
just-
lot of weird looks when I was down
Yeah,
there.
dude.
I was
So like I came in, I remember when I first moved there, like I got pulled over just because they wanted to see who I was. You know, it's like kind of random. Like, it's like,
New in town.
You don't
Right?
belong here, boy.
right?
Yeah.
That's how
We
I
don't
felt-
take time.
That's how I
kindly.
felt. I was like, I didn't know I'm in a sundown town. God
Yeah,
damn.
goddamn.
Yeah.
I thought
It's
that was
re-
our people that does that. What the fuck? Like, oh, how the tables have turned.
Oh, how the turntables have started.
Right?
Yeah.
You got some wampum.
So I wanted a bagger. So I was like, man, I want a bagger. My wife was like, okay, like if you want a bike, all she asked was, will you please wear a helmet? I'm like, yeah.
fair. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fair. And she told me, she's like, look, because if you fucking get in a wreck and you get brain damage, you're not going to be any fucking good to me.
Yeah. And I'm
Right,
gonna have to take
right.
care of you.
Right, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Same. My wife had the condition. We joke. It's the conditions of my parole. Always wear a helmet.
Right?
It's the same.
So-
I have kids. I don't want to work, or you
Right.
know. So
So
It is what it is.
So what happened was I was looking for a bagger, and I was like, man, I either want to get a Road King. I was kind of looking at road glides and street glides. I didn't know what I wanted, but I knew that I wanted a bagger.
Black Street Glide.
yeah,
Right?
Yeah.
So then what ends up happening is one of the girls at work, she had bought her boyfriend a Dyna Street Bob,
Okay.
and he cheated on her.
Oh,
and she
okay.
couldn't afford the motorcycle.
oh, you're like, hey girl.
No. So here's what happened.
Hey.
So my wife comes home and she's like, "Hey, Candace has a Harley that she wants to sell, and I thought you might be interested because I knew you want a Harley." My wife doesn't know shit about bikes,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm
Same.
like, "Okay, what is it?" She's like, "It's a 2016 Dyna," and I'm like, "I don't want a fucking Dyna."
You're like, okay.
I'm like, "I do not want a fucking Dyna." She's like, "Will you at least look at it for me? And if you don't like it, you don't have to buy it. But at
Yeah.
least I told her that I would tell you about it and you would come look at it." I'm
Dutiful wife, dutiful husband. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
All right.
this fucker's gonna be fuchsia and it's gonna be fucking fun. It's gonna be
a sparkly purple
it's gonna
Sportster.
be gay as fucking AIDS. Like, what the fuck, dude? All right, I'll go look at it. I go over. It's charcoal pearl.
Oh.
It had all these black accents. Now, granted, I'm not into lower bikes, but at the time it was lowered. It had progressive
Right,
suspension on it.
right.
And I'm like, okay, like I can deal with. I like the color.
Yeah.
I like the black on there. I'm like,
Right.
okay, I can fucking kind of dig this a little. And then she's like, yeah, I put $4,000 down on it. I was like, what? I was like, how much do you owe on this bike? And then she tells me, and I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, I'm gonna get it. I told my wife, I said, I'm gonna get it just because you know what, I'm gonna have it for a little bit. I'm gonna ride this motherfucker, and then I'm gonna flip it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That didn't go over as
Yeah.
well. So I got it.
Yeah.
And then instantly started like looking online. And my buddies from California right away were like, you got to put T-bars on it.
T-bars.
You got to put
Yeah,
you gotta
yeah.
put T-bars.
You gotta be club style bike.
You got to put
Yeah.
T-bars on it. And I was like, all right, let me look at it. I was like, so then I started like looking on YouTube and like I liked the way the T-bars looked. But I didn't know shit about them. I'm like, I don't know what I'm
Right.
supposed to do. And it did. It had the little mini apes, like the street
Okay,
bobs.
yeah,
had
yeah,
the
yeah,
little
yeah,
mini
yeah,
apes, and I
yeah.
didn't really like
Right.
those. But it was doable. So I started riding it a little bit, and I put the T-bars on it. The one thing, it's so funny now, but never in a million years would I've ever thought like I would run Saddleman seats because I thought they were the ugliest thing ever.
Yeah.
Because Harleys are they have a lot of curves. And I started looking for seats, and I knew I wanted a step-up seat because I wanted like the lower back support.
Yeah.
yeah. Dude, I love my Saddleman.
But the funny part is like I hated the fact that they were so fucking square.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I was like, that looks stupid.
I got over that when I was like I could ride for about an hour and a half because I have a 09 Deluxe,
Okay.
you know, and I've got hard bags on mine, so it looks like a mini Road King basically.
Yeah.
And dude, the stock seat, I'd ride for about 2 hours, and it's like I got to get off. I
Dude,
can't
so-
feel my legs.
So the seat, so the street bob had like the fucking little tractor seat.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nothing. And so I knew I had to pull that off. Well, I was going to buy a BMC. I wanted to buy a BMC
Right,
wall because
right.
I liked the fact that it had like the fastback look. And
Right,
I was like,
right, yeah.
Okay, it kind of fits the fender a little bit. They told me the price. It was like $600, and they told me it's going to take like 6 to 8 weeks.
You're like,
Yeah.
And I was like,
get fucked.
all right, well, fuck. I guess it's going to take that long to get a seat. And as I was like pondering spending $600 on a seat, I think I got on like Get Lowered. It might have been Hardcore Cycles. I think it was Get Lowered though. I started looking, they had the Saddleman in stock, and I think it was like during a sale.
Right.
I don't know if it was like a holiday or what was going on, but I think I bought that seat for like $350.
Oh,
They
wow.
had it in stock, and I
Yeah.
was like, done. Like,
Yeah. Dude,
fuck the squareness. I'm gonna get over it. And I think what happened is in the meantime, I had sat on one that had a Saddleman or
And
Lucky Dave's, and I
yeah.
was like,
Oh, this is
Oh, yeah,
good.
yeah.
I was like, all right, I can fuck
Yeah.
with that. And I'm like, it looks a lot better in person than it did on. And I think what it was I looked at the Saddlemans and then I saw people that had like the Dynamite crew and a couple other seats that were like really tall and squared and they were hideous.
Yeah.
And I was like, God, those are fucking ugly.
Dude, that backrest,
Dude.
when I hated the way it looked, but I have like lower back problems when I was in the military and everything. So I'm like, dude, my back hurts already. And then I got on there and it's like, oh yeah.
This makes
You know,
sense.
and I'm like, I don't give a fuck how it looks. I feel
it's
amazing.
when it's under my
It was function over form for me,
Oh,
and I liked it.
yeah.
It was comfortable. I got it. Well, and then Santa Rosa's only got like 1,200 people in it.
Yeah.
There's nobody there. I got a bike with T-bars and a step-up seat. And I'm like starting to look, and it had like some Vance and Hines slip-ons.
Okay.
in,
Right.
black. So like it was, and I started like dabbling and figuring out stuff I wanted to do to it. And like everyone out there, there's not that many people that ride, but the ones that do barely ride.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're very hell yeah, brother, like V-Club.
Right.
And I've never been the like leather daddy cosplay guy. Like it's
You're not a
gonna,
big Judas Priest
it's not
fan?
gonna happen.
Yeah.
Like
Breaking the law.
dude, never.
Brother.
It's never gonna be. So what ended up happening was like, I found FXR Dyna Parts Trader on Instagram.
Okay.
And I started like looking for parts, and I came across a guy that had a Fab 28 2-in-1 exhaust.
Yeah.
In Santa Fe, and I was like, "That's only an hour and a half away. Who's this fucking guy?"
Yeah.
So then, like, there I am being the fucking stalker.
Right.
Oh.
So I
yeah.
get on there and I find this guy who is into like club style dynos.
Right.
I'm like, oh, he's a younger dude too. Like, all right, so we start talking.
Yeah.
We start hanging out. Well, then from the stuff I'm looking at as I'm trying to find stuff for my Dyna, I find a YouTube channel I start watching. Well, he ends up riding up to Clovis.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
He doesn't even really ride motorcycles anymore, but Connor FXDB.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So I start linking up with him, talking to him. Well, he
He
ends
just
up,
makes Instagram reels now.
now he's the
He got bullied out of riding.
hey man, technically he still has a low rider.
He does. He does.
He does
You know
have a
what?
low.
Yeah.
He was the chopper guy for a little bit. Now he runs 1701 brand, which he actually does really well at. His shit's amazing actually.
Yeah.
Still a good friend of mine, really good dude. But yeah, just he's doing other things now. He rode up to do a 1K in a day from Austin, where he lives.
Okay.
Well, he decided he was gonna ride.
Yeah.
He was gonna ride to Clovis.
Yeah, I got it. We're talking about it later. This motherfucker wants to do an iron butt. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Like we'll talk about it later.
So he did,
We're gonna talk about this in couples therapy this week.
so he rides to Clovis, and when I go out there to meet him, I meet a guy from Clovis that has a street bob.
Right.
He's got fucking T-bars and risers, and I start
Hell
linking
yeah.
up with him. Well, I'm like, all right, well, that's an hour and a half the other way. So then we start talking on like a regular basis. And
Right.
we're like, I'm in the middle of nowhere.
You're
the
in
guy
the middle of
Clovis
nowhere.
is in the middle of nowhere. The guy in Santa Fe is in the middle of nowhere. Like, and we all think that we're all alone in a world full of hell yeah brothers. Here are the three lonesome beggars.
Right.
The Dyna Bros.
Yeah.
So we
Where's
start-
the Dixons at?
So we start like riding, and then what we did was we started, and I don't remember how it came up, but we started like hashtagging NM Dynas.
Okay.
Just
I was
like-
wondering how this came about. Yeah.
So that's how it started. Was we just started putting like NM Dynas. Well, I think one day I was on the shitter, where all the best research comes in is on the shitter.
Yes.
And I think I accidentally clicked on the hashtag. And I don't know if I clicked on it because I was trying to see like if they had posted anything recently. And all of a sudden I started seeing like these other people were putting it on there. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know this dude. And I started looking, I'm like, oh, that guy's in Gallup.
Oh.
What the fuck? And then like I saw there was a guy in Albuquerque. And there was a guy down in I was gonna say Alamogordo, but like Las Cruces. And
Yeah.
stuff.
Right.
Cruises,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
There were guys in Alamogordo too. Well, what we realized was a lot of the guys were in the military.
Oh, okay.
And because New Mexico has 3
Air Force bases and Army.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, El Paso.
Yeah.
Yeah. Close enough for
So
him. Yeah.
Las Cruces to
Yeah,
El Paso,
yeah.
you got those guys. So we realized there was a bunch of pockets of dudes and then a couple that were spread out. Well, then I realized that like half the guys that worked at Thunderbird Harley Davidson were all younger dudes that rode Dynas or performance baggers.
Yeah.
They just knew each other, but they didn't know anybody else.
Yeah,
Right,
so
right.
It's you have like 18 million islands going on right
Exactly.
now. Yeah.
So everybody's like on the island of one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all we did, so I started talking to George, my buddy, and I was like, man, like we really probably should like put a group, like make a page so that dudes can link up.
Right.
So we did that. And then I started, because most of the guys were centralized to Albuquerque. There's only really 2 hubs in New Mexico. There's Albuquerque and Las Cruces, El Paso. That's it.
That's
right,
it. Yeah.
right.
And if you're in the outskirts, you're going to...
Unless you're
you better man
stupid
the fuck
rich
up.
and then it's Santa Fe.
Yeah, but so George was in Santa Fe, but like even then, like there's not really that many people there. I guess you could put like the swanky Santa Fe Taos area, but like most of the time those guys still go in Albuquerque if you want to actually get in anything, unless you think that you're too good for that and you're classy.
Having driven through Albuquerque twice.
Right?
Drove through it and drove back through it.
So what ended up happening was we said, because all the guys worked at the Harley dealer, the only day they could ride was Sundays.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because they're closed on Sundays and Mondays. And like, I worked on Mondays. At this point,
Sunday is the day on any Sunday.
I had been in corrections long enough that I had moved up. When I started, in security. I was an officer. Then I was on nights, and I did that for probably like close to 2 years.
Okay.
And then I got promoted. I ended up taking a job during the day, and the only day job they had was in the kitchen. So I worked in the kitchen as a kitchen officer.
Oh, okay.
Then
I was like, are you really good at cooking?
No. So then they realized, because of my years of working in the automotive industry and managing a shop, they're like, oh, this fucker knows how to do like inventories and P&Ls.
Right.
They're like, oh, he can count and stuff. And I have a degree in criminal justice. So they're like, oh, well, shit, this guy's not fucking dumb.
Yeah, damn.
So then I became a production manager. I did that for a few years. I became a food service manager. And then,
he's not dumb.
Right? So I went from being a food service manager to a food service director and then administrator. So I actually went around to other facilities.
I keep waiting for you to be like, I was a warden.
And so literally, I got to the point where my next promotion would have been warden. Like that's who I answer to. Like that's the only person I answer to is the senior warden.
You're like, am I gonna run away with a dude, or am I gonna get a women's fucking prison? I'm gonna want.
So the problem with this is one of the things in corrections that kind of sucked. I kind of had pigeonholed myself because I was in a support role rather than a security based role.
Right.
It kind of they look at it differently. Like, yeah, I probably could have pushed hard enough to eventually become a deputy warden, but like, I just didn't want to do that. I really didn't, but like I had the experience, but because I spent so much time outside of a security operations role, they just look at it differently. They want you to go lead to, oh, you could go be a business manager. I don't want to be a fucking business manager.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not what I wanted to do. But anyways, that's kind of where I got with that whole situation. So by this point, I have weekends off.
Okay.
So I'm doing like an 8 to 5 job at the prison. So every Sunday we decided we were gonna do like Sunday fun day rides. And that's why I started doing it. I was like, we're gonna do the Sunday fun day rides. Like, so you got to think, from Santa Rosa, I ride to Albuquerque.
Mm-hmm. And that's how many? Like,
hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
It's like 130, 140 miles.
Yeah.
Okay. I do 140 miles in.
Okay.
Then I go on whatever ride we're gonna do.
Right.
From Albuquerque to Taos or to Los Alamos, and I go do the ride and then ride home.
You're like a 600-mile day.
Yeah, 500-600 mile days became my regular.
Yeah, you're like, I was almost about to do an iron butt every time I hung out on Sunday.
But the thing is, I wanted to hang out with people that rode.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Like,
so it just became a regular thing, and people would be like, "Wait, you came all the way from Santa Rosa? Like you're gonna ride to Taos with us, and then you're gonna ride back to Albuquerque?" Because people would ask, they're like, "Oh, are you just gonna dip out from here?" I'm like, "No,
I'm gonna go back there and then come back home." Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, part of the ride is like going up wherever we're gonna go and then coming back. Like,
yeah,
it'd be kind of lame if I'm just like, all right, later, guys, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
So I started doing that, and then we kind of built like a good core guys that I would hang out with. Finch, who was in Clovis, and then my buddy George. Then we started like linking up to do like weekend trips. Like, I'd go to Clovis, I would stay at Finch's, and then we'd roll up to Amarillo. That's how I met my buddy Chris, who was the parks manager at Trips. Okay. Literally at Trips Harley in Amarillo. We literally went up there for a weekend ride just to get out of town with him and a couple dudes that were in the military with him. One guy had a Honda Rebel. So
I would have been allowed.
We've been having token Gaga dudes for a minute.
Right.
We're all inclusive.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
I feel like as soon as
we've all ridden a Honda at one point.
Right? You meet the nicest people.
on Honda. Yeah, Super Cup. I want a Super Cup real bad. Anyway, that's not the point. Dude, hold on. Side note: how do you feel about Gold Wings?
Oh, dude, I was about to say, dude, I would fucking rock a gold wing all day long.
Yeah.
So not only like an 80s gold wing,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
like that would be dope. Don't get me wrong. I would still take one of the new ones. What is
Oh, yeah.
the, like
Oh.
not brand new, but like what is it? Those F6B, FBs,
Whatever the fuck they are.
Yeah, bro. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
those bikes
The ones that kill everybody because they're so comfortable and they have cruise control.
That is.
so you just
have
like get on it and fall asleep.
Have
and
you heard that statistic that most Goldwing riders die because they fall asleep while riding them? It's like absurdly. It's like 60% of them.
That's
that die.
disgusting.
Yeah. No, we were asking Donnie because when I started going to T-Bar, I was approached and they were like, "Oh, you're like locally famous, kind of, not really." And I was like, "What the fuck do you want me to come?" I'm
in
a
his
veteran."
own mind.
I remember that like one of the first bikes
I was
went
like,
to.
"Why the fuck are you asking me?" I'm like, "Ask that dickhead. He's not the ones that got all the Harley shit." And they're like, no, come on.
I
out."
wasn't allowed in for a while.
So I just
Were
started.
you banished? Were you banished?
No,
No,
I had the Harleys. They accepted the non-Harley guy.
Yeah.
And then when I started coming around, they were like,
Fuck that.
In all fairness, I don't necessarily know if he got like invited, or he just like he saw.
he usually just showed up and he's like, "Hey guys, the gay guy's here."
some guys that went to his bike night came and he was like, "Hey, where you fucks going?"
Yeah.
and he just showed up.
It was bizarre because I got messaged on Instagram. Well, I got tagged in a bunch of shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, it's a bike night. I live in central Oklahoma City, so it's like 5 minutes from my house. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll go out, and he's like, I'm not fucking going out. It's Tuesday or Thursday. He's like, I could fucking work in the morning. I'm like, all right. So then I started going, and I was like, and then when I love trolling people so hard when they found out I did not own a Harley and I was not just on my other bike that was the non-Harley bike, I was like, oh no, I'm gonna come all the time. Like I'm gonna come. Yeah.
Dude, so yeah, like
So you had your rebel guy. Yeah.
the whole bike night thing I think is cool as shit. I'm
Yeah.
glad that they started that. Fuck, now I lost where I was at.
So you were riding
250.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm riding to Albuquerque. I'm doing all these. I end up riding to Amarillo. That's how I met him.
Okay.
It was really funny. We walk into Trips Harley, and out front I see this Dyna lowrider with like built well, fucking huge, like 12-inch risers plus a moto bar on top. It's like
Right.
15
The fucking
inches.
shit.
Like yeah, and he's got the built well moto bar that looks like like the BMX bar with the
Yes.
crossbar and
Right,
the
right,
shattered
yeah.
fucking foam pad.
Right.
I'm like, all right, I'm like, I want to see whose fucking bike this is. And
Yeah.
they were doing like a little bike show. And I walk in, and there's a guy with a fucking ginger beard, longer than yours,
Okay.
standing at the parts counter. And I remember telling my buddy Fincher, I'm like, that guy owns it. I'm sure of it.
100% positive. Yeah.
Black tee, ginger beard, flat bill. He owns that fucking bike. And I just walked up
Like
to
a
him.
book.
I was like, hey, is that your Dyna out front? He's like, yeah. Wow, what's up? And I'm like, oh, we're in town and we're just riding around. We saw the bike, saw you guys were doing a little event. Like, meet him that way. He's like, all right, cool. Off air, I'll tell you the funny story of like the second time I met him was later that night when a chick that worked at that dealership invited me over for like the after party, and the after party was her and she thought it was just gonna be me, and I thought it was like an after party, and my wife came with me.
Awkward. She was like, why would you do
She's
that?
like,
to
I've
me?
always wanted to go see the Eiffel Tower.
Dude, she was looking for an all meat sandwich. And I just remember
She likes her Oreos.
dude,
double stuff.
Dude, we showed up. I just remember showing up, and this chick is in a bra with like a Dixon unbuttoned, and she's like, "Oh hey!" And as soon as that, my wife's head comes out from around me, and it's like, "Oh hey!"
And your wife's like, hell no.
Yeah, and I was like, babe, do you think I would have invited you if I thought it was this kind of fucking
Like,
party?
I wouldn't have brought you to the orgy.
I didn't think this is what was. I'll have to tell you about my
I
Australian
was like,
wife.
I was just sitting there thinking like, you would think I was like, Sherry, you know I'm smarter than this. If I thought this was going to be the party, I'm definitely not inviting you.
You're like, I'm not dumb. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. God damn.
So no, it was funny because me and him ended up like, I think she thought it was going to be all about her, and with my wife there, me and him just turned into like Dyna Bros. It was like the whole meme of like your hand through the fucking zipper. Like, did we just become best friends?
Yeah. You're like, that's what's up.
Yeah. So like to this day, we're fucking great friends. But anyways, so we just kept like building our circle.
Okay.
And then I ended up taking a job with corrections. I ended up taking a job with the Bureau of Prisons in West Texas.
Oh, okay.
So I moved to Big Spring. I was there for a year.
Nice.
I took that job knowing that there was an election coming up and that I could potentially lose my job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I said, you know what? You're going to offer me a truckload of money to come over here. I'm willing to take that risk.
Yeah. I mean, like, risk it for the biscuit for the year. I mean,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly what I did. I said,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm going to go over here. I'm going to make a lot of money.
yeah. And then what's the worst?
whatever happens, if I lose my job,
I made a lot of money.
well, the thing about
You're
it
like,
too
I'm
was,
good for long enough till I
I
get
was
something
not
else.
happy in New Mexico. I was content.
Right.
And the biggest problem that I found in life is contention is the enemy of success.
Absolutely.
Because what happens is you're not miserable, but you're
Yeah.
not really happy, but you get comfortable enough that you don't want to take any risks.
Yep.
Yeah. And
And that's where I was with life because what really helped was my wife because I kept saying like, man, work would piss me off. And I'm like, I'm going to fucking apply. I'm going to apply to another prison. I'm going to leave. She's like, no, you're not. And that's what it was. She talks shit. She's like, I don't know why you're even talking about it. You're not going to do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Oh, I'm
Fuck
gonna.
you.
Yeah.
Bitch, fuck you. What are you talking about? Fuck you, bitch.
shit, settle the fuck down, bitch.
Yeah, like, what's 5 fingers say to the face? And she's like, what's 5 fingers say to the face? And you're like, oh God. no.
I do tell my wife all the time. I by the way, let me just PSA. I love my wife. I would never ever be verbally or emotionally or physically abusive.
Yeah.
But I do tell her all the time, look, girl, I will never hit you, but I will shake the living shit out of you. You better settle the fuck down. And then I tell her, you know what? You keep acting up. I'll put all your fucking snacks on the top shelf because my wife is 4'11".
yeah, yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, my wife's short as fuck. And so when I fuck with her, I'm like, and fuck you.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, top shelf, bitch.
Yeah.
You ain't getting
My,
nothing.
my
I
wife.
hit all the step stools, figure it out.
My wife is like in her 30s, Latina, and so she gets a little spicy every now and then, and I'm be like, just dot that fucking I, and and she'll like buck up to me. I wish you would, and I'm just
It was
like
real
oh,
awkward on our
oh,
family
yeah,
vacation
yeah,
this
she's
year.
gonna-
My wife is native and Mexican.
Yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
believe me, I get it. She, in her DNA, she hates
Oh
me.
yeah. Yeah.
She-
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
she's
fucking
like,
John Smith. She hates the fuck out of me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, when the whole COVID thing came up and like working in corrections was a big thing, they were like, you guys got to get the shot. She was like, fuck you. I don't trust you fucks.
Yeah.
I seen you guys
Yeah.
give out blankets. Fuck off.
yeah, no shit.
My wife will have like 3 knives in her purse and like one on her. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I have one too, but she's like, we gotta stab a motherfucker. And I'm just like,
Dude, when me and my wife first got together, like we were out one time and her cousin was actually ended up marrying, but they ended up getting divorced later. One of my good friends. And like some shit happened at the bar and like me and him were about to go outside and like throw down. And my wife's coming outside. Like, I'm like,
the
bitch,
fuck are you doing?
what the fuck are you doing? She's like, oh fuck no, we're gonna get down. I'm like, settle down, bitch. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
am-
Men are talking.
I am 6'4" and I was a bouncer for a lot of years. Like, I don't
Right.
need you. You're just gonna get in my way
Yeah,
right now.
I'm gonna watch someone hurt you, and I'm gonna have to hurt them more. Yeah,
Yeah, it's so funny because like my wife, she tried to be all defensive like that when we first got together. Like she wanted to like throw down, like she was gonna have my back. Nowadays,
Right.
She's gotten softer in her older age. Now we walk across a parking lot. She was like, Devin, you need to stop. There's a car coming. And I'm like, bitch, they're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
stop. I'm
yeah.
like a fucking moose. We're in a parking lot. They're gonna hit me. They know they're not gonna kill me. They're gonna fuck their car up and only make me mad.
that's how mine drives like a bat out of hell. She'll be like, I've got to go to the store that's 20 minutes away, and she's back in the house in 10 minutes. With,
Yeah, I'm like,
the
what
groceries. I'm like, did you time warp there? Or like, I'll get the notification, Chris completed a drive, top speed 107 miles an hour. And her daughter will rat her out. Like, we'll be driving and I'll stop at a stop sign. Like, I'm looking both ways. And she's like, Mom usually runs this one. And I'm like, oh, okay. But so when she's got road rage issues when she drives, but then when I drive, it'll be like a car put on its brakes 5 miles away. And she's like, oh my God. And I'm just like,
It's a control freak thing.
Yeah,
She
it
can't-
is.
She can't
Yeah.
stand someone else being
Yeah.
in control. So I don't ever, when I went on a motorcycle trip with some of my friends, we put the whole like, track app on there.
Right,
you know, so
right,
you can-
right.
And I got home and my wife was like, oh, I like that. So we tried it for like a week. And then she realized we had to take it off because she didn't like the fact that I was calling her out. Because I was like, Sherry, you are doing 95 fucking miles
Yeah,
an hour on
yeah.
360.
Yeah.
The speed limit is 65. Slow the
The fuck down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, I wasn't doing 95. I was like, bitch, the app already ratted on you. Like it's real time. It tells me how fucking
mine,
fast you're going.
mine will do that too. Because she'll be like, I'll get home from bike night and it'll be like, Steven completed a ride.
Yeah.
Speed 98 miles an hour. And she's just like, And I'm like, well, sometimes I like to go fast.
Well, so mine one time.
My wife doesn't say anything about the motorcycle. She already knows.
Yeah.
She already knows.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
all fuckery's going on. Like,
Mine's well aware of the fact that I'm like, I want to come home. I've got people that rely on me. Like, I don't have kids, but I have tenants and stuff.
but
like,
sometimes, casual crime sometimes is fun.
well, and like, I mean, like, fuck, when we were coming back from Tulsa with Eric and Cotton that time where we were coming back, well, yeah, with Scraps and all that. We were rolling back, and then everyone splits off, and it's me and my buddy Eric, and we're on the turnpike, and like what was he on, a street bob? Is that what he had? I don't know. He was a Harley. It was Harley orange, and he just fucking guns it, and I'm on my FJ, and I'm like, okay, cool. So it's just us, and we're doing fucking 115, 120, just come across where it's a 60, and I was like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
So that's us when we go to the polar ride.
Yeah,
when we go to the polar ride, or
we heard some stories.
So then that, or when we
Mitch is a gangster.
Yeah.
Or the last time we went to Texarkana, we went to King Tony was doing a show at Texarkana, and I remember we met up, and it was Jake Swan Dive, and he's got a 128 like build motor, and and Jetty, the fucking vanilla gorilla on his Dyna, which is a full S&S like beast. This motherfucker, I'm doing 115. And this motherfucker with one hand on the handlebar, fucking foot up on the crash bar, just blows by me, him and Jake, like walked out of our fucking life like a deadbeat dad. And we're just
he's like, I need the milk and the cigarettes. I'll see you later,
kids. That motherfucker was smoking a cool, just like, fuck off.
Get fucked, kids. Yeah.
We get to Texarkana, and I'm asking Jeff, like, bro, like, you were fucking moving, bro. I was doing 115, and you blew by me like I was not even fucking moving. He's like, yeah, last time I looked down at my gauge, it said I was doing 138. I was like, holy fuck.
Shit.
On a Dyna. Like, you want to talk about, like, having a bike dialed? Like, that Dyna, like, that's fast on any bike.
Oh, yeah.
Let alone a bike where your swing arm goes through your transmission that are notorious for doing G-body shuffles. Like, you are fucking insane. And he's like, yeah, just one hand, just...
So I had my 300, and then I was wanting to start doing longer rides that did not suck to do on the 300. So I went down to Fort Worth, and I bought a BMW K1200 GT from a guy, which is a sport bike with bags.
Yep.
And it's that fucking thing ate.
Yeah.
So I had
he even bought the gay version of a GS 1200.
I did.
Like,
no, dude. I did
with bags.
With bags. And I had a place to put your purse. And so two of my buddies that live 30 minutes north, one's had since moved to Albuquerque, but so they had Kawasaki K 1200 GT.
So he doesn't like owning things.
Yeah,
because in Albuquerque, it's all gonna get stolen or walk away.
He moved like 14 shipping containers out there. He lives up in some mountain, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. So is that yours or whose is it?
What?
Is it mine? Oh God. Anyway,
it's yours.
Is it? It can't
I
be
think
mine.
so.
It might be
not
mine. Yes, my bad. Producer's note. Anyway,
fucking rookie.
I know. So I just figured out my van's squeaking. That's not the mouse in my house. So anyway, so we're riding home or riding back, and I'm gonna split off of the Hefner Pro bike. And so they're on the Kawasaki C10s, and they're just fucking hauling ass. And they drop a gear and just disappear on me. I'm like, well, I just got this bike. This is my first big bike. Let's see how fast I can go. Fourth gear, 140 miles an hour, with plenty of RPM still left to go, and in 2 more gears. I was like, this bike is going to kill me. This bike is going to literally murder the fuck out of me. It was so it's a 2004. It was on the original tires that it came out of the factory with.
Holy fuck.
It had 14,000 miles. The guy had bought it, ridden it down to, is it Three Sisters or what's?
Yeah, the Twisted Sisters.
Oh, yeah, Twisted Sisters. So he rode it from...
Some people call it the Three Sisters, but yeah, because there's 3 roads. It's the Twisted Sisters.
So he would ride it from somewhere in Fort Worth down there, and that was what he did. And then the guy I bought it from bought it and then rode it like twice and decided he didn't want it. He had, I think, an R19 or whatever the fuck, the Cafe Racer Beamer that they had. So I bought it for a song and dance, and I was like, this thing's fucking amazing. And I was going to get all the tickets and die. That bike was going to murder me. Because I remember coming home, cars and coffee, and like I was like, does they say 160? I can't be right. That says 160. I was like, ah. And I got home, Rever, and it was GPS certified at like 165. And I was like, oh shit. So,
holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's so essentially, literally I was riding before I moved to West Texas. I went to, Four Corners, I'd ridden out to Texas. I'd ridden to Austin to hang out
Yeah.
with Connor. Man, I got out and I made it a point. Like I was like, I'm gonna fucking tour on this bike.
This
So,
is
like,
on the Dyna.
Yeah, this is on the Dyna. I don't even have the bagger at this point.
Okay.
First. So I got on the Dyna. Literally, I remember Thrashing came out with the throwover bags, and I was like, I'm gonna see if these will fit.
Oops.
I don't know if it's because of the years of being in the automotive industry and being able to market and work with companies. Like I reached out to them and I was like, hey man, I want to run these saddlebags. Do they work with the bullet style tail lights? Because I still had the street bob fender at this point. And they're like, we don't know. We've never tried it. I'm like, all right, cool. So I buy them. I put them on.
Right.
They fit.
Okay.
Naturally, the photographer in me is like, okay, cool.
Gotta shoot this now.
I'm going to shoot some photos and I'm going to send them to them.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, just so you know, these work. They're like, oh man, we appreciate that. So then they sent me out like a bar bag and a couple other things.
That's
And they're
cool.
like, hey man, we appreciate it. Do you mind if we use these? Like, no, use them for whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The marketer in me is like, absolutely, you use it for what you want because now I can actually put that in any other thing I send out that my bike has visibility because of this.
Yep,
Right.
yep.
100%. Yeah.
So then Get Lowered used it for their ads because they took it from Thrashing. So like it just became like this, this spiraling thing. I reached out to Bunking because my Dyna had forwards. Being 6'4", I sat on one that had mids, and I was like, "This is never gonna work."
yeah. Not for you. Yeah.
Not the regular mids. This is before I knew that the lowrider S's can't have further forward mids, which now I'm actually putting on the Dyna, coming full circle because I don't tour on it nearly as much. But anyway, so I had forwards on it. Well, nobody makes a crash bar. Like everybody had the cool crash bars. I'm like,
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not putting a fucking mustache bar on this system. They're
not
the
happening.
ugliest sin. So I reach out to Bunking and I'm like, hey man, like I have forwards. You know, I'm looking for a crash bar. And they're like, hey man, we actually have a switchback in our shop. We'll take some measurements if this is something you're interested in. I was like, yeah. So they ended up making the first one for me. I got the very first crash bar.
That's
that was
cool.
made.
Hell yeah.
Threw one with forwards, did the same thing, took pictures,
Right.
started posting online with them. People started asking, hey, hey, how'd you get that, Dyna Bro club style bar, crash bar for your Dyna? Oh, Bunking makes it. And I started, and I would tag them and stuff. And I would tag them in messages. So then I got a lot of feedback from that. And so it kind of helped build like my name a little bit within the marketing aspect of motorcycles. Because I'm not scared to talk to people. I want to share the information. I'm not a gatekeeper. Like I'm not doing anything special. When I wanted to learn, I asked a million questions of people.
And that's how you have to learn.
And I remember like some people being dickheads. And now it's kind of ugly because the internet's such an ugly place. Like now someone asks a question, it's like, why would you do that, you fucking dumbass? And it's like, bro, like they're just asking like you fucking asked at some point. Like why do you gotta be a douche about it?
Well, and that was that was what we always laughed about. So I helped a Volvo form because I started on it when I was 14 because I had gotten one and I was kind of prepping for it. And then my first car, Ingrid, when I got it was 12. So I was asking a lot of questions and they would just pin posts. So whenever you would ask something, it was just easy to go, hey, go look at this. It's this post right here. And you could direct post to it because it was V-Bulletin. And like, so there were people that were outrageous dicks. And we were like, no, how did you learn? You either learned by experimenting on it and figuring it out, or you had some prior knowledge that you had to learn from something else.
Yeah, somebody else was you either trial and error yourself or somebody else fucking trial and error and shared that info with you.
And that was how that's always been the weird thing with me on gatekeeping stuff where I'm like, I mean, with my KZP, like there's a lot of guys that have done T-bars. There's guys that do for the ones because it was the Kawasaki K1000 it's just got police shit on it. And it's like, well, that's how you make one of those fast. So it will translate over. And there's a couple guys down here in Texas that are really nice. And there's guys like up in New York. They're like, I'm like, why are you such a cunt?
Yeah.
Like, there's no point in being like,
because unless you're FXD LS Brooklyn or Von Asphalt, they're all cocksuckers in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fucking said it.
Hold on. I mean, that's like, it's as a non-Harley guy, like I do enjoy helping my buddies work on their shit.
Yeah.
Well, when I forgot my first Harley, because I had a Kawasaki and
gay boy.
couple,
Kawasaki motherfucker.
Yeah, I have a Kawasaki.
I had a Kawasaki 454 LCD, so it was the cruiser with the Ninja engine.
Yep.
So it would eat.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't know anything about Harleys, and I ended up with a basket. case, and so Shovelhead actually, and was trying to put this fucker together, and
Good
I
times.
got taken for so much money because. Like,
Oh, yeah.
like I go out and buy. Oh, like, I need a transmission, and they're like, is
this will work.
Is this gonna? Will
Dude,
this work? And people are like, yeah, it'll work.
Oh.
Well, yeah. If you're gonna have to take it to machine shop, you're gonna have it fucking
Dude, shovels,
milled down
Head
and
breathers, bottom breathers.
I
Not
did-
everything
just-
works the same.
yeah, everything. And it was like when I finally figured it out, because I had one guy I went to ask. He had a shop in town. And he was yelling at me, like all angry, and my time is money, and blah blah blah, and fuck you, and I don't have time for your bullshit questions. And I'm just like, hey man, I'm
trying to buy shit from you.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm just trying to make sure I'm buying the right shit, motherfucker.
right.
Yeah.
And part of it is I like to do what I can on my own bikes. Like I do like to turn. There is some stuff that I'm like, yeah, I'll let somebody else do that. But at the time, it was like, no, I didn't have a whole lot of money. I had young kids.
Don't worry, the mic stands suck. We're investing in more of them.
Well,
It's slowly been creeping down.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second, why do I feel like this is in my crotch?
Yeah, you're talking to your dick, sir.
But I learned, like, even now, if I go in someplace, like, talk to a guy and ask, like, if I go in and I'm asking you questions, if I know there's a couple mechanics I know that, like, oh, hey, I'll bring you a 6-pack of, I know he drinks Tank 7, so I'll bring
Yeah.
a 6-pack of Tank 7 and be like, okay, so I have a question.
I brought the volume down so you can keep doing it, but now it's hilarious to me.
I was like, what the fuck?
You're like, what in the goddamn hell is going on over here? There you go. That's better. Like,
There we go.
And I find people are a little bit more like, hey, here's a 6-pack. So how do I get my outer primary cover off without having to take off my oil pan and everything else?
So you bribe people?
Oh
with
yeah,
shit?
absolutely. It fucking works.
So when I first started doing photography really hardcore, I had a guy I worked with that had taught me how to do AutoCAD. And he was just notoriously a dick to deal with on everything. Well, he was a really talented photographer for portraits and stuff. And I was like asking him questions one day, and he's like, fuck yourself. And I was like, okay. So then I figured out what his fucking, I think it was Diet Coke. I don't know. I got him a fucking pack of fucking Coke. And I was like, not like cocaine, but like I got him a pack, and I was like, hey, I want to ask you questions. And he was like, okay. And then and I wasn't an asshole where I'd be like, oh, you told me and I'm not going to fucking listen to it. Yeah. But like the gatekeeping on stuff, because like that was always a weird thing. Like for me being the Volvo guy too, is like I would call and be like, I need an AN-6 for something.
What's it going on?
Yeah,
What's going on a Volvo? They don't work on a Volvo.
They don't work on Volvo. I was like, motherfucker, I'm running a T04E turbo off of fucking 7.3 liter power or 7.3 power liter diesel, like Ford. That whole car is not meant to be what it is. And like the gatekeeping drives me absolutely.
And that came from like custom vehicles too. I dealt with the same thing. It was like I just to this day I despise walking into like an auto zone to get anything because they're like, okay, what year? I'm like, look, man,
here's the part
just
number.
get me the fucking part that I want. Well, what's it going on? I'm not gonna tell you that because that doesn't go on that.
I fucking know.
Well, it motherfucking does, motherfucker. Walk out there and look.
So I bought, there was a guy, because Tinker, you get a lot of guys that come in from all around the country. And a guy had bought some Terminator Mustang thing, and he was building it and bought all the wrong shit. Someone had led him astray, and I needed some big ass injectors. So he put them up on Marketplace, and this is very early days of Marketplace. And he was like, brand new injectors, $60. And I was like, fucking score. And I got fucking 8 of them. And it was Ford Racing green tops that were huge. So I bought them. I knew they worked. I ran them in the car. I was like, yep, they work, no problem. And then I sold them off to another guy. And as he's buying them, I'm like, are you positive? I'm like, here's the car. And here's it making a lick on the street right now. Probably running an 11-second pass right now on the street. Not prepped with not good tires on it. The guy was like, okay, you want $200 for it or $250 shipped? And I was like, fucking paid. But the gatekeeping side of things was what, like with the Harley stuff, is trying to figure out how to help. Like if you broke down in Oklahoma City, like I have the friends that work on Harleys. I want to be able to help you if you were up there and you needed something. Like I need a tire. Like there was 3 or 4 guys that came out of Atlanta, and they were on ADV bikes and they were doing Route 66, and then they were from Brazil or whatever. So they were trying to figure out where to get a tire at, and they're in cycle gear, and no one's helping them. Well, it's not a Harley. We don't know anything about it. I'm like,
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
yeah. And I rode with them to the tire shop, the motorcycle tire shop over off Avenue, got them through all that stuff. And they're like, oh, cool, thanks. I'm like, one of them's on a Road King. And I'm like, oh, he has Harley parts. And he's like, oh, fuck yeah. And he's asking stuff. And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, fuck, I need to know enough to be able to ask. Like, does this fit on this fucking Road King? Is it Rushmore or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's basically, so leading to that, that's what I really loved about New Mexico was because there were guys all over the state, it basically became like this little hub, and like it was our own little network where, hey man, if you go out and you ride, even if you're not doing anything with us, if you go somewhere and you have a problem, there's somebody that can help you.
Right.
Somebody that can help you.
Yeah.
If you're going somewhere, hey man, I'm gonna be down in Las Cruces. Where's the best place to go eat? Like just even little things like that. Because when you have people, one thing that I found with motorcycles is it's not just the type of motorcycle you ride. The people that ride our style of motorcycle tend to be very common interest, and they're just the same kind of people.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a performance Harley. The people that come to our bike nights are people that we just click. We don't fit with the normal motorcycle crowd. Like I'm sure you don't go to like a normal sport bike night because you will feel like the old guy and out of place. And I tried that. I went to a Texas Superbike bike night, which shout out to those guys. Like the owner is a really nice dude.
Right. Right.
I went on apparently they're having a Halloween party that night. They were doing like dude, I saw so many. My wife's gonna kill me for this. I saw so many fucking ass cheeks of 19-year-old girls.
Oh yeah,
out, and I was like, I feel so out of place. Like I am old enough to be this chick's dad. Like it is wild.
Like when we go out and do certain things now, like we have buddies that age and like vary in age from like 70 down to fucking 18. I'm like, and then they're like, man, aren't you gonna come out and party with us? I'm like, I have 4 mortgages I have to make sure get paid tomorrow morning. I'm a fucking old dude. And like, I party. And I'm like, nah, man, I'm good. But I am out of place.
We're at Twin Peaks, and, you know, the 18-year-old waitress is like, you need anything else, baby? And I'm like, bitch, I could be your grandpa.
Yeah.
Like,
the one that kept...
Like, no.
This one, we went to Twin Peaks, and she kept saying...
I want to be an assassin.
No, because she didn't know what the word assassin meant. She kept saying, she was like, I want to kill people for money. And I was like, a hitman? And she's like, yeah, but for like the CIA. And I was like, oh, like an assassin. She goes, my ass is in. And I was like, what? Wait, what?
Like,
you know when you hear something, you're like, did I...
Ass, make that motherfucker hammer time.
I was like, and you don't have any ass on you, girl. She was nice. Just
you're like, you mean a gang member?
I was like, go find the cartel. Don't tell me you're English. But yeah, like that's. I do enjoy going. Like we help with Edmond Bike Night, and it is a collaborative bike night, so it's not terrible. I don't feel out of place, but it's like we used to have a big car meet at Twin Peaks. That every time I went there, I was like, dude, I'm not 18 months.
That's not my jam.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is like, I feel like the people I go to bike night with, the guys that I ride with, even though like bike night, same thing, they vary in age, but I feel like we're all kind of going in the same direction.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of interesting to see people at different stages of their life, but it's still all generally the same intentions, same ideas, same interests.
Right.
You know, we talk about this all the time with our bike night now. To fast forward to now, like our bike night, man, like it's not even really about the motorcycles. Like
it's hanging out with your buddies.
Yeah, even at your guys in Oklahoma, like that's what I loved is it kind of mimicked ours in the fact that like, yeah, you go there, but it's not a bunch of dudes standing around talking about bikes. Like there's a little bit of that. You can always tell the new guy at bike night because he's the one that's going to be out there googling and eyeing and then like, asking,
how big are your risers?
Yeah.
How big is your 2-1?
What shocks are you running?
I wouldn't run that exhaust. I'd run an HPI. What
What
you
about
do? What did you do that? Oh, it's just a cam. Yeah, it's just a cam. Just a cam.
I love when
Yeah,
I hear,
Thundermax. Is that a Thunder?
I love when people will walk up and I'm like, that is not just a cam. I can tell you it's not just a cam. I don't know all the things.
You yell the motherfucker up. Hey, you want to race? $500. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, no.
I was like,
I do not want to give you $500.
yeah, because
sir.
I'm like, no, I'm either gonna eat shit or you're gonna walk out the door because you're awfully confident with this.
It's 2024, bitch. Be a fucking fucking a real degenerate and fucking get your money on OnlyFans like all the other sluts.
every time I have someone that has ever approached me, because I used to just troll people on the street and not like do anything for cash or titles or anything. I would just roll race or pull up to a light and do it. I'm like, no cash on the line. No one gets hurt. No one gets all offended about it. And every time I've ever been approached by someone, you want to throw some money down on this? I'm like, either I'm handily about to beat you, or I'm about to be my ass handedly given to me. And I don't want the second part of that.
Yeah.
I want to go home being like, oh, the black Volkswagen that was getting groceries totally treed you and took you to Applebee's.
I don't feel like being hoodwinked right now, so I'm good on that.
It's like farm truck, man. I was like, no, I know this game.
Right?
Yeah. No
Yeah.
shit.
So that's something that I really, really enjoy. And man, like, I didn't even get to tell you guys about the bagger thing.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I got the Dyna originally, and then like, my wife doesn't ride, and the Dyna's way too small for me and my wife.
Oh, yeah.
I would
Yeah.
never in
Yeah.
a million years
Yeah.
think about putting my wife on the Dyna.
You don't want to put her through that.
No.
Yeah.
My wife is not like the smallest chick ever. So like, I'm like, dude, I'm already big on this fucker.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not putting a second body on this thing. Like,
Yeah.
it's not happening.
It's not going to be good.
So I told her, like, I was like, man, I still kind of want a bagger. And then, like, if you ever want to ride with me, and I think I kind of hoodwinked her with that because I was
she got
Right.
serious all of a sudden.
yeah, because I was like, look, like, if we got a bagger, then you could ride with me if you wanted to.
You could, or I have a place for all my shit.
Right?
That's what I claimed as.
So she was like, well, what do you want? And at this point, like, I'm like, I want a road glide. I want a road glide. So we go back to Thunderbird, or we go to Thunderbird, and I go to look at road glides. And like the new ones, man, this is right when like the performance bagger thing was like taking off. Road glides were
Yeah.
fucking through the roof.
Oh, yeah.
A new road glide was like $30-something thousand.
Yeah.
Feel like not
Even for
worth-
like a basic one. So I start looking at used ones, and like, dude, they had like fucking hell yeah, brother, fucking meat hooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like,
yeah.
I'm going to have to do
Skulls
so much to-
everywhere.
Yeah, dude.
you know.
And it's like,
Willie G
this
fucking
thing's
busted
got
nuts all over it.
26,000 miles, and they want 27,000. And I'm like,
Barely
get
ridden,
fucked.
barely.
Yeah.
Get
It's
fucked.
like Tim Burton fucking came all over this bike and then fucking it's taking me to the bath on it. And I'm
So
yeah.
So here's what was crazy about it. So I kept saying like I wanted to get another bike, and I didn't. I should back up. This is how we ended up at Thunderbird. I want to get another bike, but I keep telling myself like, nah. I keep putting it off. Same thing. Like, I don't want to pull the trigger because I feel like it's selfish, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm a big proponent. As much as I'll talk shit, like taking care of my wife and my family, you know, which is basically aka my wife, is always my priority. And I've always been a planner. Like, because I moved out when I was 17, I've never had a fallback. I've never been like, oh, I'll just move in with my dad, or oh, I'll just move in with my mom. Like, no, like it was.
It's me.
Pay your bills or
Right.
fucking sleep in the truck and be homeless.
Yeah.
So I'm always like the what if game. I've always put money away. And I remember it was coming up to my birthday. It was like a week before my birthday. And my wife was like, hey, let's go to Albuquerque. And I'm like, okay. She totally pulled it because I was at work. She called my boss. My boss tells me, hey, like you need to take off. Sherry needs you to come home. I
You're
felt like something was going on.
Right,
You're like, what
right.
the
You're
fuck?
like, fuck.
And I come home and she's like, hey, I talked to your boss, and since your birthday's next week, like I said, you needed a long weekend. Like, so we took off early. I'm
Your
like, all right.
wife is awesome.
Yeah, bro. I'm like, all right.
My
winning.
wife would put me to work.
I'm like,
You
all right.
don't need another motorcycle.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, winning.
He won the lottery.
I'm like, all right, winning. So
Yeah.
I end up taking a nap on the way to Albuquerque because I had gone in super early. that
Right.
morning. And I fall asleep and I wake up and we're at Thunderbird. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here? And she's like,
She's gonna need some t-shirts.
she's like, I've come to the conclusion, I know you're never going to buy another bike. So I already went in and I got pre-approved. So you just figure out what you want, and whatever payment you can make, just get.
Damn.
Damn.
She got any sisters?
She does, but they're
Yeah.
wild. So the funny,
Say less.
So here's the funny thing. I feel bad because I'm the good financial one in the house.
Right.
So my wife's like,
She's like, we have how much money?
well, so the thing is, like, I probably could have got a better interest rate without my wife in there, but I didn't want to take her out because it was her idea. How fucked up would that have been? Like,
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, go sit in the car.
I'm like, yeah, just settle down. You're playing with the big boys. Yeah. No, but like she wanted to build her credit because she had never bought a car. She never did
Right,
anything. And
right.
like this was the first thing that she wanted to do.
Oh, okay.
And she wanted to do it for me. And
Yeah.
I was like, all right. So we're in there and I'm like looking at these road glides, and she knew I wanted a road glide. So they had like worked it up and like, oh, this is like 27 grand. I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah, you're like, no.
So So I'm like, all right, well, let me look around. Let me see what else I can find that,
Right.
that I'm interested in. And I'm talking to my buddy Chris that works at Trips, and he had a road glide. He had a 2011 road glide. I'm like, bro, I would rather just buy your fucking bike.
Yeah, I know
buy
you,
this,
homie.
Like, I don't want this fucking hell yeah, brother fucking bike that I'm gonna end up having to spend couple $1,000 just to ungay
Yeah.
to ride.
Right.
Right.
And he goes, bro, if I were you, I would just fucking buy an electric glide standard. And I was like, and at the time I'm talking on the phone and I'm standing right in front of one. He's like, dude, you don't give a fuck about the stereo anyways.
Right.
You have a comm unit in your fucking helmet.
Right.
You know you're not gonna leave the motherfucker stock anyways. And I
Get
was like,
this. Yeah.
so I look at my buddy and I'm like, who's the sales guy? Because that's how she set it up, because she knows I go ride with these dudes
Right.
every weekend. And I look over and I'm like, hey, the deal she worked up, could I get a new bike, an electric glide standard? And he's like, oh yeah, man, we could work you an even better deal because that's a brand new bike. And he goes over and he's like, yeah. So he talks to the general manager. And
Right.
because I'm setting up these rides on Sundays,
Uh-huh.
by this point I have New Mexico dynos. I'm running the page with
Right.
George, but like I'm doing most of the work. I'm setting up these rides on Sunday. So you got all these sales guys and guys that work in parts. We're setting up rides. We all start them at Thunderbird. We've got so all these guys that buy bikes from these guys end up like, he's like, oh yeah, come out on Sundays. And even then in New Mexico, we basically said like the New Mexico Dyna crew was not, you didn't have to have a Dyna.
Right.
And
Right.
You just need to ride.
The only thing we said was don't be a douche. Like,
Right.
do
Fair.
not be a douchebag. I don't give a fuck what you ride. Just come out and ride.
Yeah.
If you want to go do your fucking local poker run and your Hell Yeah Brother Fest, this ain't the one for you.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bunch of young dudes. We're going to talk a gang of shit. If you don't like it, get in the fucking back. We're probably going to ride fast. If you don't, if you don't ride fast, that's fine. You can hang out in the back, like no big deal. But I mean, dude, at one point we were getting like 50 and 60 bikes. On
wow.
Sundays.
Damn.
Like, yeah, it got
Yeah.
big.
That's big.
And we're like, all right.
You're like, oh shit.
Well, it was funny because like even in New Mexico, when we were doing these, at first, all the clubs, the dominant clubs, quote unquote.
Right.
They're always like, what's going on? They just would never mess with us. And
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just because when you start having 30, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Right.
Like, that's a lot. Like they could, because even those clubs, they don't have huge numbers in
Right.
the
Right,
chapters. So
right.
like, that's a lot of guys to try to fight on your own. Like,
Yeah.
If it's
know
like
what?
8 guys and then they're all like, fuck, there's a lot more of them guys.
right?
There's
the
so
thing
many
is, like,
Dixons.
and we're being cool. Like,
Yeah.
you don't see us out there trying to politic. We're not like out here running vests and all kinds of
we're
wild
Yeah,
shit.
being
yeah, yeah,
respectful.
We got hoodies and stickers, and like we don't really give a shit. Like
Yeah.
we look like a bunch of hooligans. They all like our bikes, so it's kind of hard
Yep.
to be like mean to us when you want to like ask a bunch of questions because
Yeah.
they want to run that shit.
Yeah, they're like, hey, fuck you. But second
man.
of all, how big is your riser?
I really like those Olins, but fuck off.
yeah.
Like, it's just not gonna work.
Yeah.
Even today, like it's so funny because I have a bunch of buddies that are in clubs, especially like some dominant 1% clubs, and those guys, I feel bad for them because they'll still on my page like, bro, it looks like you had a really good time. I'm like, bro, you're more than welcome to go. And they're like, yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that have weird rules. Like
Yeah.
it's not me. Like
We have a couple that
Yeah.
come by, and it'll usually be there'll be 3 to 5 or 6 of them, and they'll come by for
yeah,
They'll
seen
have a
I've-
beer or
I've
two,
seen
and
with
they'll
the
come-
OKC bike night. Like
yeah,
They'll hang out,
and
they'll
they'll
say
come in
what's up.
and they'll say
Yeah.
what's up, and then they
They go do their
Yeah.
thing.
They go do
And
their
I-
thing,
And it's
and-
totally respectful. I'm like,
Dude,
that's cool.
And that's the thing. Like, I'm open. I don't care what you're into, as long as don't be a douche. Like,
Yeah.
As long as you want to come and be cool, like we can be cool.
Yeah.
And so what ended up happening when I was gonna buy the new bike, they worked me a ton of deals. They gave me like $3,000 in their parts and
Fuck yeah.
accessories.
Oh, shit. Nice.
Dude. They gave me the absolute best deal because at the time, remember, this is Hell Yeah Brother Fest.
Right,
Nobody's buying
right.
these.
Yeah,
fucking
no one
bikes.
wants those. Yeah.
So I bought the bike. Dude, I think I paid like 18, 19 for that bike brand new. It had an M8 because that's what he told me. He's like, bro, if you're going to do this, like,
Get an M8.
just get an M8.
yeah.
Yeah.
Buy the Electric Guide Standard or a Road King.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I would buy the Electric Guide Standard because at least you have a fairing.
Correct.
You do travel a lot on it. And if you buy a Road King, you're going to end up putting a fairing on it anyways.
You're gonna spend that money
Yeah,
at some
yeah.
point,
He goes,
and you're probably gonna spend more.
And the other thing he says, and honestly, it'd be nice because everybody has road glides. It'd be cool to have a performance Batwing. Because
Right.
there's not a lot of people
right,
like that.
right.
So I ended up buying the bike, and like right away, I'm like, this isn't coming stuck. Like I said, I had the $3,000 in shit. So I like bought a seat, bought some fucking like some just random shit that I needed. Bought the rear passenger pegs.
Yeah.
Because the standard doesn't come with any of those.
Right.
So I bought that shit because I was like, oh, my wife's gonna ride with me. Yeah, one time for 25 minutes a year is
My
not.
ass hurts.
Yeah.
Are we there yet?
Yeah.
My legs are numb.
Yeah.
I've got the San Diego custom seat, and for the longest time, that was what it was. And then my buddy Chris, blessing and a curse, man. Then he gives me the big fucking fat girl touring fucking like
Right.
ultra glide fucking seat, the sofa.
Yeah.
And now, like, anytime she wants to go for a ride, she's like, "Are you gonna put my seat on?" And I'm like, "No, I don't want the fat bottom girl seat on my fucking bike. What's wrong with you?"
Yeah, so when I bought the FJ to replace because the Beamer was too big for both of us to be on. My wife was at the back; she didn't like it. So when I bought the FJ, she sat on the back. She's like, "Great, love it. It's got a top box. Got a
She
place."
can't hold your vagina from back
No.
there. Arms are too short.
You know what's really fucking funny is I bought.
He acts
handles.
like she doesn't have the dick.
Yeah. So she was like, "I can't hold on to you. I don't know where to put my hands." Like, just wrap around me, and she's like, "You're too fat."
No, we get it. You don't like the fact that her little penis isn't sticking you in the back. That's
Yeah, I was like, I need to feel fulfilled.
I need the nuts to the butt.
So I bought fucking handles for her to hold on to. So then when we get the FJ, I didn't like the Beamer that much. She didn't like it. So we get rid of it. We get the FJ, and she was like, "I love this bike. It's so good, but I need my seat." Because the Beamer had front and rear heated seats on it. And she's like, "I need it. I need it." And I was like, "Okay, I guess."
You fucked up now.
Yeah. And I was like, "All right." So I got a heated seat, and then
Beamer broad problems.
Yeah. Dude, it was just, oh God. She was just like, "Oh my God, I love it. But can you put a heated seat on the top box?" I was like, "No, I'm not." No, you got winter gear. That's because she doesn't like the summer at all. So she's like, "No, just bundle me up." And I'm like, "I'll be in the heated seat and all that stuff." My God, it's so bad. I have one seat for it now. I just decided to compromise and not have the fat girl bottom seat.
So the Ultra Glide seat, the big fucking road sofa seat that she likes, I don't mind it, except for the fact that I don't know what Harley thought when they designed it. It pushes me so fucking far up on the goddamn gas tank. I feel like my nutsack is on the gauge. Fucking tank.
Yes. Yeah.
And then like I'm so tall, like I feel like my legs are in this weird contorted position. Like it's my fucking foot is like hanging off the front of the brake pedal. Like it's terrible.
Yeah, you don't like it. The ergonomics get wrecked by that so quickly. It makes it unfortunate to ride.
I hate it that, one, they're $600 to $1,000.
Yeah.
And there's no like, hey, I wonder if this seat's gonna hurt my ass. And it's like, well, you have to spend $1,000 to find out.
Yeah, you're gonna spend $1,000 and you're gonna have to ride it for at least like 1,500, 2,000 miles before you're gonna realize whether it sucks balls or not.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. When I got mine, a couple times I rode it and it was like, it's killing my back. And so I kept looking around and I found one on Marketplace. It's like Judas Priest with the conchos. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. But it had the back part, the little backrest. And when I got it, and I was like, I don't care how gay this fucking looks. I love it. And then when I finally was like, found a Saddleman and,
I fucking love Saddleman too.
dude, and I bought it new. Like it was like I kept looking online. I'm on Scour and Marketplace, like looking all over fucking Texas.
He'd be like, "Hey, do you want to drive down to fucking El Paso tomorrow to get a seat?" I'm like, "Ship it, dickhead." Like,
I don't trust that.
No, I don't trust sending money to fuckers.
Well,
that I can't put hands on.
Yeah.
I've been fucked over too many times.
Will this fit? I got hoodwinked one time on a Marketplace deal from my buddy George. He told me about a helmet that I tried to buy that was still brand new.
Right.
Yeah.
And I sent the money and then, instantly disappeared. So
Yeah.
I'm like, unless I can meet that motherfucker and like lay hands on it, I'm not buying it. I don't trust fuckers.
I had some on Instagram, was trying to buy some Land Cruiser parts. I have an 85 Land Cruiser, FJ60.
Pimp.
And I was trying to buy some parts from like landcruiserparts.com.
So he
or
messages me all this shit, and I've been on the internet since I was a kid, and he's like, "Oh, do you think this is good?" I'm like, "Yeah, if it's legit, but it's a scam." Like he's like,
"Well, this guy's like, hey,
money through Zelle, and it keeps disapproving."
Yeah, it was like, "Can you send it Cash App?" And I'm like, and go to say, and Cash App's like,
nope.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, and I think he did it 2 or 3 times. And I was like,
I tried it, and after I was like,
it means no.
No, I won't send anything Cash App at all.
Yeah,
even Zelle, I'm kind of weary about. Like, if I can't do it PayPal, and that's why when people are like, "Oh no, I don't take PayPal," I don't fucking believe you. I don't trust you.
When they do the the PayPal and it's got to be friends, family. I'm like, no. Like I'll add the percentage in there for you, and I'm going to do that, or you're going to take the loss on the percentage.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, I'm not doing it that way. Ah, fuck it. I'll pay through my American Express or something like that, so then I can always get it back. But it's a pain in the dick.
Yeah, like the sad part is the fact that you have to even think about that because people are just scumbags like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking terrible.
I've traveled a couple states though on Marketplace just to get.
Oh yeah, no. Believe me, I'll
He was like, we're gonna go over here today.
I'll put some fucking miles down for some shit.
Yeah. Like he called me one day because I'm self-employed, so he's like, you're not doing shit today. I was like, well, I wasn't. And so he'll be like, we're going.
Don't act like you were doing anything.
Yeah, he's like, we're going to Tulsa today.
By the way, I just want to make a point on something. I'm glad to see that this. He must not want to fucking have a podcast with me too long. He's like, I'm self-employed. I can go wherever the fuck I want, but it's going to take months to get down here and actually do a podcast. Hold on, thanks, dickhead.
Hold on. It is not me. It's the scheduling on him. I'm the one.
It is not me.
Yeah.
It is him.
Yeah.
You guys are worse than a married couple. It's like
I know.
The couple's
I'll be like,
counseling,
hey, we should go down. Well,
I'm like, I don't really
I've
want to
got
do
this
Dallas.
going on, and my vagina hurts, and it's like, so yeah.
I've been actually.
I finally was like, I'm going down, and he's like, oh, we could go down on podcast.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, we could.
Yeah.
I'm going down.
So I got a buddy that lives in Long Beach, and I like the tradition is that he'll be in the studio, so then we'd get beer and hang out and all that stuff. And he's like, nope, I got to be in studio. We're not doing a remote. I'm like, God damn it. And now we got to fly out to fucking Long Beach to go do it. Yeah. I was like, well, you know what? This is going to be the year that we all fly out to go do shit, I guess, apparently. So
nothing wrong with that.
I don't mind it,
Or ride out there.
Full send.
Make it a fucking adventure.
Okay.
Yeah,
You got to
man.
figure out how to get the Bower
Yeah.
box on the back of one of the bikes.
It bolt on.
It will bolt on.
You've got a fucking Pelican case on the KZP.
Yeah.
It'll
Hey,
bolt.
bro, that's what you fucking do. You get a Pelican case. You throw it.
Exactly.
I need a taller Pelican case for my bike because, like, right now when I pack all my gear in there, it's just a little too short. I'm like, God damn it,
Dude, so I'm actually pretty excited about that because so my buddy Chris, I was just up in Amarillo. I had to pick up my mother-in-law for the stuff going on with my wife, and I got to see him. We were hanging out, and he saw my camera, and he had bought himself a Canon 2000D DSLR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he's wanted to start like dabbling into photography, and he's
Right.
like, he keeps asking me questions, and that's my dude. But I have to tell him, like, because he's new to the camera thing, I'm like, Chris, I'm a fucking Nikon guy.
Yeah.
Fuck that hoe ass Canon.
I don't know how this fucking thing
And
works.
he's like, I don't know. How do I do this? Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I don't know. You know what you do? You throw it in the fucking trash and you
Yep.
buy a Nikon, bro.
Yeah. One of my buddies got, I don't know, some rebel thing. He's like, how do I use it? I was like, put it in P. That's how you do it. Just, whatever your version of program mode is, that's going to be what you're going to shoot in for right now.
Like when we were at EBN one night, and you're like, hold my camera, because he was going to the bar to get
God.
something. And I'm like, yeah, give me your camera, and my nuts are going to end up on your card.
Right?
It's just, that's how it is. Or
For
if
fucking 2
or if
weeks.
you leave your phone out,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
you're getting a picture of a dick or balls or a nipple or
Yeah.
something, and so I grabbed my wife
Tell a story. I'm going to go back in a second.
because we're,
While you're up here, you grab me the rest of my. Thanks, sir.
we're out here in front of the area or bar thing where we're having bike night, and so I'm like, come on, we gotta hurry. And she's like, okay, what? And I'm like, because he's going to get a drink, he'll be back. And so we run around behind this thing, and there's like train tracks and a fence, and so I'm like, pulling my balls out, and I'm like trying to hold this SLR, and get it where I can get it to focus, and I'm trying to turn it on, and I'm like, I'm a Canon guy. It's a Nikon. So I'm like feeling like I'm a full retard because like, how does it work?
Yeah. I don't know what to do with my hands right now. I don't.
And then I'm like, I can't contort myself because, I'm old. I'm, the name of the podcast is Chubby Boy Magic. I'm fat, so I'm just like, hey, babe, come here. I'm like, frame it up. I want the sun, but I want my balls just in the top of the frame. So it's not, you got to do it artistically.
I want the seagull balls on the top of the sunset.
And my wife is just looking at me, and she's like, you're fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then it's click, click. And so then, we go around back front, and we don't say a thing. And he comes out, with his food or drink, and I hand him his camera back. And I'm like, like most people, because he was shooting photos there was a guy there doing some pinstriping, and they were one of the local
Motherfucker.
magazines was doing an article. So I figured he's gonna work these photos, and not like most photographers and do it like a year later, because your personal stuff, you're like.
Sorry, man.
Do I want to pull my teeth out or edit photos? And you're like,
Yeah.
I think I'll beat off and take a nap.
Right. If you got free time, I'm gonna beat my dick. I'm gonna beat my dick.
What's on the Pornhub? Oh, wait.
I still
so,
have
like
4 years of shit I gotta go through and edit from vacations.
So like a week goes by.
Every fucking day, this dickhead is just like, did you edit those yet? Did you edit those
No,
yet?
I waited a couple days before, and I was like, did you edit those photos yet? You're like, nah, I'll get to it.
I was
I'll
busy
get to
doing other stuff. I was like, man, I got some other work going on. I'll take care of it. And the magazine guy was just like, I was trying to figure out how to get a hold of him because I was like, as soon as I get done editing, I want to deliver him. I don't want to fucking let him sit. Just couldn't get a hold of this guy. Finally, I text him. I'm like, I'm working on those photos. He's like, let me know how it goes. Okay, I'm going through, and they're all real good. And I'm very weird in how I look at all my files and all that shit. And the fuck is that thumbnail? I'm like, what the fuck? Start bring up photo viewer. I'm like,
Got him.
dude, it's the worst photo I've ever seen anyone ever take. Because I was like, did he accidentally hit the shutter button and he just got a picture of his hand? And I like enhance. I had to Photoshop it to tell it was his balls. Okay, well
I'm really interested to know. Like, I kept zooming and zooming.
Yeah.
And at what point did you see the hair coming off it that you realized that it was a ball?
If you had it in focus, I would have been able to figure it out.
Hey, it wasn't me.
Fucking,
it's really hard to
it's
find.
his balls. How did you think he was fucking hitting the shutter button?
I'm like,
Jesus Christ!
I need the goddamn microscope to fucking find the little motherfuckers.
Hey, it's like an acorn on 2 marshmallows.
So that was my wife when I got the new camera. She was like, "Hey,
Caseful nudes.
Can I have your old camera?" And I was like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm really liking taking photos." I had to teach her because when we first got together, she couldn't understand the fact that, like, hey, Sherry, you've got these 9 quadrants.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Why am I only in one? Let's talk about framing. Let's talk about framing.
The fucked up part now is like when we go places, my wife will be like, "This is really beautiful." I'm all taking photos of the stuff I like, and this is scenic and all that stuff. And then she'll be like, "Stand here, look up there, take that photo." I'm like, "God damn it, woman!" So,
I get that way too.
Yeah,
because I'll like try to take my own photos because I'm like, I'm not paying a fucking photographer. Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can do this. But then I'll be like, I'll get somebody because I'm like, all I needed you to do is push this button, push it halfway down till it beeps, and then push it again till it clicks.
And then all of a sudden he's like, "Here, it's on easy mode right now."
Yeah. Or then I'll like go to edit the photos and it's like I'm halfway cut my face off,
Dude.
And I'm like, what? Did you have a stroke? What are you doing?
So my wife has asked me a couple times, like, "Hey, can I use your camera?" Like, she's better at like portrait shit than I am.
Right.
Dude, my wife took that photo.
Oh, damn.
And I'm like, okay.
Oh, wow.
All right.
damn,
Like,
yeah.
what the
Damn,
fuck? I'm
do
like,
some work, lady. Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Every so often a blind squirrel finds a nut.
Right?
I'm
And I was
like,
so when she was like, "Hey, can I have your old camera?" Part of me was like, because I've still got a pretty decent Nikon lens collection, and I'm like, could have sold that bitch. No, but you can have it. You can
use it.
So the way that I look at it, I'm like, okay, she can learn on that, which is funny because when she first picked up the camera, she hated it because the old DSLRs, they don't have fucking LCDs that so it's all fucking electronic.
Oh yeah,
like you're using the fucking eyepiece. Well, she hated it because she wore glasses and she couldn't understand. Like I would tell her, I'm like,
You can change the diopter.
that's what I tell her. I was
You
like,
can change that.
Well, she kept like holding her away from her face one day. I'm
Right.
like, what are you
The
doing?
fuck are you doing? She's like, I don't know, everything looks blurry.
Well, she was like, well, because of my glasses, I can't like put my eye up to it, and it's really annoying. And I was like, there's a diopter on there. You can fix that. She was like, well, what are you talking about?
You're
I
like,
love my wife, but she's
number
not, like,
one,
she's definitely
number
not
two.
the brightest crayon in the box. So I'm like, here, put your eye up to it. And I was like, now push this, like roll this button.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh. And I was like, yeah, that's what that does. And she's like, oh, I guess I don't have to wear my glasses when I take. No, you don't.
No,
Right,
no.
right.
So on my 750 I shoot on, that's my primary rig. I love that thing to death. My wife got it for my birthday present. I was like, I want to go full frame. She hooked me up. Love shooting with that thing. I don't know where I lost the eyepiece over the fucking the viewfinder, but it's been gone for years now.
Yeah.
You fucking cheap bastard. They're like 10 or 15 bucks.
Yeah.
It's not
And
that I
then you,
won't buy it.
then you put some gaff tape on it
Yeah.
when you do, because
Yeah.
they
So-
pop right off.
Yeah, so essentially that's what happened. My wife had trouble because I didn't have the little eyepiece. on
Right,
there.
yeah, right.
But I'm so like for shooting for so many years, I'm just like fuck that
Yeah,
shit.
I don't
shoot
care.
with glasses. I'll
Right,
put my eye up to it.
right.
I'll put my whole fucking face on the LCD. I don't care.
Yeah, like so it's been bumped off. So like I was shooting something the other day. I was like, why is this not in focus? And it does because the diopter keeps getting moved. I'm like,
Yeah.
hold on. Now I'm good.
Am I having a stroke?
Right.
So I got a 50 prime from Hank out at Baker Photo.
Yeah.
And I was super happy about it because I was going to do some portrait stuff with a friend. And I was like, yeah, man, I'm going to use it. And then so my diopter got fucked up and I didn't know the camera as well at that point. Still learning it. I shoot all these really cool fucking photos. I'm like, yeah, this is what's up. And I fucking get home to edit and like it's like pulling focus 14 miles behind them or it's focusing right up on the nose. I'm like, what the fuck? And so I was doing so I can't remember if I had 28 to 120 that I was using on some other stuff. So I shot both lenses that I had with me. So I had some usable stuff, but I was like, man, this is a really good shot. If it's fucking in focus.
Dude.
I'm fucking mad about it.
That's
too.
one of the things with the new camera because it doesn't have a electronic viewfinder at all.
Right.
Like I thought I wasn't gonna want to shoot photos with it, but man, it's fucking Sony makes it so easy. I just push on the fucking little touch screen.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it's gonna auto track and just follow it. I'm like, oh, this is life on easy mode.
This
like,
is
yeah,
God mode
yeah.
right now.
dude. And then it's all electronic shutter. Like the ZV-10 Mark II. The Mark I has a regular shutter also. It's all electronic.
No,
Nice.
There is no manual shutter.
that's what's up.
Yeah.
Dude, it's weird, I bet, at first.
Oh yeah, no, it is. And then they have continuous shooting in low and high, and like low is literally like an AR-15 version. It gives you the 3-round burst.
Right.
Or you can go high, which is just like fully auto.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a trip, especially on electronic, because it's so fucking fast. It's like, oh,
What the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
You're just like,
I didn't need 47 photos in a second. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I
You're like, now I have to delete 46 of the exact same photo.
so I was working on figuring out bracketing one time, and I put it on. It's got continuous shot where it will do like it. My Nikon will walk up and do all the same shit until the memory card won't write any faster.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
Yeah.
oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit. So when I go stitched all together in Photoshop, I was like, I mean, it's cool, but it's not what I wanted.
Yeah.
So
You're all, yeah, I've got this really, really great image. It took 48,000 photos to make it. Everything is super crisp, though.
So we had a friend that came by the house. So I don't have most of my photos. My wife will pick out and she'll print and put it in the house, in the living room, and all that shit. And I had this one really killer shot from the Vatican of this like terrazzo wall piece, and it's,
Another drop right there. I was at the Vatican.
I'm not religious, so I'm just like fucking just.
I was blowing the Pope.
I was going to ask how many penises you touched there.
all of them.
You know, if you're not religious and you're at the Vatican, you better have told me you got some fucking head.
I was,
Yeah.
I was. My wife's religious, but I'm not. So
Oh yeah, you definitely weren't getting your pee.
Yeah.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
no. And so I got this really killer fucking photo, and it was on my D3000, which is a crop sensor, like basic entry level camera from Nikon. That photo blew up. It's amazing. I love it. And then like with my full size, I'm like, oh man, I want to replicate like another really killer shot. And I got a lot of really nice stuff, but like my buddy's like, oh, that was your really fancy camera. I wish I had one that would take photos as good as that. And I was like, this is $100 camera, and that's what took it, dickhead. Go fucking nuts.
Dude, so that's the thing is like, so I've shot with D3s. I had one, I've had D70s back in the day.
Right.
D710s.
Yeah.
Man, like my Nikon now is a D7200. Like
Fucking performance workhorse.
the thing,
Yeah.
the thing to me is like, I've
Was
always
it the-
kind of prided myself in the fact that like, because I didn't have a lot of money growing up, I remember going to photo competitions, even back in high school and college, and people had way better cameras than me.
Right.
And it's like, Yeah, motherfucker. That's only a part of the equation. You still have to be able to have good composition, and you have to have good perspective.
Yeah.
I don't care how fucking nice your camera is.
Yeah.
So like, to me, it's not always about the camera. We talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
You can go to a pawn shop and buy a fucking 70-35 millimeter camera and take an amazing composition photo and make a absolute beautiful piece of photography art. You don't have to buy a fucking A1.
Yep.
No,
Like-
not at all. Like
It's just shooting. I mean, it's like anything like with the hobbies, like you said, people if you go in and you go balls deep and you're doing enough, you're gonna learn. You're gonna start geeking out and figuring things out, and it's like anything else. And get to a point where you're like I did professional photography for where I was making a living from it, but I still struggle with. Like, I'll take a picture and I'm like, it's all right. And people are like, fuck, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's a picture, or they're like, first time I sold something, and I'm like, I don't
Do you
know
try
how
to
much
price
do I
art? Oh
charge
my
because
God.
I'm like, it's a fucking picture. It took me 30 seconds,
Right?
And it's like, okay, I've got $200 into like getting it printed and mounted and everything. And it's like, $210, and it's like,
Right? And so I'm right there with you. The thing to me when it comes to photography is I feel I like it more when it's somebody that I know that's like, hey man, can you send that to me? Because I would love, or what's it going to cost me?
Right.
Because I want to put that on my wall.
Yeah.
And that's part of the issue that I have with making video. Like the YouTube stuff I'm still working on.
right.
But I have more fun with photography because I feel like you can maybe because I'm not good enough with video yet, doing cinematic stuff.
right.
But I feel like you can get more emotion from a photo. I can capture a moment.
Yes.
At Born Free, some of the
Some of your
some
Born
of the
Free
candid
stuff is really good.
So what's crazy is the people that know some of those people I took those photos of, like Marcus, and I'll use him as an example. When I did my little feature on Adam Godinez. If you haven't met him, is the absolute like best dude in the world. He's always been at the camp out. He goes to everything. He brings He brings an RV, or he brings his trailer that he's converted into like an RV to sleep in.
Right.
He always brings food and shares with everybody.
Yeah.
Every event, he makes new friends, and he doesn't ask for anything.
Was that who was doing breakfast?
No, that was Cole.
Oh, that was.
I thought it was
that
Cole.
was Cole. It
Cold
was
is
Cole.
cold
Yeah.
is breakfast for everybody too.
Yeah.
But between Adam and Cole, like these guys,
That
Adam
might be the only meal you get.
dude. Adam will tell everybody like, you don't have to come to any of these events and with any food, or you will not go hungry.
Yeah.
And Adam's just such a genuinely good dude. Always has a good attitude. Always is talking about giving back to others. Doesn't ask for anything. Super humble. Got a badass fucking bike, but very, very humble. And if you know that guy, those moments, he's never in the spotlight. He never wants to be in the spotlight. So when I was able to, granted, I was like tripping on mushrooms when I was doing those. I got all in my fucking feels.
I love it.
Dude, I got all in my fucking feels. It was
You're
great.
like, I love everybody right now so much.
Dude, and there I am. I'm just like, oh, this lighting's fucking
I'm going to tell a whole fucking novel off this motherfucker.
yeah, dude. And like, literally, I shot that with just that 75 prime, which on an APS-C sensor makes that like 100 and fucking
105
12 millimeter.
or
Like,
something.
And I'm like, this is never leaving 1.2 ever.
Yeah.
So like everything's blown out. Like I'm like, but it's great. Like I loved them. And then like, I don't know why I get all into, as much as everybody even on Instagram says like, oh, if you want to grow your feet, you got to go reels. Man, fuck them hoe-ass reels. I'm going to do photos and I'm just going to play some fire music that goes with it. And I'm going to set this whole fucking vibe every time.
Yeah. Well, that's like, I was actually talking to one of my buddies who's in a fairly couple different bands, Seattle and Oklahoma City and stuff. And I was like, I get people all the time talking about doing this. He's like, stop. Doesn't matter. You need to do what you want to do. Fuck what everybody else is doing because it doesn't matter. Because if there's 100 people out there doing the same thing you're doing, and what's going to set you apart?
Well, and it's at the end of the day, honestly, I don't do social media for others. I do it for me.
Yeah.
I do it for the people that enjoy my content and just enjoy me in general, and share the way that I see the world.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
If you rock with it, cool. If you don't, like, I ain't mad at it. Like, I'm not here to make it my job. Like,
They do it because it's fun.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
and we're having a
yes.
good time, and it's like,
Yep.
you know, especially like this, we've gotten to meet some cool people and hang out and find out more. Like, you know, it's that hey, you seem kind of interesting. Let's talk to you, and you know, it'd be like what we talk about over a beer or some shit like that. And it's just
the podcast started because we were doing goofy shit all the time. And then when we stopped doing as much goofy shit because we got busy doing other stuff, it was like we still want to bring on, it's us at the bar.
yeah.
It's the whole conversation because like we're two interesting people that find interesting people, or like Mitch.
Shit, or you know, it's like you have those things where things happen to you, or people just gravitate to you, or you know, you'll be like, did that really fucking just happen?
Did that person come in wearing a nose ring that's attached to another person's nose ring, and there's only 20 inches of fucking chain between the two of them? That happened.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna talk about it. But like,
You know, and I don't know if it's because growing up, my mom left my dad when I was young, so we moved around a lot. And when you're like the fat kid and you're always at a new school, like I figured it out. Like by the time I graduated high school, I think I'd gone to like 8 schools.
damn.
So like, yeah, dude. So man, you better learn how to fit in. And the only best way I know how to fit in is I'm gonna say something smart ass. And
Yeah.
I mean, my nickname is Loud Mouf. with
Yeah.
an F.
Yeah.
The high school I went to was in the hood, and I just remember like, even to this day, working in the industry that I work in now that I'm not in corrections, like I got a lot of drivers that are black, and they're always like, man, we know you got to mix. We know you got to mix baby mama somewhere. Like,
no, there ain't no way in hell that you don't have some. You like greens too much.
Man, shit, you be eating barbecue. You ain't fooling nobody.
Yeah.
We know
What
that
the fuck?
we know you got a black baby mama somewhere. Like,
Yeah.
so like, I just always been loud. I've always been outgoing. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like when I was in elementary school, I was bullied a lot, and I was like, man, I'm like, I don't know.
The ginger
What
was
do you
bullied?
mean?
What the
What do you
fuck?
mean in elementary school?
Yeah, I get that shit today. I just don't give a fuck now. I'm like, hey, go figgity fuck yourself. And when your shit breaks down, my trailer's busy. But like when I was in school, like I had to figure out how to adapt, and I was trying to be cool, but then everybody's like, oh, I'm playing football. My parents won't let me play football, and I'm not fucking sports. I'm sports challenged. I don't know how the fuck to play fucking shit like that. So I was just doing cool shit. Like I remember I was into anime before everybody was into anime, and I was like, oh yeah, you like One Piece? Well, you want to know some really cool shit that's gonna happen in like 2 books for you? And they're like, what? And I'm like, Cowboy Bebop's the shit.
So
Nerd.
so what's
He's
funny?
like, so the gay shit's over.
It's cool. You're one step away from D&D. I got it.
I never learned how to play Magic, and I don't know anything about D&D, but okay.
So it's so funny. All my life, I've always been like, I was always tall, and I was always like bigger.
Yeah.
And even in high school, like I think the smallest I was, like I remember I was 6'1", I was 3 inches shorter, and I was like 260. Later, I'll show you a picture of me
Right.
from high school, and I thought I was fat because my brother was like 140 pounds.
Right.
Looked like a goddamn
Right.
MMA fighter. He had a fucking indention in his chest.
You're like, what the fuck, dude?
Whatever, fat ass. And there I am like, oh shit, I'm fat. So
fat as fuck.
I'm like running suicides. Like I played full court basketball, club soccer. Like I was yoked. And chicks were like, oh my God, I used to hit on you all the time and you just never even fucking did anything. And I was like, oh, that's because I thought I was a fat fuck. Because that's what my brother called me all the time.
I had a complex, goddammit.
Right?
Or I would have had 18 kids.
So what happened was my entire life, I was always told, oh, you're going to play football. And like when you get in those teenage years, you're rebellious. I'm like, first off, you don't even fucking know me. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was,
right.
I did really well in school. I was in a lot of AP stuff. I was in ROTC. I was on the newspaper. I was the editor of the newspaper. I was the photo editor before that. And it was funny because even in high school, like I had coaches that would follow me around. And just the way they approached me was wrong. They were like, hey man, like if you play football, you're gonna get chicks. And I was like, I don't have problems getting chicks. I have a fucking camera. And there's nothing that high school girls like more than attention.
Right. Yeah.
I know
While
how
you guys are playing grab ass, I'm with the cheerleaders finding out where we're going to fucking party.
Yeah. You morons. I broke the code.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you guys are fucking idiots. What they should have told me was, hey, motherfucker, do you want your college paid for? Yeah, come play grab ass for a couple hours.
Yeah.
That would have been a lot better because all that like, oh, do well in school, you'll get to college. Yeah, till you got to fucking pay for it.
Yeah.
no shit.
Yeah.
And I lived on my own on a fucking Hollywood video fucking salary. Like,
Yeah.
I had to go to community college or ride a goddamn bus. Like,
yeah, you're like, I'm all JUCO, baby. All JUCO. I mean, that was like,
also, I can't be like a super senior at a junior college. I want all, like, can I just get away with like taking 2 classes at Cal State Bakersfield? Like, I want all the classes.
So when I went to school in Oklahoma City, they you got 2 years or so many for free at the JUCO, and I was like, all right, cool. And I did like I never got a degree. I have 180 hours and no degree. It looks like I got hammered every semester. I was like, I'm gonna be a nurse. I'm gonna be a doctor. I'm gonna be an engineer. I'm gonna be IT. And I'm like, I should have fucking finished something.
Well, so what's funny is originally I wanted to go into law.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I did mock trial. I actually lettered.
Right.
Okay.
In mock trial, I was really good. Imagine that. Loud Mouf was good at fucking
Yeah.
arguing.
Yeah,
Like,
Weird. Weird.
Man, I just learned the cheat code with that shit. Like, the way that whole shit works is like they give you like this whole scenario, and then you have people that have to be like the witnesses that testify, and it's kind of like the in between like drama, like acting, and then you have attorneys. Well, I was always attorney, and where I cheated is because I knew there was a loophole because they couldn't give you. Well, because here's why. I'm telling you because they give you this scenario, but they can't give you all of it because you've got to be able to argue either side. Well, what the rules say is that anything not laid out in the actual scenario, the person can think on the fly.
Uh-huh.
So what I would always do is I would always like figure out what I could ask that would make them have to think, because most of the kids that did it had no fucking way to like.
Right.
So like
these poor bastards.
Yeah, dude, I was playing 4D chess on them like right away. And I just remember like as a senior, I actually made like all county, or it was like either all valley, all county, something like this. And literally like got commended for it. Like they said, this is the best argument we've ever heard in this. Because I played it really well. Because
I really like Uncrustables, and I'm going to argue my point.
So what's really fucked up about it is, so it fits with being a degenerate later in life. It was this whole case about like somebody getting like roofied.
Right.
It was about like Rohypnol.
Right.
And basically like it was about like this whole thing about like
she was asking for it.
It was like this frat thing, and it was about like about being roofied, and like it was like this pledge for this like sorority situation.
I've seen this video on the internet.
right? And I remember like I played it so slick. I'm like asking these questions to the other, because you've got their witness that's up there. You're cross-examining them, and I was like, and I always pick defense because I was. All I got to do is break your case down.
Yeah.
Like, you got to prove it. I just got to create doubt.
Yeah.
I just got to create doubt.
Right.
I remember like I go up there, I'm like, okay, cool. So, and I'm going over the facts. I'm like, okay, so like you saw the defendant getting the drinks for everyone, right? They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay. Well, how many drinks was it? Well, that's not in the script.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Several.
It's a simple question. How many drinks was it?
Right.
You're sure that they did them all, right? You said it a minute ago.
It's
like,
a simple
Can we read
question.
that back? Can we read that back? You just said that, like, they made. Well, how many was it? If you can't remember how many it was, then how can you be sure of anything?
Oh my God.
You can't handle the truth.
It was if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. And they were like, God damn. God damn. And it was because it was just like so Joe cool about it. It was like, oh, okay, cool. So you're sure, you're 100%.
Yeah.
And they're like, where are we going with this? Well, how many was it? What? Don't look at your coach. How many was it?
Don't look at. He says over there 4. I don't know. Fucking make up a number.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's all they had to say. 12.
Yeah.
And I'd have been fucked, but none of them had any, none of them
had that forethought.
None of them thought like more than the script. So they're just like, oh, so you have no idea? I don't remember. Oh, you don't remember. But a minute ago, you were sure, right? You were sure, but now you don't remember? Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
I rest my case.
Dude, you were talking about creating doubt. Like, so I'd always just find little things like that to trip people up. And I'm just like a smart ass. And
My cousin Vinny'd him.
Right? And I would just
In
pull it out.
1963, Ford didn't have a 350.
The two Utes.
Excuse me, there was no posi track. Dude, so like, That's exactly
Fred
like,
Fucked and Munsters over there. Like, well, I guess he has a point.
dude, and that's every person. That's what I would do. I would just find something that I knew that I could just fucking like hoodwink them on, and it was over. And I would do it with a straight face, and it was funny because like for mock trial, like I said, I went to a school that didn't have a lot of money,
Right.
Based on where I lived. My dad, he did okay, but just the school district, I had to go to a school that was in the hood.
Yeah.
So we didn't even have like an attorney coach. All these other schools are like white collar kids.
Yeah. Right.
They got like this whole law firm that helps them. And every one of them afterwards, you can just hear the coach, God damn it, Jimmy, I told you needed to be ready.
Your coach is just someone that has like way too many DUIs. Like,
Dude, my coach was a kid that had done mock trial like in high school, and he'd like 2 years graduated. He probably has like a sex charge now. Like it was just anybody they could find that was an adult.
yeah. I always wanted to do mock trial in high school, but they never offered it. And I was like, God damn, I really want to go yell at people because I would argue the fucking point on everything. I was in comparative religions. And I was like, well, tell me Jesus was real. What about Gandhi? We know that he was originally on camera, but I don't see Gandhi around right now. So what's going on with Buddha? And they'd be like, what the fuck? I'm like, God damn it.
I don't know if you know this, but Santa is Satan, right? You know
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you spell Santa? S-A-T-A-N?
Yeah.
Or S-A-N-T-A?
Yep.
How do you spell Satan? S-A-T-A-N?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coincidence? I think not.
They got a movie, Jack Black, coming up. It's
Yeah,
out
it's
right
all-
now.
Yeah. I talking about weird shit movie wise. Did you see that 28 years
Santa,
later?
his Krampus, you know.
Here's the thing. What is Satan traditionally like? If you had to define Satan, right? Red, right?
Red.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Elves,
Yeah.
a little questionable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would want to take Jesus out of the limelight?
Yeah. Yeah. He's
Right?
he's like
on another one. He's
like
proven
fuck
it.
that, fuck that kid.
As commercialized and selfish as who would want to knock the birth of Jesus out of the limelight?
No shit. Santa.
Yeah.
Big man in
Oh,
red.
Saint Nick.
Did you
Even
see-
that's sacrilegious. Saint Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was reading something the other day about,
Satan was an angel. Remember?
he was.
He
fallen.
was. Number
He
2.
Yeah, I watched Constantine. That movie was dope as fuck too. Did you see that 28 years later is coming out?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks
Did
Looks
you
really
know
good.
that they shot
I was
that on an
reading it.
iPhone 15? All that movie is shot on an iPhone.
Shut the fuck up.
That's what I was reading.
no.
What?
No.
Don't break this for me. He's right here. Give me this.
Part 2.
Oh, was it? Oh,
It's part 1 and part 2.
Dude,
part
I don't
2
want
was
to
shot
talk
on
about.
an iPhone.
I don't want to talk about like whatever crazy like low budget pornos you guys be watching. Shot on your iPhone. I think I've seen that one before. Where she's
right here.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask about because we're almost 3 hours into this, so we're probably gonna wrap up here in a little bit. But before we leave, so your video stuff is what you're really getting into. So you're using the Sony for that.
Yep.
And then so how did you,
And photos. I'm doing both. I don't care. I don't care. I'm sending it.
okay? I like
Dare
it.
to be different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I
yeah.
think it's a good point to do your own thing on that and set yourself apart from that. How did you get into that concept of what you've been like with the barbecue and riding to that? Did you just do that as you were already doing it kind of thing?
So when I was in New Mexico working in food service, I kind of got spoiled, and my wife was running the maintenance department.
Okay.
So we built a huge smoker trailer.
Oh.
Yeah.
So back then, like craft barbecue was not as big as it was now. Like,
Right,
It was
right.
before it all hit
Yeah.
TV. So I got online and I was like nerding out, like learning how to do like Texas style barbecue.
How old were you when you were doing this?
Oh shit!
Like you hit your 30?
No, yeah.
Because when you hit your 30s, you either get into World War II or fucking smoking
Yeah,
beats.
I was probably like 33, 34 when I
Yeah.
first started getting into it. So yeah, man, like I actually started linking up through Instagram and like
Right.
and Facebook and stuff. Like I started talking to a lot of these dudes, like Travis Heim from Heim Barbecue, which is
Right.
actually where I went today.
Yeah.
I started learning techniques from these guys back before they were like who they are now. So I got really into it. And then we built a vertical smoker. I used to smoke turkeys every year for
That's wild.
for the inmates.
Fuck
yeah,
yeah.
like we
Yeah.
would
Fuck yeah.
dude, I would do 75 turkeys a year.
God damn.
Yeah, every year.
Holy shit.
Then we would do I would do briskets.
Okay.
I played softball with our prison team, and like I would take the trailer out and I would do briskets for everyone. Dude, I've done every fundraiser. Like
What level of security was the prison you worked at?
level 3. So we had lifers.
Okay.
But I mean, so every prison is like a little city. They
Yeah.
all have a maintenance department because they have to
Right.
keep the place running. They don't just call in like people to fix things
Yeah.
all the time. So essentially, like that was just a project that we had built.
Okay,
We had built
all right.
there. So
Like, you're real close with this.
Well, with the turkey thing, what we did was we would swap out like equipment. So we had like old like insulated warming cabinets that
Right.
the heating elements would go out, and it was a lot easier for us to just buy new ones. So we'd buy a new one, and then we would take that, and we're like, oh, if I
I
take
can make
this
a
off,
smoker.
I can build a fucking firebox off this motherfucker.
Shit, yeah.
And that's what we would do. I was beneficial because my wife worked out there, so I'd be like, hey, when you guys got some spare time, like build
me
me
up.
this shit.
Yeah.
And I would just get the plans. I would hit these guys up and they'd be like, hey man, I want to do this. And I would get some plans,
Right.
and then I would take them out and it was like, can you guys build this? They're like, yeah.
That's cool.
So they would build it, and that's how it started. So I got really into doing barbecue there. I started like doing, like I said, I can't half-ass anything. So there I am nerding out, like finding all the best rubs to use.
Yeah.
Right.
I started ordering it. Like I would get Meat Church from Waxahachie. I never thought I'd live fucking 5 minutes from Waxahachie.
Right.
Right.
Matt Pittman. So then when I moved out here, and I moved into an apartment, because I don't know if you know this, it's fucking expensive as fuck to live in Dallas.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Look, man, I do all right, but I don't have fucking $500,000 for a house.
No shit.
And I didn't know how long I was going to stay in Dallas because I took a job with JB Hunt, but I didn't know if I was going to stay here the whole time.
Right. Right.
I took the job with JB Hunt because they're all over the country. I could move.
Wherever.
Yeah, and I don't have family here. So I was like,
Yeah.
well, we'll see how
Yeah.
I like it.
And now you have family here.
So we moved into an apartment, and that's the one thing they told me. They're like, you can't have a smoker. And I was like, oh, fuck.
Well, what the fuck do I do now?
So I sold it, and I'm like, all right, well, I guess I don't fucking smoke. But I was okay with it because I'm like, well, I'm going to be in the fucking mecca of barbecue.
No
Right.
shit. Yeah.
So when I got here, it started by, hey, I'm going to go to Heim. I'm going to go talk to Travis. Because I've been talking to him for years, and I
Right,
didn't get to
right,
meet him.
right,
So I
right.
came
Yeah.
out, went there, and then I was like, hey, where would you recommend? He's like, oh, do these. And then he was like, hey, here's a good one. He showed me the Texas Monthly, the top 50.
oh.
Yep.
And I was like, all right, cool. I'm going to hit as many of these as possible.
Okay.
Yeah. My brother used to live in San Antonio, and so when I would go visit him, he's like, "What do you want to do?" And I'm like, we'd start hitting all the different ones in the hill country, and then
Yeah.
out, and it's like hit Smiths, and
Yeah.
like I went to Salt Lake back in like,
Yep. In Driftwood, that's the
no,
OG.
dude,
That's the
dude,
OG.
that was
Yeah.
like fucking Mecca. Like I didn't know when I first went there, and this was like, I don't know, 2009, 2010, and it's like you walk, and it's like,
Dude, Salt Lake is actually a historical building
Yeah.
in Texas.
Yeah.
They still do the open fire on the inside. I've been there.
oh yeah.
So when it comes to barbecue, I'm very, very like,
You
I'm-
walk
I'm
in
a little-
the
I'm-
pit. It's just like,
and it's a restaurant. It's not like
Yeah.
it's not like a barbecue stand. It's a restaurant.
Yes.
yeah,
I'm very much a connoisseur of barbecue. So like I appreciate traditional Texas style barbecue, even though it's not like craft barbecue is on some next level shit.
Right.
But
Right.
like Salt Lick, Snows, Smitty's,
Yeah.
Kreitz Market, these things, Black's Market,
Yeah.
they're timeless.
yeah,
Is the barbecue going to be as good as if you go to like Franklin's or B4 or even
Franklin's
or
is
Gaines?
good. To me, it's not worth the hassle.
No, so
Yeah,
I'll be honest. Franklin's is not my favorite. It's not even the
Yeah.
best in Austin.
No,
Yeah.
no,
I could go to Interstellar,
Yep.
or I could go. We were talking about it this weekend because we have the group chat that guys I'm supposed to be going with this weekend. We're gonna go to Lay Barbecue. It's way
Okay.
good.
Yeah,
Lay,
yeah.
Lay Barbecue is really good.
Yeah.
Leroy and Lewis is really
Yeah.
good. Interstellar, if you want the best in Austin, Interstellar is the place to go.
Yeah.
They're getting pretty busy because they were like number 2 in the top 10. Goldie's, I've been to Goldie's.
Goldie's is actually really fucking
I
good.
tell you, when you want to get the best barbecue in Texas, it's in Maybank at B4. B4.
Huh?
But you're
Okay.
gonna say Bucky's.
Oh god,
Hey man, don't talk shit on that chopped beef sandwich.
that
Yeah,
that chopped
that
beef
chopped beef
sandwich is
sandwich is
actually
pretty good.
fucking legit.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say this too. Like I get this a lot too. People that only eat in the 35 corridor or Houston's a little different, but like people that only eat in like Hill Country, Austin, Dallas, they think that this is where all the best barbecue is.
Nope.
You've got to understand that there's different styles of barbecue, and even within Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go out to East Texas, don't go out there and order a fucking sliced brisket sandwich. That's not what you're gonna get. They're fucking known for chopped beef. Get a
Yep.
chopped beef sandwich.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up and eat it.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be amazing. But stop thinking you're gonna get. You don't go to a fucking Chinese spot and order raviolis. It's gonna suck.
Right, right.
Just get what they fucking make.
Yeah, like that's so. There's a barbecue spot around the corner from my house that's like their jalapeno sausage is really really good, and then their sliced brisket is just awful every time I want.
Which spot?
King's Barbecue, 23rd in Portland.
It's not my
I don't
favorite.
think I've been to King's.
Yeah. Well, next time you're up in the city, let me know and we'll go up there because it's like 5 minutes from my house. But
I went to a place.
Don't
I
go there.
I
Shut
was
up.
gonna say I went to
Go to Butcher's. Butcher's just get out in Wilson. It's
Butcher's,
course, of
yeah,
course.
but
Yeah.
I mean, like if he wants
Dog,
to come
you-
hang out at the house, man.
No, you're fucking up. You know I did a review on this place.
yeah.
On Butcher's.
Yeah. What else?
That's the jam right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Butcher's is what the fuck is up? Like everyone's all about a
Clark Crew is good, but they've gone downhill since they opened their spot.
Somebody told me about Clark Crew.
Clark Crew is good. It's just
We went to a
they're since they've got a spot and they're bigger now.
It's
Their quality is it's hit or miss
Yeah.
sometimes.
so that's one thing I found with barbecue it's almost like
J Bob's would be better
it's
for him.
almost a
don't worry, I was gonna take him.
it's man, it's a double-edged sword. When you're a restaurant, you want to get
Yeah,
big,
yep.
but the
Yes.
problem is so
You get too big.
we've ran into this with Haim. Travis isn't even involved with the day-to-day operations of the restaurant anymore. But when you get multiple locations, the problem is
Yeah.
when you're not touching every piece of meat,
Yeah.
somebody's just an employee. They don't give a fuck as much.
Yep.
Yeah, they're
So the problem is like the dream is everyone's like, man, I want to get so big I can be a chain.
Yeah, yeah.
But for the money, but then what ends up happening is your service or your quality falls off because there's
Right.
no way, no one else cares as much as you're gonna care.
Yes.
Yeah, because even if it was like, because I think Clark Crew was like 5-6 guys that were all doing it together at the start of it.
Yeah.
And they were talking because they're really close to my house too. So we went up right after they opened or soft opened, fucking talking to all of them. And he's like, yeah, like we've talked about if we do a chain, because they have one in Tulsa now. And they're like, if we do a chain, there's enough of us that are so passionate about this that's not just Clark that we think we can do this many of them.
Yeah.
And then that keeps it where it's kind of an Oklahoma thing. We might have one out of state, but yeah, Clark's is pretty good. And so were you trying to? You don't remember where you went to in the city besides that?
Dude, we went. So I was up there for work one time, and because I have to go up there because there's a fleet of drivers that I manage in
Yeah.
OKC, and it was pretty close to my work. And I remember the guy was like, "Oh yeah, there's a barbecue place around the corner, dude." First off, I'm wary of any barbecue place. If I walk in at 1 o'clock and there's nobody fucking there,
Yeah,
Right.
That's a King's around the corner from my house is almost always consistent. Like Leo's is a staple. I've been there at like 2, and it's like
Leo's not the same after COVID.
no, it's not the
so
same.
Donnie tried to take me to one place, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was
Edgecraft is good.
so.
No, it's not. You get out of here.
So I'm gonna tell you the story of this place, and then you may know what I'm talking about. We tried to go to a place, and it was like a hole in the wall. It was there forever, and then at one point it moved into the grocery store.
Leo's.
That was
And now
Leo's.
they
And
don't
then
have
it's-
seating.
Yeah.
And you go up and they're like, we're to go only.
Yeah.
And their shit is
Their cake is what they're really good for.
their
Dude,
cake
and-
is what they're known for, which is the cake is good, but the ribs are dry.
That's how we ended up at Butcher Block because
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donnie swore up about Leo's.
No, because they
and he's like, bro, this
they
is
moved back
this is
out of
fire. And
the
then, like-
grocery store and they moved back into their old spot. Because
Yeah.
I went, we went to go eat there. Not me and him, but my
we
work.
tried to go to
we
the
were going
grocery
there.
store, and he was like, "Look, I didn't know this place had moved in the grocery store.
Yeah,
Like, don't judge me." And I was like, I'm not like I'll eat anywhere. I don't give a fuck." Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a staple where it was at because Leo himself had started it back in the 70s, and then his son Charles, they were trying to get it a bunch of stuff. They got some initiative from the city to move it into that homeland, whatever it is, the grocery store.
the gentrified
Yeah.
I
grocery store in the hood.
Yeah, I mean, I do
Yes.
city planning shit. So, like, I was like, I'm part of that. We're like, what kind of restaurant? I was like, you've got one that's historic right down the street. Bring them in there. And I thought it was going to help because thought it would help, and it did not. And then because there's Bedlam around the corner, but Butcher's is predominantly where most people. I'm like, either go to Clark Crew
Yeah.
if you're like, I don't really know a lot about barbecue or I really don't care. 'cause-
Butcher's Burn Ends is probably one of the best I've ever had.
And then there's Burnco up in Tulsa. Burnco, if you haven't had it, next time you're in the city, if we can go up to Tulsa. Man,
I'm telling you, B4. Go to B4.
before.
Uh,
It's in Maybank. It's like, I got. You want to talk about like causing controversy? I said that I put out a top 10 best barbecue in DFW,
Right.
And I put Maybank as I put B4 as number 1, and I almost got fucking like assaulted in a Facebook group. Maybank is not in. It's not in the Metroplex.
Where is it? I
It's,
didn't.
it's in Maybank.
Where's Maybank?
Maybank is in Maybank in Texas.
Maybank, it's just outside. It's so from downtown Dallas, it's about a 40-minute drive.
That's still in the Metroplex. Let's be honest.
That's what I try to tell people.
Dude, the Metroplex is almost to Gainesville now.
Motherfucker, it's up in Ardmore. It's
Yeah,
almost.
yeah.
I tried to explain to people. I was like, first off, you guys are fucking stupid. And I said, okay, then what's considered DFW, the Metroplex? They're all Tarrant and Dallas County. And I said, okay, first off, dickhead, do you even know what Metroplex means?
Yeah, no shit.
Metropolitan Statistical Area, bitch.
You fucking moron.
I said, have you ever used Google? Like, look up what the metropolitan what statistical area is. It's Kaufman County, bitch.
Yeah,
like, it's in the fucking county.
When you pull up the population data from the census, it's in there.
Yeah, like it says what counties are counted.
Right,
like,
right.
Now, granted, it's in the. I get it. It's in the southeast corner of that county, but bitch, it still counts.
Right, right.
Yeah, it's like, is Wiley still in the DFW Metroplex? Yeah, Wiley's out there a little bit, but motherfucker,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
gonna call it DFW.
Like, people are just so fucking funny. When it comes to barbecue in Texas, especially in DFW, people are just so like very, very like peculiar about it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh no, this doesn't count. This doesn't count, man.
Fuck off.
Yeah, if I can get there, if it takes me 30 minutes to get from Midlothian into Dallas, and that's in the Metroplex, bitch. If I can get to fucking Maybank at the same amount of time, it's still in the Metro.
Metroplex.
I don't give a fuck how much
Yeah,
greenery
yeah.
and open space I had to pass to get there. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's just not it's undeveloped land. It's about to be probably
Yeah.
condos and apartments next week.
Yeah, give it five fucking years, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understand that's around the corner.
It's going to be $500,000 homes.
Yeah. D.R. Horton. Yeah. Now, that was one of the things, like, when we were talking about, like, barbecue in Oklahoma, like, you know, there's a bunch of places in the city, and then you'll go out, like, what's that place that's got the gravel drive that's down south? Bad something or other.
Badlands.
Nah, is it Badlands?
Badlands barbecue, I think.
Over by...
I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, like, never mind, you don't know what I'm talking about. But, like, you know, they'll be like, oh, the top, like, 15 places of barbecue in Oklahoma. And
There's one over by Davis that is...
I do know there's a couple
Okay.
good spots that I want to check out by Tulsa.
Yes,
Yeah.
there's quite a few up there. I was reading a thing that was like the city had put out like a, you know, like the travel tourism board.
Right.
And like the top 10 places to get barbecue. And like there's this chain called Rib Crib. And if you've ever had it, I'm
No,
sorry.
it
And
is-
it was like number 3. And I was like, these people have burned their tongues off. And then ate cardboard, and they thought that was good.
Yeah, they have rib crib in New Mexico, and
Oh, dude, it was. I was like,
terrible.
this is
That's
awful.
That's fucking terrible.
So you've been developing the YouTube channel. So big goals, aspirations for anything on that?
Just gonna continue to grow that. I just really want to continue to share the motorcycle things that I do. Hope the goal for that is really just to inspire people to get out of their comfort zone and do things that they maybe wouldn't have done before. Since I was inspired to get into motorcycles and do like. I don't really want to be a how-to page or like just product review.
Right,
like,
right.
If I'm gonna review something, cool. Like I don't mind doing that, but like that's not what my primary focus wants to be. I want to show people that like you can get out of your comfort zone. You don't have to go to just your local bike night. Like get on your motorcycle, and go find places and find these gems. That's the whole reason I originally wanted to start the YouTube was I wanted to cover the journey going to barbecue place because like outside the Metroplex. A lot of these places are hole in the walls that are out in the middle of nowhere. So I really want to get more of my friends involved with riding them, covering the story out there. And then the whole goal of learning how to do video is I wanted to be able to sit down with some of these pitmasters and have conversations about what got them into it. Because barbecue is a labor of love. None of these guys are getting rich.
Yeah.
And they spend a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of sacrifice to do something that they know they're never, ever going to get rich doing.
Yeah.
That's
passion.
That's saying something.
That's
like,
love.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, there.
Well, what is it? What's her name at? Is it White's?
Tootsie. That's
Tootsie.
Nose.
That's been doing it for 78 years.
Yeah.
And she's like, 80 something. You know, and she's out there.
I've said if I ever have big swinging dick money and I have money to get Jace to actually do a helmet for me because I'm not rich like that.
Yeah.
I've told him like I want the fucking helmet.
You're like,
I was
motherfucker,
I don't-
homie, hookup.
I don't. I don't ever ask for a hookup from him ever.
Yeah.
I never will.
Yeah, you're like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
I don't want to
dude.
tarnish what we've got here.
Yeah, we have such a good relationship. I don't want to fuck it up.
I don't want to ruin this.
So I've said it like you can do whatever colors you want, but there are a couple things I want. I want the fucking front of it to say Hog Heaven, and I want Tootsie's mural on the back.
Yeah.
Just because it's so fitting for me, because I ride motorcycles. I love fucking barbecue.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's the only other woman other than my wife that I ever put on a fucking helmet is
Right.
I want Tootsie's ass on there.
Yeah.
Talk about a G, bro.
Because it was
yeah.
like a couple weeks ago, you guys did a hill country ride.
Yeah.
Because I was like, God, fuck, I want to go on that.
Yeah.
And you went down to
yeah, we went
Bernie
we went to Texas Hills, went down to Bernie.
Yeah.
And, dude,
like gristmill and green. Dude.
Yeah, dude, that was once again, that's a day ride. Like most people think I'm insane to do that shit. I'm like, bro, I've been doing that for years.
Right,
Like, that ain't
right,
shit.
right.
Like,
How many miles was it?
just under 600.
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad day. That's a pretty
No.
long day, but you know,
Yeah.
it's not.
And hill countries.
Dude, we
Yeah.
get
Hill countries actually probably one of my favorite places to ride.
I will say this, hill country is amazing, and I will say this, when you ride a day like that, those kind of rides feel like a 1K in a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because it's one thing to just crush 500 miles on a highway.
35 or 40 or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
It's a whole, because when we go, we're like, nah, man, we're taking 281. Like, we're going to take the scenic tour.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
want to hit all the curbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when we did White Rabbit down to K River, I was like, we were going from my house where him and I met, to our buddy's house down in Moore. After that, I don't want any interstate the rest of the weekend. I don't want to
Yeah.
see fucking anything
Yeah,
that says
dude.
interstate, whatever. I want to take the nice scenic route.
Yeah, dude, I like Broken Bow into Talamina.
Yeah.
Go that way. And then my favorite way to come back, because I'll do day trips up to Talamina also. I go into Mina, and then I'll take the Arkansas highway that comes straight down and drops you into New Boston.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
best way. And then once I get to New Boston, if I want to beeline home, I can beeline home. But like,
Yeah.
dude, even that, right? Even though it's not like real technical at all, that's just a nice fucking,
Yeah.
like,
Yes.
Yeah. We dropped off when we left there and went up through
Clayton, Hugo,
the Heavener. and-
Evener, because we went to go look at the runes. I was like, did you know there was rune stones in Oklahoma for the Vikings from my peoples? And he's like, no. And he's like, well,
I
he
knew
he
it.
knew
I just
but
hadn't
he-
been there since I was like.
So
8.
like, my wife, yeah. So the Vikings came all the way
you
into
said
Oklahoma.
your people?
Yeah, I'm Scottish and Viking.
Look, I've got the DNA test. I thought I was going to have like a mix of something.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm like white.
Norwegian, 100%.
Dude, like,
Lean
yeah,
mean.
yeah, it was literally like Sweden, Norway, England, Irish, Scottish. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
1000%. And then, like, you look at the history, like, this is where all the Scandinavians came and conquered. And
Yeah.
like, holy,
That-
like, I always made the joke. Like, I was like, oh, I always said, yeah, I'm gonna have some fucking black in me somewhere. I'm gonna have some Hispanic. No,
Nope.
But
That
I'm
was-
like,
Yeah.
I'm like white.
When I did my
William
ancest-
Wallace over here is just
Yeah.
wishing.
Oh yeah, dude. When I did my ancestry, at first it was 100% Scottish. No, nothing else. I was Scottish and that was it. And I was like, God damn. And then so then as it went further, it would go out to Scandinavia and it went
Yeah,
a little. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm getting a little bit more variety in there. And I'm like, all my other buddies that did it, like they're like white. And
Yeah,
it'd be
there's
like,
some mix.
They'd be
Right.
like 1% African, and like
Yeah.
all of them have gotten that at some point. I still have no African. I'm like,
no,
God damn, like nothing, man. Like, is that why it hurts to see the sun?
dude.
Oh, dude, it's bad. I'm getting a sunburn underneath all these goddamn lights right now. Like, so like, man,
That just means the gene pools are a little too tight on your.
yeah, some cousin fucking probably.
Because you got to
have, like,
remember, us Norse people, man, we were taking some boats some places.
we
and-
have. They brought a boat all the way into Oklahoma. So like,
At the Mississippi River to the Illinois.
yeah, and like, so there's a bunch of that history in Oklahoma.
Fuck them Portuguese motherfuckers. We came first.
Yeah.
Right. And so like, and I mean, fuck, what was it, 1200 or something? It's fucking forever ago too. They like, then there's some further in. There's up by like
Yeah.
all the way.
They
from,
showed up and my people were like, oh,
Oh fuck, you're here. Yeah, but like,
God damn it.
here's some blankets.
yeah. Yeah. Don't sniff them. Don't sniff them. Yeah. But
Here, drink this and use these blankets when you get cold. By the way, sign this paperwork saying we own all this.
yeah, we would like to give you a can of beans for this. Yeah.
Hey, I get free healthcare now, so it's all
He's
good.
not mad
Dude, that's
about
my
it.
wife. That's my wife.
Yeah. My wife is part one tribe, and I'm like, God damn, you're whiter than I am.
I was just wishing my wife would have been one of the. I didn't get the good lottery on the Indian thing. Like I was
Right.
hoping she'd be in a tribe that has a
Casinos.
casino or something where you can
Oh, yeah.
get a check every month. No.
No.
So I am in a tribe that has like 30 something casinos, like
All
the
the
one at the
casinos.
border, the big
Yeah.
one at the border.
Okay.
So and I don't get checks. they're like,
Oh,
oh,
do you have a CIB number though?
yeah.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
And I have a card. I'm a card carrying Indian.
Yeah, that's my wife.
Yeah.
But
He just doesn't get a check. He gets free health.
yeah, they don't. They're like that because they'll send out like the how much money they made and everything.
Yeah, they have to.
And
So
they're
they have
like
to send you the annual
right,
report.
right, the
Yeah.
annual report, and they're like, so we took in $8.8 billion last year, and we paid out 6.7, and so we made 2 point blah 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 billion, and they're like,
With a
we're
B.
like, hey buddy, can I get $20? And they're like, no.
No.
You don't even get a comp.
But
room,
they're like,
bitch.
hey, how about we'll build a $500 million hospital 2 hours away that you can go to for free? And I'm like, okay.
It's
You
not a bad
didn't-
drive.
you
And I
didn't-
get all my meds.
You
are
didn't
free.
build that. The federal government pays that motherfucker.
Yeah.
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 That was.
Oh, by the way, the contracts for that hospital are going to go to our family members. So fuck off.
Hey, I get in the museum up in the Oklahoma City area for free.
that was one of the things I.
Wow, that's such the trade off.
Yeah, the first American museum that they took fucking 20 years to finally get all of it fucking put together. So when you come up 35 and it gets into 40 by downtown, you'll see the museum, and
You'll see the bus station.
Yeah,
and
you'll see-
then you'll look across
and you'll see
the shitty river and all the heroin needles, and you're like, oh, there's
this
I was
glass
say-
tower.
I was say, oh, the one that no one cares about because it's right next to the Olympic fucking training facility.
yeah.
So like I helped on that project forever ago, and they had
Another low key flex.
well, yeah. I mean, like I just cool stuff, man.
all the time.
All
it's
the time.
so annoying.
Yeah, I'm just cool, and so it was supposed to be.
Said no one ever.
And,
when I was on the bullet train in Tokyo,
yeah, I had a
getting
fist fight.
pegged.
No, I wasn't getting pegged. I was smoking a cigarette at 568 miles an hour, which was fucking amazing. But they were supposed to have this Equinox thing was where they were supposed to have that project done in time for the native tribe that was like all about the sun on this one. They missed that shit by 19 years. I was like, God damn, dude. Only comes around every like centennial. I was like, well, that sucks. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready for food?
Yeah, I'm starving.
Are you ready for food?
I'm
fat. I'm always ready for
Okay.
fucking food.
Okay.
Is this like Oklahoma and everything's closed
You
as
didn't-
of like 5 minutes ago?
No,
I don't know what time
you
it is
never
right now.
did ask me about the question you had about my bagger.
Is
See-
it a big
see-
wheel?
See, this,
Oh no. Okay.
this
No.
is what happens when you get a guy that doesn't really drink on
Yeah.
a podcast. I can talk fucking forever.
Oh yeah.
Like if I
And
was,
then
if
you
I was-
get I think we've all got to touch the ADHD.
I don't remember what the
And so
question
we're
is
like,
now.
we're
Squirrel.
like,
Yeah, that is the reason why my name is Squirrel, is because it's Squirrel. So did your Ultra come, or your Electroglide? Sorry, not your Ultra. Your Electroglide, did it come as a two-tone on the tank, or did you do the black and white?
No. So once again, shout out to Chris Burns,
Okay.
who was the parts manager at Trips.
Uh huh.
So my bike did not. It came with the black with the red painted logo
Okay.
on
Right,
it, which
yeah.
is
Right.
what I got. I used to have black and red enforcer wheels on it.
Uh-huh.
What happened was, as the parts manager, anything that got taken off a bike,
you could buy.
He would
for,
basically they basically it got scrapped. They would throw
Yeah,
it
they,
away.
they can't
dealerships
sell it
just-
necessarily.
The dealerships just throw them away. And what happened was, it had a little, like, not even a crease. It had a little ding in the tank that came off a Borger PD bike.
I
and
know
they
exactly
replaced-
who fucking rode that bike then.
So it had a little tiny ding in the tank, so they
Yeah.
had to swap it out as an insurance thing
Yeah.
for the PD.
right.
He had it at the dealership. He took it home, and it was hanging. He had like 3 bagger tanks in his garage. And what happened was, I knew that I wanted to take the red off, and I ended up getting the wheels. And I asked him, I was like, "Hey, what are you gonna do with that tank?" And he's like, "Why? What's up?" And I said, "Well, I want to put it on my bagger." And he's like, "Oh, you can have it."
Yeah.
We're
Right.
That's how
between me
cool-
and him, like, we're just, that's how shit is. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm not
Right,
using something,
right,
it just goes
right.
to him.
Yeah,
like,
you could just get it later.
yeah.
Yeah. Because like the Harley tax is one of the things where I'm like, I had a big long running rule where like no car I bought was over $1,000 for the longest time. Like I am the cheapest of cheap, like the eyepiece for my camera. Yeah, it's $10, and I usually just forget I don't have it. So,
Yeah.
but I've been looking at buying a retired police bike before I found my KZP, because I was going to buy an Electra, and then that was what I was going to get. I didn't
I was
care.
so jealous when you got that too. I grew up watching Chips, so like,
Oh, bro, when he,
Oh.
yeah.
He wasn't. I took some prodding and convincing.
So I when we went to Fast Life, Joey, or is it Ruben?
Barella. It was
Yeah,
Joe.
the one of the Barella brothers has the FXRP.
Joey.
Joey.
Yeah.
And I had said if I was going to get a Harley, I would get an FSRP because that's what I like. I like the way they look. Or a Dyna that was one of the Georgia State Police fucking bikes. I just kind of wanted an old retired police bike. That's kind of what I wanted for a Harley. And then I've been looking at KZPs, but they're kind of hen's teeth. You don't really see them a whole lot. And then that one came up in Bethlehem, Oklahoma, and we went down to talk to Methica, and we picked it up.
He was like, he sends me it on Instagram or sends me a
Facebook,
text, Facebook Marketplace, and it's like $1,700, and I'm like, get it. If you don't, I'm gonna get it.
Well, and I was like, I'm loading the trailer up right now, and I'm gonna go, and I need you to come with me because I can't go on my own. And like, I need help. I needed to get someone else to go with me. I want to back up. And then he was like, I'll be there in like 45 minutes. I was like, there's a guy coming out of Dallas that we have to beat. So do not fucking be late, please. And so I go to the bank, pull the cash out, and we get down there, and he's like, I haven't heard from a guy from Dallas. I was like, well, I'm fucking buying it. And so I negotiated the deal. I negotiated the deal before we got there.
Gotcha.
And I was like, I'm going to pay this much for that bike if it's what you say it is. And I got there, and he was pretty honest about his answers.
Yeah.
So still need to get a title for it because I don't have a title for it. So it's plated from 2009. So I got full coverage insurance on it. It's a little dirty right now, though. It's not stolen, but
Dude,
I love that thing.
So
when you
it
got
looks
your
so fucking good.
When I saw your bagger, I was like, oh, it's a retired police bike. So I was going to ask you all the retired police bike questions, but then you're like, oh, I bought new and it wasn't retired. And I was like, well, that question's out the window.
Dude, it is not a retired cop bike. But I will tell you, so I put the tank on. And it was funny because when I said it at Bike Night, I was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna put a cop tank on it. And everyone was like, nah, bro, cop bikes are so played out.
No,
They're not.
Dude,
No, they're not.
And then I showed up with it, and no one knew the wheels I was going to put on it. So another thing, the wheels on that bike, they're Prodigy. So like most people they all have the bronze Prodigies that came off of STs.
Right.
Most people don't know the wheels that are on that bike are actually off of Ray Ripple's Born Free build bike.
Really?
Stock bikes.
No
Yeah,
shit.
she's a really good friend of mine.
That's cool.
She's actually really close with my wife.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
her and Josh Bailey, who built that bike,
Yeah.
I was out there for Thanksgiving. Me and my wife were out there hanging out with them. And I think I mentioned something about like wanting to change out the wheels of my bike. And they were like, oh, well, what do you want? And I was like,
Just
"Well, what do
so
you have?" And
happens.
they're like, oh, well, if you know someone that wants to buy some Prodigies, I was like, well, tell me how much you want for them and I'll buy them. I'll take them with me. I'll buy them on here.
Yeah.
And that turned into like, no, man, like you guys are family. We're not fucking selling you those wheels. If you
You
want
just
them, you
want
can have
them.
them.
Yeah.
So like they gave them to me, and so we put them on that bike. So like, to me that's even more cool. Like the fact that like everyone looks at it and they're like, oh yeah, those are just Prodigy wheels. No, they're not just Prodigy wheels. They're off of her bike, which is special because
like
she's not a motorcycle builder, and Harley gave her a fucking bike.
Yeah.
Like that's
cool
as fuck.
Born Free. Like the story behind it is like way cooler.
Yeah, that's that the things that bring you that kind of a memory part of it. Like I was like, the drag slick that's our table in the studio at the house. Like that tire has been like 180, 190 miles an hour. It's from a front motor car from the 60s, 70s. Like that's from my dad's friend from back in the day, like who lost his life in a drag racing accident. I'm like, that's cool. I mean, not that part, that's not cool, but like, it's the cool stuff where it's like, I have little bits and pieces like.
So it's kind of funny like that when it comes to my motorcycle, both my Dyna and my bagger, there's a lot of things that are on those bikes that are either something I bought from somebody that I'm a really close friend with, or somebody that gifted it to me.
Yeah.
Like the rear passenger pegs on my Dyna are from Finch. They're Rolling Sands. Like I don't rock anything Rolling Sands.
Right.
Yeah. But they're on there, and I won't ever take them off because it reminds me of all the good times that I had taking trips with him on a motorcycle.
Yeah,
exactly.
The bagger, the T-bars on my bagger are actually off Steve Chamberlain's skinny tire bagger build that my buddy Josh Bailey, who Josh and Ray worked together for a long time. They built the Born Free bike.
Okay.
I got those bars from him. So those are off Steve Chamberlain's bike, and they're on that bike. Just shit like that. Like there's a lot of little things on my bike that all came from, the tank came from my buddy Chris.
Right.
He's got stuff that I've given him, but like, it's just,
it's got meaning more than just, it's a black Harley.
It's not a catalog bike.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's the thing that like, going back to like the people that want to gatekeep on some of that stuff. Like when I ask a question about something, sometimes I'll be like, they're like, oh, you don't, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, it's an M8. Like what all did you do to the M8? I'm like, well, I don't know. Well, because you bought it out of a fucking catalog, man. It has no semblance to you.
Yeah.
My first car has a yellow hood on it because it's Porsche 911 red.
It's got a Woods cam.
It's got a Woods cam in it. But it's got my first car has an Isky cam in it. But like it's got a yellow hood, and I won't repaint it because I knew the car that it came off of in the salvage yard because I've wound up subsequently meeting the family that owned that fucking station wagon I got it off of. Never gonna paint that goddamn yellow hood. I'll get another one. That will be in the garage somewhere, but
So like that's the kind of thing. Like, and I'm so bad about like selling parts. If I go in my garage, I have like a garage full of Dyna shit. I just don't ever want to sell it.
Right.
Like,
you're like, I like this thing and I got it from this person that did.
yeah. I'm like, I literally, and then I'm always like the planner. It goes back to the whole like, man, if I'm poor, I don't have a backup plan. So I'm like, man, if for some reason I just like watered up the Dyna and I fucking completely wrecked my paint job. Oh, I got a whole nother tin set. Like I just swap that motherfucker back out.
I got this shit on fucking lock. That's like my dad. He is a legitimate hoarder, and like, but I've been more selective about. I have stuff that I'm like, oh well, if I like when I sold my Honda, the guy that bought it, it was his first bike, and I was like, yeah, I have slip on that's so Two Brothers exhaust. I was like, if you don't like it, it's not loud. It's too loud because it's like if you don't like it, here's a factory exhaust. I'll put it on for you. I kept all that stuff just to make sure like. You have it, and then because when I actually told him I was like I don't have to sell this bike. I don't need to sell this bike. I'm selling it because I would like the space. And then I was like, if you go to sell this bike, let me know. I will buy it back for what you bought it from me for. And then that motherfucker sold it out from underneath me, and I was like, God damn it! I was gonna put it on the wall in the garage,
dude. And that's the kind of thing for me. Like I would rather give a part to a friend than sell it. Like, It's not about the money. Like I could care less. It sounds really weird to say this. Like money really doesn't mean anything to me, like at all.
Well, it's I've already spent it.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm.
Yeah, I'm not fucking starving. Like I have to sell this. Yeah. So the thing to me is like, and even just in general, like the older I get, the more I start thinking, like, do I really care about promoting in my company? Like, not really.
No.
To me, it's more about like the experience. Like I literally just work so that I can have the money to do things I want to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't care about anything else. Like the years of like wanting to go up the chain and like all this career path shit. I don't give a fuck about any of that right now. Like as long as I can pay my bills and have a little bit of money to do what I want to do, that's what I'd rather do right now.
Right.
I mean, at one point at work, I was stressed out. My wife told me, she's like, look, this is where you thought my wife was a gangster before. Wait till I tell you this.
I bet.
She straight up told me, she was like, look, I don't like seeing you like this. You are so upset. Like you feel like you're frustrated. Just quit your job. Just quit your job and do like,
go flip
just
burgers.
Quit your job. No, ride your motorcycle and do YouTube videos and take photos. And I was like, Sherry, that's not going to pay our bills. We'll figure it out. Like, I would rather you do that. And I said, and I made the joke. I'm like, man, I wish I could just ride my motorcycle across the country and just do content. She's like, do it.
Right.
If that's what you want to do. She's like,
right.
I said, yeah, but Sherry, realistically, what would you do? She was like, I would move back to Gallup. I would be close to my family. I would see you. As long as I got to see you at least once a month. Yeah. I don't care. Like you could do whatever you want. And I'm like, everyone's like, why didn't you take her up on that? And I'm like, because I did kind of make a promise to her dad that I wasn't going to be a piece of shit. And I try not to. I do a lot of selfish things.
Right.
Yeah.
My wife is in the hospital right now, and I'm over here doing a podcast. Because
We made sure before when we were in the elevator up, I said, is she
we
good?
did ask.
I did
full
say.
disclosure, they did. They were like, hey man, like, are you sure
You're
this is
good?
cool?
Like,
we can do this later. And I was like, nah, man. My wife is super supportive like that. She's like, my mom's here. Like, it's not a big deal. My mother-in-law's going to be with me for a month. So she's like, no, you need to like.
You should go and be.
It's a marathon. It's not a sprint, honey. Don't you worry about it. Like, you're gonna have us for a minute. So
yeah. Well, and so I was working at the last gig I was at, and I had been there for 5-6 years, and I was every day. I'm over this, and my wife was making less money than me, but she was like, quit. I don't give a shit. Just quit. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, my wife makes less than me too, but she's still like. She's like, I don't like seeing you like this.
She's like you don't gray, and you're graying at 30. And she's like, no, stop, just quit. And she's like, she didn't tell me to go ride a motorcycle and do cool shit like that. She was like, you can get another job. Like, we need this much money to live. So anything that you get over that, it's just you being able to go do the things you want to go do.
Yeah.
So to come full circle on that, that's kind of, I got a motorcycle to be a stress reliever from work. from being around all these miserable people. And then when I moved to West Texas, I took the job, and then Biden decided that he was like, nope, we're not going to renew any contractor positions, because that's just what he decided to do.
Yeah.
And like, I told myself, you know what? For almost 12 years, I've never really got to take a vacation.
Right.
Like, I would go on a motorcycle trip for maybe a week, but I'd never been off like and had 2-3 weeks off.
Right.
So I said, you know what? We're going to travel. I had the money. I'm like, you know what? We're going to just go fucking travel a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I had never been, I'd been on a motorcycle out to Tennessee, but I had never, because I was a trip, I didn't really get to like explore as much.
Yeah.
Because I was with a couple friends.
Right.
And we were riding most of the time. I was like, you know what? Let's go explore. I'd never been to Louisiana.
Right.
Yeah,
man.
I had been all over the West Coast.
Yeah.
I'd been to Oklahoma, Kansas, but I had never gone like east.
Right.
We went out to East Texas. I didn't even know East Texas was what East Texas was.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
The Pine Curtain.
Yeah.
Dude, like
It's
No
a whole
shit.
different.
the piney woods. Like if
Yeah.
you told me that
It-
Texas was
it-
the piney woods, I would have been like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to be there.
Because you're like, this is not Texas.
Yeah, dude, I came from eastern New Mexico and I was in West Texas.
That's
and-
Texas.
And the panhandle. Like,
Yeah.
When people think of Texas, they think of that.
Yeah.
Nobody's like, oh, you're going to have these fucking 30-foot pine trees.
It's bewildering. Like the first time I saw it, I was like, what the fuck is going on out here?
Yeah.
And like, then you get into Louisiana, you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
So
you
I
get
went,
the Cajun people.
so I went out there and I really liked East Texas.
Yeah.
And that's originally where I wanted to move before I came to Dallas. I wanted to move to East Texas.
Yeah.
But I realized that I didn't like the person work was making me. That's why, because they offered me jobs. They were like, hey man, like you can come to Laredo
100%
or you can go to Georgia. Like they were offering me a lot of money. I mean, I'm talking over 6 figures. Like they were
Right,
into
right.
the 6 figures. Like they were offering me a lot of money to go. But I realized like I didn't like who was making me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get 100%. That's like where I'm at. My quality of life to work ratio.
Yeah.
And because I'm work for the federal government, I work up at Tinker at the Air Force Base. And so could I make more money? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do I like my job? Yeah. I actually like who I work with. And so I wake up, I remember like times waking up, and I've had jobs where you wake up and you're like, do I have a 9mm for breakfast? Or what lie can I come up with
When
to
you've
call
got
in?
when you start waking up and you're like, wait a second, is that a scratch in my throat? Am I not feeling well?
Yeah. My
Yeah,
dog has explosive diarrhea, or like when my daughter was young, that was the best thing ever, because I'm like, oh, my kid's sick, I gotta
like when
and nobody questions that.
When you start having to think about like a reason not to be at work, that's a problem.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And the other thing is, I realize it makes me really irritable.
Yeah.
Like I was like I would go to work, I wouldn't call off ever. And then I had this sense like all the time, like, nah, I'm not gonna call off because it'll just be a shit show, and then I'm gonna walk back into a fucking shit show the next day.
Right,
It's just
right.
gonna be worse. And then like I just realized I'd have a shitty day at work, and then my wife would say something, would like ask me something that I thought was kind of dumb.
You're like, you
And I would
stupid
just-
bitch.
Basically, I'd be like, what the fuck? And
Yeah.
then she'd be like, damn. And she worked there too, but like my wife is just, she's always got like this carefree fucking attitude. I say it all the time, my wife makes me a way better person because my wife has 0 fucks to give all the time. She's gonna give you the best fucking 8 to 5 she can give you.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like when she leaves, she just checks the fuck out.
She's
And then
fucking-
she comes home and she fucking watches Hallmark and doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Mine is trying to learn how to do that more, because she's like, oh, I really want to be passionate about
I
work.
come
I'm like,
in
just
and-
leave. Just leave work.
No.
Mine's binging Selling Sunset, and I'm like, I can't handle this. I gotta go ride.
Yeah.
Dude, and the problem is like
And she'll be like, okay.
work would get me all stressed. And then like, I'm telling my wife, I'm like, oh, it must be nice to live on fucking the easy mode where you don't got to worry about anything. I got to worry about fucking politics and how these bills get paid. and
Right.
I got to deal with all these fucking retards at work. Like,
Yeah.
And then I was like, man, like, why am I being like this? And it wasn't until I took that time off that I realized, like, dude, you just need to chill the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's like, you know what?
absolutely.
So I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. And I knew that I was going to take a pay cut doing it. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll Get a job somewhere else.
You cannot, and I've learned this. This has been hard for me because I've finally, in the last 10 years, 20 years, I mean, I've gone through divorce, lost a child, trying to come through in a new relationship. So, and my wife now is, double digit in younger years, but I am finding
Groupies and blow.
Yeah.
Groupies and blow.
It's called grooming. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finding out. Yeah.
How many
Actually-
melted ice creams in that van did you take?
I mean,
When he tells you the story about
it's how we met.
Yeah.
But
When?
I finding out what makes me happy and realizing that it's not stuff. I mean, it is my motorcycle, but it's not money. It's not, I'm doing everything for the wrong reasons. And like you said, finding out what makes me happy and then finding somebody who, like with my wife, I can be like, I'm going for a ride. And it's like, okay.
Yep.
Like, yes, you can tell that's my therapy, and I get to a point where, she'll be like, maybe you should go for a ride, be it motorcycle or bicycle. Cause I do a lot of bicycle riding.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's hard to be mad when you're tired.
Yeah.
Because and now I feel like,
But see, that's what my wife says now too. Like she's gotten to know me well enough to know, like I've subtly said it a couple times on social media, like motorcycle saved my life, because if I didn't, like, I probably would have died of stress.
Yeah.
Because
And we've all kind of gravitated to, like you said, with the T-bars and the bike. When I showed up, I'm riding a deluxe that had fucking beach cruiser bars, and everybody was like, "You need T-bars," and yeah, I did put T-bars on it, and it's fucking amazing. The handling and
everyone thinks they do it for a cool factor. Until you actually ride it. And
Holy
you're like,
shit, you can turn now.
Yeah, it's like, dude, I'm riding a really, really torquey fucking dirt bike. That's what I'm riding.
Yeah.
That's so my FJ has basically T-bars on it. It's just a real short rise on it. And I'm like, I don't understand what this is all about. And I was like, I rode his bike whenever they got married up the street from my house. So I had to ride it from the ceremony location to my place, which is like 3 fucking whole blocks. So
We
like,
did
God
our
damn it,
we
this
did our
fuck-
exit on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she had the shorts on, like in the wedding dress.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm in my suit, and so she had the shorts on underneath the dress, hiked it up,
Yeah.
got
Fuck
on,
yeah.
and
So when they pulled off and got done, I like rode it, and it's got the beach bars on the deluxe. I'm like, God damn, this thing rides like fucking shit. And I was like,
yeah.
oh yeah, but my bikes have all pretty much had, like, other than I've had clip-ons, basically a motocross bar, or then now the T-bar setup I have on that. Except for my KZP's got some big ass beach bars on it now, which I kind of like because it's neat.
There you go.
That's been.
Yeah, it was. So
I wasn't cool enough to do that at my wedding.
well, when did you get married? In relation to when you were riding?
Why would you ask? I've been married 5 years.
Dude, I've been with mine for
It was
6
before. It was pre-bagger, I think, because I bought the bagger in 2020. So yeah, it was pre-bagger. I just had the Dyna. She wasn't getting on the Dyna.
Yeah. So like 2018, 2019.
See, I've only been married.
Asshole, you better hope my wife doesn't listen. She will. She will.
We're far enough in.
We're
so
almost
they
to
won't hear.
4 hours, sir. We're going to be hard pressed for most
I'm
people.
like, I've been married just over 2 years, and I think we've been together 7 or 8. I don't know. I'm like, none of that counts. I know our anniversary because she'll get all pissy and be like, it was this, and I'm like,
I don't want to fucking hear it. I was with mine for a decade before we got
just
married.
because you wanted to get laid. You wanted somebody besides your uncle to touch your
you guys were
wiener.
together for 10 years before you got married.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get married. So I met her when I was about to turn 18, and then
He finally admitted she was 20. He was almost 18.
She was grooming him.
yeah, no, I was 2 weeks out from 18, and she was like,
She touched his no square.
she did not touch it until after I turned 18. Because it's weird.
Fucking liar. See,
Yeah.
I love how he says that. Like, dude, there's a statute of limitations. She was molesting you. It's fine. It's okay.
You know what was more fucked
It's
up?
She's
only-
like, "Do you like this?" And
It's
you're like,
only
"No."
weird if it's a dude doing it to a chick. Cut it out.
I would have preferred that over what she did. So what? So
Did she put her finger in your ass?
No. So my birthday's August the 5th, and I met her June 28th. So we had a month together before I
I
turned
just
18.
want to let you know that unsolicited or like approved touching is a crime. No means no.
So we had a month together.
They can't make any sound during sex though.
Dude, it did sound really
because
weird
for-
the way he said it.
because
He's like, oh, I like that's better than what she wanted. I was like, what?
Well, so we'd been
Than what she
together.
did is what he said.
Yeah.
So
So
that
we-
sounds better
yeah.
than what she actually did. I'm like,
Hold on,
What
get
did she
ready
do?
for it. So we were together for a month, and it was my birthday, and then so she was trying to figure out what to get me for a birthday present.
Blowjobs.
Yeah, well, she wasn't doing
Perfect
that.
present.
Perfect present. But she,
Andy's.
so she goes and she's like, I got you.
She
a,
would give angry hand jobs. Don't
no,
don't ask for that.
well, she would. I know that she does. Dude, 16 years. I'm like, hey, take yours. She's like, "Arr!" So she gets me a
fucking
birthday.
terrible.
She gives me a birthday present, and she was like, I didn't know really what to get you, and I had coincidentally just offhand one day remarked I had been to an ICP concert like twice. It's not I'm a fan. I'd just gone both times I'd been in the city because it's hilarious to go to. She gets me a gigantic from Hot Topic ICP wallet with like a metal medallion. Ripped all the pants pockets out of my fucking pants when I'd be sliding across the concrete working in cars and shit. That was what she got me instead of like a hand job or anything. And I was like, God damn it. You could have just gave me the worst hand job ever. Would have been way better than this
She
wallet.
could have raw dogged it.
Yeah, she could have tickled my butthole. I would have been more pleasantly surprised with that than the fucking because that wallet was a fucking fourfold. It wasn't a trifold. It was like 4 inches thick.
Oh, goddamn.
It's like this fucking couch pillow
Yes.
here. You're like
Yeah.
you're like trying to get it in your pocket.
And the fucking medallion's no shit as big around as that beer can is. Oh man. It was-
Oh, my God.
So it looked like I was carrying Skull at first, and I was like, I kind of look like I got some chew back there, and then it was just ripping my pants pockets out.
That's old Squirrel the Juggalo over there.
Yeah. Where's my Fago?
So you know he drinks Fago.
I've never actually had Fago.
Fucking liar.
So I
Hey, you were from the
I
east
swear
side.
to God.
You had
Yeah.
Fago because
Yeah.
they didn't sell that on the. They didn't sell
sell that on
Fago
what?
on the north
So
side.
he doesn't have any tattoos. I guarantee he had a fucking lip piercing at one point.
no,
in his life.
I never did.
Fucking
I
liar.
no, I never did. I
painted your fingernails too, didn't you?
no, I never did that either.
Fucking liar.
No, so
Your wife's favorite band is
Wearing the fucking. He's over there wearing the
what
fucking
is-
Hatchet
Fallout
Man.
Boy.
Fucking,
Fall Out Boy.
Fallout Boy.
I was like,
yeah, you know you were doing some Fallout Boy.
No, I never did that. I
this
was
dude
listening.
wore a fucking Hatchet Man fucking hockey jersey.
Oh, yeah.
you
No,
fucking
I
liar.
really. So I was too poor to have one. I always wanted one.
Yeah, bucket list dreams right there.
I wanted one, but I couldn't afford it. So
I thought you weren't a fan.
I was. Okay, hold on. God damn
Get
it.
him,
He's
get
like,
him,
I could-
Devin.
I could only afford the Esham t-shirt and the fucking Twisted t-shirt.
Hey, Mr. So what happened was.
Excuse me, I dated a chick that was into that shit. She gave the best fucking head and loved being choked. So simmer down, buddy.
So the girl that I was dating, I was talking about with the Polaroid pictures, she was real into ICP, and they had good bass. So I listened for the bass and to try to get into her pants. I was unsuccessful for both. So I was trying to date her. I had a buddy that was like weirdly older that used to race RC cars with me, and he was like, "Hey, do you want to go see ICP at the Diamond Ballroom?" And I was like, "Not really. I don't want to pay for the ticket." And he's like, "I'm paying for the ticket if you'll go. I want to go with my girlfriend, but I also want to take my stripper girlfriend." And I was like, "Do it." And so we went for both ICP concerts. It was him, his actual girlfriend, and then his stripper girlfriend. Both of those concerts, different strippers on both of those concerts. It was ridiculous, but it was hilarious to see the blow up doll the security guard fucking took and stabbed the fucking heart out of. ICP was a good show. I would go back and see him again.
You're out of control.
I am.
I want to see Guar. You know,
I did see Guar.
I've never
Guar
seen
was the shit.
Guar. Not that I liked him. I couldn't tell you a single song, but just from a production standpoint,
It's amazing to see Guar. I went to go see Tool. I saw Tool on like Tuesday night, and I got back and I went immediately and saw Guar the next night, and I was like, not gonna lie, Guar was a little better show. So he was like, I'll go see Guar multiple times. Like I really enjoyed it. It was a good time. They had a cum cannon at one point. Like
I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna come. Okay, well we're 3 hours and 45 minutes into it.
All right.
Are you ready to? Do you have any more stories you want to tell us before?
Man,
He's like,
no,
yeah.
no, because
Well, let's go. We can go all night long.
I do have more stories I can tell you, but this gives you an excuse to have me come back.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much.
I'll have to tell you about me shitting on the dragon at some point.
Fuck yes.
Yes.
Tail of the dragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I shit on
Side of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how you do it.
I mean, my wife pissed on the side of I-40.
No,
I-35.
Yeah,
And I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
No, the
She
funny
just
one,
pulled the flips open.
So the funny one is like we were like mid dragon too. I made the mistake of eating breakfast before we went on the dragon, and like there's nowhere to shit.
Nope.
So like I just climbed up in the woods, and there I am fucking hanging my ass off, and I'm like the whole time I'm
Was it the bubble guts? So it was just like
Yeah.
fucking hot, just liquid. You're like straight pissing out of your ass. Yeah.
No screen door is safe.
It was one of those metformin shits. Is what it was. I almost when I
they're
first
like holding on to the because it's like it's fucking steep. If you've ever ridden
Yeah.
the dragon, like
I have not.
Yeah.
I'm aware of it.
I'm up in this fucking hairpin turn, and I'm like holding the tree so I don't fucking fall over, and I'm like, I'm gonna die by a fucking snake bite in the ass because you're like, dude, if you've never been there, it's Eastern Tennessee. You're in the fucking woods,
right,
Yeah.
right,
and like
in the holler.
and there's nothing going on, and it's quiet, and all of a sudden you hear these fucking leaves crack behind you. You're like, oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. And I'm like, here I am. My fucking ass cheeks are hanging out. I'm gonna get bit on the ass by a fucking snake or a spider while I'm fucking liquid fucking chocolate squirting out of my ass.
You're like, I fucking hate my life so much right now. And you get back on the motorcycle. Pretty good day. Pretty good day.
No, the funniest part about it is as I'm fucking mid shit hanging onto this tree, I see this fucking dude on his ultra with his old lady on the back, and they're like, hell yeah, brother.
And they're like,
she's
bye.
Yeah.
she's looking, and she's just got like this bewildered look on her face. I remember thinking, like, I told my buddies, I was like, I guarantee when they stopped for the lunch, their little smoke stop, she was like, did you see that guy in the woods? And my husband's like, the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, we're in that turn. That guy was taking a shit. Like, yeah, be a fucking bear. What is wrong with you?
Hey,
like, there's no fucking shit.
Bear fucker.
Bear fucker. Do you need assistance? Bear fucker.
Dude. And I just remember that because like literally it was exactly that. It was like it was the Bee Gees, and like I was like, I'm gonna hold it, but like
It's like getting fucking somebody with an ice pick stabbing you in the stomach.
yes, dude, the stomach cramp. You're like,
Oh, yeah.
bro, like, oh god. And I'm sitting there thinking, like,
I wouldn't know what you're talking about.
I'm like, I'm gonna never felt that. I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never.
Dude, and I remember thinking like, I'm gonna hold it. I gotta hold it till we get to the next stop. And I'm like,
There's no stops.
I don't think I'm gonna make it till we get off this.
I have
it's only
not-
like 16 miles. So you're thinking like,
It's the longest 16 goddamn miles of your whole life, especially when you got shit real bad.
dude. And then I remember because on that trip, when we were heading out, my buddy stopped at fucking Walmart and he got dude wipes, and I'm like, you're a fucking fag, bro. What's that? To wipe your vagina?
Yeah.
And like, then I'm like, give me the goddamn wipes. Give me the wipes. Give me the wipes.
So
I carry wipes with me whenever I leave
used-
my house.
I used to live in Alaska, and I was stationed up there, and we went on this hunting trip, and we were going.
Don't you love how it was like, oh, we're at 3 hours and 45 minutes. We're gonna call it quits. Like, just kidding.
Let's just pop
This
that.
is a southern goodbye.
Let's pop that 4 hour mark.
We're going.
You guys haven't gone over 4 hours.
No,
No,
we have never hit
no.
4 hours. No.
Oh yeah, no. See that? See,
We're
popping that
happening.
cherry tonight.
You're fucking around with a podcast porn star, motherfucker. You do 4 hours all the time on
What's
the fast
fucked
lane.
up
like-
is he's all
he's
the
like-
time like, we don't need to do 2 hours.
You
I'm like,
shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna fuck you.
We
till you
got
love
Johnny
me.
Sins over here. No, and so we go on this hunting trip. We're going bear hunting, and I bring the 900 pack of baby wipes, and this is like late 90s, right? And everybody's like, "Oh, you fucking pussy!" You bring your purse.
You wipe
too.
your ass with a pine cone like
And
a
I'm-
real American.
And I'm like, we're in Alaska. There's still snow on the ground, sir. We're going bear hunting. We're going to be gone for a week. I'm not getting in the 20-degree water in Prince William Sound to wash off. It's like, so I can at least
do me the quality Puerto Rican shower with these baby
Well,
wipes.
you know what? I'm like, yeah, I can whore bath. I won't smell like Bigfoot's dick.
Yeah.
And
I
so,
mean, if you're bear hunting, that's probably a good thing to smell.
Yeah.
like.
I want him to run away from me.
yeah. And so we all had to bring like food, and for one night you
You're
would be like,
supposed to kill the bear for your food.
no, but just like so. Each of us brings a dinner in that way. So this one guy brings fucking hot links or brats, and we're like, okay, we're gonna cook him, and he pulls out this Duraflame log, and we're like, what? Hey, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, what? I'm gonna cook these. And I was like,
Not on that.
not on that. And he's like, yeah, it's because there's snow on the ground, not snow wood. And it's like, I'm not eating that shit. That's just straight chemicals. And
He's like,
so,
tastes like home.
So he's
Chernobyl.
like lights it up, cooking them. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not eating that shit. And so this motherfucker, he's like, oh, they're fine. And we're like, okay.
He's like actively foaming from the mouth. He's like, you put my hand.
No, he fucking eats them.
I can totally imagine. That was probably bazooka fucking shit.
Oh, dude. So he
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and chicks.
he eats them, and nobody else does because we're like, I'm not getting.
Where was this at in the
cancer.
handbook for the military not to eat
Yeah,
shit like
yeah.
that?
You would think it's like, motherfucker, you've been to survival school. It does not say use a Duraflame log. And so this motherfucker goes off in the woods.
Did you snort?
yeah. This motherfucker goes off in the woods and comes back a little while later, and he's kind of doing the walk, and he's like, if you see a pair of polypros, which are like the long johns, he's like, just
Mind your business, bitch.
just leave them be. And then he comes up, hey man,
Hey, dog.
can I get some of those wipes? And I'm like, oh, who's the bitch now?
Yeah.
You gonna wipe your pussy?
You get it front and back, you big
Oh.
old pile of bitch.
You got a little chapped ass. Oh,
Go fuck yourself.
Just remind me. Tell 'em,
But-
hey, remember, with pussies, don't wipe from the back to the front.
yeah.
Fuck the back. So
Dude, that was like fucking OFR this year. It was like 187
I was like,
degrees.
what? I didn't blow up any toilets.
Man, I'm
And-
fucking sad. Every year I want to go to fucking the Oklahomians family reunion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of
It's
like
over.
to say everything ended this year.
Yeah, everything ended. This year.
Everything ended.
Fast life is over.
Yeah.
This
They
is.
said, "Fuck Oklahoma."
You know, I
That's
firmly
kinda,
believe
that's
it's
kinda
because
what it
we
feels
went.
like. Yeah.
Because I've been talking about going to OFR.
The metric guys showed up, and the party fucking
Yeah.
it was no longer cool.
But there was the
Some DJ
the
scratching.
bathroom.
God damn it! Stop.
There was the bathroom
From fucking hell.
from hell, and then everybody was like, "No, you go to the one up by the boat launch."
Yeah.
And so I went in there because I was like, I got a shit,
It's
go
the
go up to
Cadillac
the
of
one.
pooping stalls.
This fucking oven. It's like I felt like I was in Auschwitz. It's like
Dude, it was so
1700 degrees.
I just want to let you know that if you have any youngsters that listen,
They're
to
like,
fucking
"What's
podcast,
Auschwitz?"
they have no idea what you're talking about. Us fucking old geeks, we know exactly what the fuck you're talking about. Dreidel. I think you got it.
I just want to know what everybody around the Airbnb is probably like. What the fuck did I say?
Dude, I'm in there trying to shit as fast as I can. My wipes are drying out. It's so hot. And
We're
I
gonna
come,
get canceled for that. I just want to let you know. That joke alone. we're
Yeah,
gonna-
I was like, I gotta flag that shit now.
so yeah, I come busting out, like heat stroked out, sweating. And like, there's this family there, and they like grab their kids
Oh
and
my
run
God.
to the car, and I'm all like,
He comes out. He's like, I'm thinking about big heart. So he comes. So he went up to it and he was like, "Be forewarned, son. It is bad up there." And I was like, "All right." So then I went up there to change into my bathing suit to get into the lake. And so I walk out, and a guy is like walking by. And he's like, "Did you already get in the lake?" And I'm like, "No, this is just from being in the bathroom." So me and my wife, we've been together probably a year and a half at this point in our relationship. And we had this little tiny 1-bedroom apartment that we lived at where she was going to college at. 1 bathroom, it shared living room and all that stuff. So it was basically a bedroom. That was where we lived at. So I come home from being a lube tech at the time, and I had stripped down. I had an oil drain blow up.
Is that what you call when you're still before your wife touched your penis? You're a lube tech.
I was a lube tech. Yes, it was in the before times, not the after times. So I had oil drain. I was emptying the oil drain, and it blew out of the top because the valve wasn't closed all the way. So I got an oil bath. So I had to drive an hour south to get to the apartment. So I get in. I've had a day. I strip all my clothes off, and I just shower real fast, and then I'm at the computer. She's watching some bullshit on TV, working on homework, whatever she's doing. So that day I'd had Subway for lunch, and I'm sitting there, and I'm click-clacking away on the keyboard, and I just full naked in front of her. And she is weirded out by that in the first place. She's like, "Why are you so fucking naked?" And I'm like, "Hey, babe, it's okay. I've had a long day."
I just want to let you know that this motherfucker could never tell his wife he doesn't look at porn. There I was, dick hanging out on the computer, like a real fucking pedo. Control Alt Delete. Control Alt Delete.
You know,
Why is there 817 windows open?
she walked in. I thought she was. That's side note. I was just beating my meat on the couch one time. She walks in the fucking house.
I swore I thought she was 18.
Just going it down. She's like,
It
"What's
said
up?"
she was legal.
Yeah, so I was like, ah. She's like, "What's up?" I'm like, "Well, it's ready for you now." So I lean over to rip this fart, and I, boom! It's just instant. I'm like, "Oh man, that was loud." I'm like, "Oh,
Why?
oh, that was not just all fart. That was not just air. I liquid shit." But it got in my ass cheeks. It didn't really come out. But I was like, oh, fuck. And I sprint to the bathroom. I just take a second shower for the day. And she is like, is everything okay? Is everything okay? I'm like, don't look at the chair. Don't look at the chair. Don't look at the chair. So I get done, put some boxers on because I'm now fucking
Murder
shit.
scene.
I walk over. I'm expecting this brown chair. It's going to be super brown. I shit my ass cheeks so bad I did not actually get any on the chair, but she watched me go, oh god, oh god. I thought I was liquid shit all over the fucking floor, all over the bathroom. No,
Look, now that we're 4 hours in, now we can get to real juicy.
we got 2 minutes until we're 4 hours in, but yeah.
Well, then we're gonna pop that cherry right now with an interesting story. So when I was still in New Mexico, I worked at the prison, and man, I forgot what happened, what caused it, but like I had this fucking bad pain in my ass. like you would think like a hemorrhoid.
What was her name?
Yeah.
No. So here's the wild part that happened. So I ended up having an abscess.
Oh god.
So I had an abscess in my lower intestine because apparently I was dehydrated. When
Okay,
it does, it
right.
causes a tear and then it causes an abscess.
Yeah.
So remind you, in New Mexico, there's nothing but the prison. So all the nurses that work at the hospital also work at the prison. So I had to go to the hospital.
And you're
so that they could.
what's up, Barbara?
Hey Barb, how you doing?
So they could fucking take this abscess out because I was like, dude, it hurt so bad, like I couldn't sit down.
Yeah.
Like, it was bad.
Yeah.
Your asshole's all fucked up, man.
Yeah, I had like a bad fever, so I go in. Literally, I go in. They're checking me out, and yeah, it's a bunch of fucking nurses that I know from work.
Right.
Yeah, and you're like,
And
hi.
they're like, oh, you've got this abscess, like, and it's tunneled. Like we're gonna have to go in there and fucking take this out. Okay. So I go in. They fucking put me under. This is why I knew I could never be gay, because they had to fucking put me under anesthesia so they could fucking so they could do this abscess. Okay, so to give you a little background, so to give you a little background, in corrections, the big stigma, the joke everyone makes is in prison. They talk about guys getting raped in
Yeah,
prison.
dropping the soap.
So now so the federal government actually has a law. It's called PREA. It's called the Prison Rape Elimination Act.
Okay.
Right.
And basically, it's the protocol that you have to take to investigate if anybody's even sexual harassment. Did you know sexual harassment in prison is actually something that has to be investigated?
That is wild.
Yes. So
It's not talked about enough.
so no, it's not. So if an inmate actually says that like you said something that was inappropriate,
I'm gonna
to them,
fuck you till you love
they
me.
do this whole fucking investigation. No, not even that. Like if a fucking officer or a staff member even looked at an inmate and they felt like they were being fucking
Right.
get done and up down to, they do this whole investigation. It has to be documented.
That's wild.
According to the federal government. So just like anything, the federal government has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. So
Right.
So they make things really complicated. So anyways, so there's PREA. Everybody in corrections has to know the fucking procedures for PREA. So I get sedated. My wife tells me this story. She's there. I'm there with fucking 3 nurses that I work with that I see every fucking day.
Oh god.
There I am fucking laying on my stomach, fucking under anesthesia. They're fucking, knuckle deep in my fucking asshole.
Your
my
face
dick
down,
and,
ass
my
up.
dick and balls are hanging out. Like,
Yeah.
they're seeing the whole 9.
Barbara's like, I like what I see. I like what I see. She's like,
they're all up in there trying to get this like abscess taken care of. And apparently at one point, I don't know what happened. The anesthesia just had me like fucking freak out. And I was
had you
like,
faded.
Priya, this is fucking Priya. What is that? Sherry, get this on camera. This is Priya.
She's like, I've got it on camera.
Dude. So they do all that. So after they do the procedure, they get it all cleaned up. Well, literally for like a couple weeks, like my wife is having to help fucking clean my ass because
Right.
I can't see where they had to cut into me.
Yeah.
So man, you want to talk about whether it's love or not?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Get you a woman that's willing to fucking clean your butthole for you.
Hey, I'm at that age.
Yeah.
So
You want to talk about the most awkward conversation was later, like when I went back to work and I'm at work and like one of the nurses who I was really good friends with.
Yeah.
We're like walking into like lunch and she's like, "Hey,
Small dick, huh?
how's it going?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's fine. It's fine."
It's all fine. It's
she's
all
like, "I've seen your butthole."
Yeah, like that was a joke that came up later. I was like, "Oh no, they know me really well." Next
They know
to my
me
wife,
inside and
like yeah,
out.
they know me. I mean, they've done things that even my wife hasn't done.
Yeah. I've been asking her, and she just
In
didn't
the
have it.
hoo-ha, like
They went 4 fingers deep, man.
no, the part that makes it
You're doing really good, buddy.
is it
Good shot, buddy.
Is it gay if it was 3 women?
Super gay.
That's fair.
No.
Yeah. No, it's not.
They all had fingers in my ass. Like, at what point
Did they all
It's
have
only
at the same
it's
time?
only gay if it happens in Thailand.
are they really girls?
Are they
Yeah.
ladies, or-
We're gonna pretend they are.
Yeah.
I come in you come on Florida. It was beautiful. You can tell I've done this once or twice.
Yeah.
I had a huge when I first started riding bicycles again with him. I had gotten a pimple on my inside of my ass cheek, and I
That
was
was
like,
a boil. That wasn't a pimple.
"Well, yeah, it was a boil." But I was like, "Babe, you're gonna have to help me with this." And she was like, I don't really want to do that." And I was like, "You got to."
Well, that's that's the whole
she's
thing
like,
that happened with the ass.
"Well, it's
thing.
been a
Like,
nice run."
When it was hurting, like I was like, "Babe, I need you to look at my ass," and she's like, "Why? No, why?" And I'm like, so there I am, fucking laid out. I'm like spreading my ass cheeks.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want you to just look at my butthole. I want you to look at my innards. Like,
Right.
look into my soul.
It's like the first time you ever have a hemorrhoid and you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh God, I'm dying. What the fuck's
and
going
that's-
on?
and that's what
yeah,
happened.
and you're like, oh my God. And then, luckily now in the cell phone days, you don't have to get a mirror down there, but you're like, snap. And then you're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I took my my inspection camera from that I have from automotive repair, and I just turned that motherfucker on, and I turned the cam because it's got a little light on it.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
It has a micro SD in it, and I was half tempted to take photos of it and be like, "This is why you needed to help me."
Hey man, the only question that I have is why does that camera have Vaseline on it? You fucking fag. I swear to God.
For the O-rings.
I'm trying to make sure I didn't blow a gasket.
He's like,
He's
I
got
do
the
my own colonoscopies.
he's got the
Yeah.
biggest tub of Vaseline in the garage. And right next to the box of rubber gloves.
So on my workbench right now, there's baby powder, rubber gloves, and Vaseline.
Yeah.
And people all the time go, "Wait, what? Why?" And I'm like, "The baby powder." It puts lotion on it. So the baby powder. So when I put my latex gloves on, I don't fuck my hands up. And then the Vaseline is whenever you work with fuel solvent, like O-rings or anything. Everyone's like, "Oh, is that what you do?" I'm like, "Douse that fucking shit in Vaseline." Now, boop. Like when I rebuild a carburetor, Vaseline on all the gaskets. I know it's not gonna be fucked up. And everyone's like, "That's super smart. How'd you learn that?" Well, I got tired of eating it.
Right?
My O-ring got checked, and when he used Vaseline, I kind of liked it.
Dude, I will tell you that, like, yeah. So that's essentially what happened was I wasn't drinking enough water.
Yeah.
And literally like taking rough shits, you're pushing too hard.
Uh-huh.
And that's what caused the tear.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then after that, like after that first happened, I had a couple hemorrhoids shortly because I
Yeah.
had never experienced that, and I was like,
Yeah.
You're like, "Oh God."
Fucking folding the toilet paper up like a fucking like a pad and fucking wearing it. You're like, oh, this feels so good.
no, I forgot what that shit's on there. The preparation H, the like.
Aloe.
No,
No,
there's something else. It's like
the medication that like
Witch hazel.
witch
Yeah,
hazel. That's
yeah.
what you're like, oh God.
Yeah. So
Why is this making me hard?
I feel so rigid and rugged right now. I had gotten some preparation H wipes, like because I use the not baby wipes, but I use the traveling wipes a lot because I'm like, all right, cool, I don't want to wreck my asshole. So I'd gotten some from Winco or wherever, and it was like the off-brand. And god damn it, the first time it hit sphincter, I was like, my wife from the other room is like, "Are you okay in there?" I'm like, "Wrong wipes, wrong wipes."
Dude, it used to be bad. My wife would laugh at me because, yeah, literally, I'm in there taking a shit. I'm like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
"Are you okay?" Like, shut up, bitch.
I'm like, I
Need more fiber.
when COVID. So we are at Sam's Club and everyone's buying toilet paper and it's like 2020. I'm like, what in the fuck? Because the wildfires and then COVID hit. So my wife's like, what are we gonna do about toilet paper? Because you shit like 14 times a day. I was like, bidet. I'm getting
That's
a bidet
the
attachment.
fucking truth.
Yeah, I shit.
Angry.
Pressure washer.
Angry.
I was like, I'll get a hose and put it on the end of the fucking sour knob. It would be all right. So I get a bidet and I'm like, I'll be all right. You know, it's not that big. It changed my whole life.
What changed me, honestly, was what become like with the thing with my foot. Finding out I was a diabetic, dude. Changing my diet has been phenomenal. Like I don't have any. Not all that shit's gone.
I'll have to show you my Peter Griffin photos.
Oh yeah, it's
because when I
abysmal.
found out I was diabetic, I was a little over 400 pounds.
Yeah,
I was a big old boy.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
down 35 pounds.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Hey, you look good.
Thanks, man. I mean, I'm not at the high school weight, but I'm doing all right though.
I mean, dude, I when I graduated, I was 170, and I had a professional boxing coach I worked with for many years, and I got down to 190. And when I was at 190, I do not look good at 190. I'm in my 30s. I just
Bro.
I was like, I looked like everyone's like, you're throwing up after you get done eating. I was like,
Yeah,
feel like it.
For me, I'm like, man, if I could just get to like 290, I'd be happy.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah.
I just want to be under that 3 number, like,
Yeah.
and I'd be completely content.
like
I look like Peter Griffin. I got the chin and
Bro,
everything.
You are not lying.
yeah,
No,
dude, it's
no, I'm
fucking
seriously. I
wild.
was like,
Yeah, you look like you'd be on a registry.
yeah,
You look like you hung out with Chris Hansen. I don't know. If I don't mean to talk shit because you're there with your child in the picture. But you
Oh, no, no,
you
no,
definitely
yeah,
look like Chris. He's like, that's not my child.
What's it? What's in the
Where are
bag?
the wine coolers?
Bartles and James and condoms.
I came over here to talk about the Bible and why she was making bad decisions. Sure you were.
Am I free to go now?
No, sit your ass down. Okay.
Okay. I always love it when because they spun that off into its own TV show for a hot minute, and I was like, this is the best. Because we're just watching people get clothesline in the driveway, and all the neighbors are like, what the fuck is that guy doing over there?
Dude, the one that I think is like, not that I'm into like the vigilante shit, but I do like the fuckers that do that. The pedo hunting on
And they're like beat they'll beat the shit out of him in a Walmart, and they're like just taking it.
Dude, what I think is just great is when they walk up to him, like they're walking around, they're like, hey, Jesse. They're like, huh, do I know you? Yeah, you're here to meet Jessica. Hey, he's here to meet a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
He's here.
Why do you want to fuck a 13-year-old boy? And then like he's like, you can't talk to me that way, and he fucking socks him in the mouth. Yeah, I'm gonna call the cops. What are you gonna do now? And he like
do it,
socks him
bitch? I
again.
got all the texts.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh my
But
God.
what I think is fucked up, it's funny, but it's kind of fucked up, is they're like, we can talk now, or we can just call the cops on you. Okay. And they stand there like, you remember when you said you wanted to put your fucking dick in this little kid's ass?
Yeah.
Huh? Does it make you feel like a big man, you pussy? And they're
And, then
just like,
they're fucking swinging on him. Just
I'm sick.
Pop, pop.
I know. I have a problem.
Yeah.
There was one.
I'm sorry.
And then people would be like, hey, don't hit him. And he's like, he was going to fuck a kid.
Yeah.
And
Hit him again.
they're like, put him in a wood chipper.
I love it. It's 9:50, and you just yelled out. Multiple people definitely heard. He was gonna fuck a kid. How good are their acoustics in this building?
Yeah, people are going to look at me really strange when they walk out here.
We're gonna all have to go separate ways, and there's only 2 ways down the hallway.
We're going to get, there's going to be a knock at the door. We're going to need you to come with us.
Hi, we're never going to let you guys stay in this Airbnb ever again.
It's Priya. It's Priya.
I don't know how to spell it, but I definitely texted him. I know the episode title now. It's Priya, and people are gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Priya?"
Yeah, dude, that's that, bro.
Okay,
All right.
Food time.
We popped that 4-hour mark.
by 11 minutes.
Yeah, let's go
Okay.
get some
Fucking
food.
go.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta take a picture of it. Look at that. Look at it. This is how I want to do it every
Dude,
time.
this has been
a real treat.
this has been
We'll
fun.
do it again.
Yeah,
like it.
I still
absolutely.
got way more shit to tell you guys. I didn't get to talk about like any of my adventures of moving to Dallas and like
Oh yeah, that's
Team Archie's
episode.
down. Like
That's
Yeah,
part 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
motherfuckers
Definitely.
better hit the like button and request it, and we'll make it happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Somebody sponsor us so I don't have to pay to drive to Dallas. I want to fly down here. I don't like.
I don't.
drive-
You know, as
Swanky
much as
it's like 3.5 hours.
I know it's not that bad.
yeah,
It's longer
He's a-
than this. It's
hey,
shorter than this podcast.
Hey, he's a bitch.
Yeah, like we
I
could've
don't
done-
want to do
we-
1K
we
in a
could've-
day because then we'll have to do it right back, and my ass will hurt.
We could have done this in the car from OKC to Dallas. From Dallas to OKC.
Okay, bye. Love you guys.
All right, bye.
Bye.